So everything should be up really soon, because I have the latency turned basically to as far down as I can get it. Okay. Yep. Twitch is live. YouTube is live. Kick is possibly live. Hold on. Okay. View your channel. Because I know Kick is a little bastard sometimes. Okay, yeah, Kick is live as well. So everything is up. Let me make sure the pro chat works correctly.
Okay.
Because there's one that's not showing up. I just need to make sure I'm receiving from it. It says I'm not receiving from it. Okay. So this is a thing I've been going through like every fucking time I've logged on. It's really annoying. Okay, hold on. Give me one moment. Channels. It says I'm connected. It says waiting for this channel to go live, and this channel is live. So, wait a minute. Hold on. That's what it is. I found the problem.
Which is?
The visibility was set to the wrong one. Okay, let's try that now. So now it should be public. And it says it's live. Okay. Let's try one more time. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I should... Huh?
Yeah, I just got the notification on my phone that you went live.
Okay. Okay. So we have that now. Alright, so I'm going to start recording the video. Oh, hold on. You get no moments. Also, hello, Cosmic. Hello, Dr. of Insanity. Ah, yes. Dr. of Insanity, Kura. Here you go. Right? I imagine this is... I imagine this is probably the first time y'all have met, right?
Yep.
So, we're about to record an episode where we look at one of Dr. of Insanity's songs. This is his second song. Personally, I think this is the better of the two, but the first one is definitely more of a meme, and this one's more of like a serious attempt at a song, right? So, the first one is really funny, but I just think this one is a better song in general. Sakura says also I had Keen and Counter listen to the Hubal song. Lol. Oh, you got to tell me what their opinion of that was. What were you saying, Doctor?
I was saying, it's like, you say that this one sounds like it has more work put into it. But honestly, my first one actually had more work put into it.
Ah, that's fair. It's weird how it pops up sometimes with the AI stuff, isn't it? But, well, you know, yeah. that happens sometimes with, like, real hold on. Let me actually start recording before we lose any content on this, right? All right.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. All right, so today I am with Dr. of Insanity, the author of this particular song, right? And we were just talking about we were just talking about comparing his original song, his first song to this song, and I made the observation that I actually think this one had more work put into it, but he just told me it's actually the other way around, right? That this one that I like better had less work put into it than the one that than the original one, which I think is funnier, but I don't think is as good of a song. And we were just talking about how that's kind of funny that sometimes the one that the piece that you're working on for the meme hits harder than the one that you mean working on, like, seriously, right? It happens sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put more work into this one. This one's gonna be a side project of mine, and the side project kicks off. It's like, ah, son of a bitch, right?
That happens. It's the way of how the cookie crumbles.
Kuro says, on stream after watching Blazing Saddles. Oh, good lord. Spartanbot says, good afternoon to you both. Ah, yes, good afternoon to you too. All right, so we're gonna take a look at I have that happen a lot. Fair enough. So we're gonna take a look at his song. This is nothing but a lookalike. And I think that the point of this song will become very apparent as it plays. Right. I think this is a fairly self-demonstrating song. So
Also, it's like before you put on, it's like you want me to say what the origin of the song was, or save that till after the song.
let's save it till after. Let's go through it first, and then you tell me what it is. Okay.
Okay.
All right, because it's not spoilers, right? As they say in Doctor Who.
Fair enough.
Spotlights on the stage, you strike your rebel pose. Tattoos and stories that everybody knows. Artists in the circle all preaching something new. But scroll the feed and every frame looks borrowed, copied blue. You claim that your ideas are unique because you're human. Yet you pick from the same template as all of the rest.
So yeah, long story short, right? Just from this, just the introduction, I think it's pretty obvious what's going on here, right? This is very obviously a slam against the cult of, first of all, originality, and it's also a slam against the common talking point of AI, is it not? Right? The idea that like
Yeah.
there's no real creative input to the AI, but it's like, well, define creative input first of all, right? Like how creative. It's like nothing that anyone generates is totally new. Everything that is generated is from by the human brain is generated from sense perception, oftentimes borrowing from again things that we took beforehand. Like again, you pick from the same template as all the rest. Like if we go back through some of the lyrics, you claim that your ideas are unique because you're human. Is very specifically the human position. When it's like, are they though? Are they really unique because you're human? Or is that like, are they really special because you have this sense of qualia? Or is that just a way that you protect yourself from like objective criticism, right?
Very much so. It's like yeah, you want all these works done by humans, but let's be honest, like you have it's like if they didn't tell you that was a machine and you weren't looking through these things for the fine tooth comb because, well, you hate machines, would you tell a good chunk of these things are human or machine?
I mean, we saw what happened with the Monet thing, right? Hello,
Yeah,
Atsumori Chaos, right? Kuro says, sounds
they
like
had to.
let's see. Kuro says sounds like Glycerin by Bush at the start for a bit. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I'm here, but I'm cutting a couple acres of grass. Ah, fair enough, right? Right? Being doing something productive for your time, right? uh,
In this economy,
right? So good luck on that, right? Let's see. Robert Kinley says, "What happens to last night's stream? I privated it like I usually do until I can cut out specific sections and then make them into videos, right? So they'll be up in a couple days, but the last VOD was also chopped up because of like stream issues. But it'll be up probably on Monday. Let's see. So, but scroll the feed and every frame looks borrowed, copied, glue. Again, this is the whole thing where you are pointing out that like all these human ideas, all this alleged human creativity is really just repurposed information from other material that preceded it, right?
yep. It's like the sheer amount of times like you see a scene from like an action movie, a character design, etc., and they're like, "Here's my unique idea," and it's like, "Oh, it looks nice." He's like, but you do catch like, okay, I can see where they got some of the reference, what they're referencing or got ideas from when it comes to basically what you're looking at.
Yeah. I mean,
they won't tell you that.
yeah. I mean, like, you and me are pretty obvious, are pretty like honest about where we get our inspiration. Hello, Kionala. Robert Kinley says, "Oh, I was worried." Well, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, nothing's wrong. It's just it'll be up in a bit. Kionala says, "How much did I miss?" You missed exactly 9 minutes, so nothing much, right? But yeah, like you and me, I know you and me are fairly like open as to where we get like the inspiration for our ideas from, because we're not exactly part of the cult of novelty, right? We don't really novelty isn't self-justifying. It actually has to be good. If it's new and shit, it doesn't really matter, right?
Yep.
Okay, and I think there was a line right before this that so there's a couple of them. So, artists in the circle all preaching something new. Again, this is the cult of novelty, and it almost sounds like a jab at conventionalism. The idea that again, it's like art is defined by the artist community when they haven't even defined what art is in the first place, other than it's defined by the art community.
Yep, and it's like you can see a bunch of works that come out in quite honestly the past 15 years that say, "Hey, we're the first one that tried X," and you're like, I seen this thing happen in the 1960s, even potentially earlier than that. What do you mean this is a new concept?
It kind of reminds me of like in politics. It's like, oh yes, we're the first X, Y, or Z, and it's like, I don't really give a shit. Also, is that even true? Because sometimes the claim is just objectively false, right? You're not actually the first in that category. You're just saying you're the first in that category every time because again, it makes you and your audience base feel good in your dopamine receptors, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Tattoos and stories that everyone knows. Again, just, yeah, you can definitely tell sometimes based off the tattoos, right? Spotlights on the stage, you strike your rebel pose. Again, that's like the artist posing as rebellion when in fact he's the most conformist piece of shit out there, right?
Exactly.
Okay, let's see. So where were we in the song? I do believe same template as all the rest, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it is kind of interesting how many of these special snowflakes actually just produce the same slop over and over again, right? Right?
Exactly.
Like, I swear I have new... I swear I have...
Rudy.
Oh, hello, Rudy. You may or may not have known about this person, but I'm talking to Doctor of Insanity right now. He's the one who wrote the song we're listening to.
Hey, everyone.
But yeah, so so let's go back to the beginning of this instead of going backwards, right? Okay, make sure that we actually have this. The obviously look-alike is you're referring to the fact that like they're not actually unique, they're copying other people, right? They are in a sense mirrors of their forebearers. Yeah, new movie, same plot, right? Mirror full of faces, swearing they're the spark. Yeah, right? Again, that seems to be an attack on the mysticism of the arts, right? And it's like there's something magical, mystical. There's a spark involved in art where it's like I'm not entirely sure that that's actually true, to be perfectly honest. Right? Like you and me both grew up,
and when you don't even, which you don't even need to take a closer look to realize, hey, this is just like a warped reflection of something else.
Yeah.
Granted, it could be good, it could be terrible, but for the most part, it's basically a reflection of something that came beforehand.
God damn it, Rudy. Rudy says I call it a spark of insanity. Well, he's not wrong on some of this stuff, right?
Nice.
But yeah, you and me both grew up in a family of artists, and I think you and me are both on the same page that like I don't really think that there is any like magical spark involved in the arts, to be perfectly honest. Like, like I'm genuinely skeptical of that claim, but that's that. Keep going.
Like a little trivia about me was that I was actually a part of the major art community, at least for basically my area. I kind of left that because, like, well, what we're seeing about what happening now was basically already happening in there.
Yeah, I've talked about this as well, but yeah, the fact of the matter is, I think this is one of the things that really pisses people off about the AI art movement is that it, in a very real sense, actually shows that like there's nothing magical about art, right? Art is itself like
the literal mirror showing the spark.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of funny. I also think that like AI is despised because it's basically shadow work. If it's trained off of all the works of human endeavors, then in a sense it will reflect, you know, the collective of mankind back to itself. And I don't think people particularly like that the AI reflects back the collective of mankind to itself. Because sometimes you see things you don't necessarily like in the reflection when the shadow gets reflected back to you, right? Let me turn that off. Yeah.
That's the difference. That's the difference between us and them. When they stared into the abyss, they blinked.
Right? Oh my god. So yeah, this is as said earlier, the new movie, same plot kind of deal. And the swearing there, the spark is like, again, they're talking hot shit, but it's like, what have they actually done, right?
Nothing of value was gained.
Kionala says a spark is just inspiration. I think, at least for me, it is. Yeah, I mean, like, that is a phrase, a spark of inspiration, but it's like, inspiration isn't even technically necessary. You can actually still produce things without that spark of inspiration, right? It has been done before. Disciplined artists have worked through things like that, you know, worked through blocks before. It's kind of required if you're going to be a professional artist. Kianala says, then again, I'm the only artist in my family. I mean, that's fair. Captain Rudy says, they like it hot, though. Okay.
Not sure what that last one was supposed to mean.
Right, hold on. Freedom in the spotlight, dancing in the dark. Let's see. You call yourself unique and one of a kind. Again, we're talking about the special little snowflake thing, right? But remove the name and you look and sound just like all the rest. This is exactly what we were talking about, right? Again, it's what Kianalo said earlier. The same movie, the new movie, same plot. It is just a rehash of the same old stupid shit that we've been seeing beforehand. And especially with the AI thing, it's like, oh yeah, even down to the whole I hate the new thing is just a rehash of the old Luddite complaint that like the painter had against the camera. And that like, again, the traditional artist had against digital art, right? And again, like all of these different people, like again, the sculptor probably complained about the 3D printer. The sculptor probably still complains about the 3D printer, right? And like 3D modeling, so.
Return to caveman. Enjoy the paint.
Right.
Like all of the rest. They cry for something different, something raw and true. Then the moment it appears, they sharpen up the crew. Rip it, burn it, label it a threat to their domain. Creativity's welcome till it breaks the same old chain.
Okay, so let's look at these lyrics now, right? So, they cry for something different, something raw and true, right? So this is the authenticity crowd. That's the raw and true people, right? Thank you for the 7 consecutive streams watches, Captain Rudy. Yeah. So this is
bump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers.
Kianalo says, with commissioned art, you at least have to work off of to have something to work off of. Exactly, right? So the something raw and true thing is obviously the quote unquote authenticity people. I think actually the raw and true thing is oftentimes an emotivism thing, because often this is a thing that like a lot of artists, they want to express emotion, but it's like not all art has to express emotion, right? That's a highly myopic view of what art is, but it's a very common view among the art community. Goddamn. Yeah, I have a couple of cases like that too, Captain Rudy. Captain Rudy says I have a 164 stream streak on Ember's stream. That's fair.
Those are the numbers we're talking about.
So let's see. Then the moment it appears, they sharpen up the crew. First of all, shrew and crew I think is a really fun rhyme. But yeah, the moment like they actually get something raw and true that like actually steps out of their fake hyper reality, right? The false reality that they've constructed around themselves, oftentimes to reduce responsibility for their state of their own lives, right? Or because they have some kind of ideological project that they want to see through. As soon as someone actually steps out of that and then actually challenges that particular worldview, presents something, something new, yeah, they do sharpen up the crew. They come after you. The mainstream art community is highly Gramscian. They are very hardline Marxists, and they are very, very critical in a way that they're not to other Marxist artists towards anyone outside of that regime. Like, God forbid you're an artist and you're conservative, right? Or God forbid you're an artist and you're a right libertarian, or like an objectivist. They will absolutely criticize your art for things that they would not dream of criticizing their own cohort's art for, right? Because to them, standards don't exactly mean anything. They are just a means by which they can abuse the people they don't particularly like. Well, that's what I got from this line. Am I on point or am I off base?
Actually, you're pretty much on point. But it's like I also like to point out, people will tell you that like, oh, you basically ask the AI to write you a song, and then boom, you generate all of the lyrics. This entire section and that entire line that you read right there from the start when the lyrics picked up to here, the AI did not write that. I basically put that into my prompt.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like sometimes because I try to do a minimal hands-on thing, right? When I write music for the AI, or when I do AI music, because my whole thing is I'm interested in what the AI can do, right? I let the AI, handle the music, and I let the AI write the lyrics, but I double check everything, right? I give it an extremely detailed prompt. Like a lot of my songs are like a full page or two prompt. Like, this is exactly what I'm looking for in terms of like music quality, and what I'm looking for lyrically. These are the things the lyrics have to accomplish, right? And if it does not actually meet the requirements, I just don't release it. And so there's a lot of songs that are currently on my Suno that just are not ever going to see the light of day because they just did not fulfill the function by which I was trying to, craft them. And my style prompts are not simple, right? My style prompts sometimes get up to like 950 characters out of 1,000 allowed, right? Because I'm explaining to it not what genres to mix, but exactly what I want it to do. Because I understand that, like, if you tell it genres and then mix these genres, you can get all kinds of hodgepodges and it's not necessarily going to work. But if you tell the AI exactly what you want it to do, then it is more likely to give you the thing that you want it to do, right? And I do the same thing with the lyrics. Is sometimes there's not a single AI writing it. Like oftentimes I will get one AI to write the lyrics, one version of the lyrics, right? And then I will get two other AI and get them to argue over the lyrical quality of the lyrics. And only like after a very long argument between those multiple AI do we have a final project. And then I will go in there, scan it, look for any errors, fix any bugs in it, and then I will use that as the template for the Suno generation. So it's not as if it's like, oh yeah, this is a thing, click and it's done. Like I spend all day on some of these projects just trying to get the fucking lyrics correct, and then the song, right? So that's why I'm not. That's why sometimes you find this a day I don't stream is I'm probably working on some song in the background, and I kind of got lost in the Suno. Let's see. Hold on. Captain Rudy and Kionala seem to be talking. Let's see. Kionala, Captain Rudy says, your art is slop, so is your friends. That's different, right? Kionala says, you are the editor. Yes, I definitely take a more editorial role in the AI stuff, right? I basically commission the piece, and then I tailor it to what I actually need it for. Let's see. Captain Rudy. And sometimes it is What?
I was like, I kind of take on mixed role, both editor and co-writer for the songs I made and will release.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Let's see. Captain Rudy says, I've been making heavy metal sea shanties. Ooh, that sounds fun. I'm gonna have to check out some of those. Sometimes it's hit or miss, but I can prompt it to include certain instruments like flutes, lutes, bagpipes, and violins. Oh, you know what? You gave me an idea.
I'll ask you how to do that later.
Yeah, I'll help you with that later, okay?
Okay.
But, okay, so where are we with this? The moment it appears they sharpen up the crew. Okay, we just got through that part. All right. Rip it, burn it, label it a threat to their domain. Again, this is like very clearly you're talking about criticism, like not constructive criticism, but deconstructive criticism. Because it's, as you said, a threat to their domain. They need to maintain control over artistic production because art is the concretization of a metaphysic, a view of man in his life. It is a concretization of the vision that you have or someone else's vision for the world and man and his place in it, right? So if you can control that, that's a huge boon to the control of the culture. This is what gets me a little pissed off about
to the very next line.
Yeah, which is what gets me pissed off about like conservatives and libertarians not, caring so much about the production of things like, again, animation, movie, live action movies, music, games, is because all of this is kind of important to the formation of culture. There's not a single culture that existed for centuries successfully that didn't pay mind to the artistic expression of it, and the creation of in the artistic process. It just doesn't fucking work. It is a counter to real thing to suggest that the arts don't actually matter to a civilizational project. And it burns me to no end that the left understands this and the right just seems to not care. But anyway, except for now, because now we got except for now, because now the AI art thing has allowed people to get into these creative fields that would never have been able to get in it beforehand, right? So then,
yep.
The next line was creativity's welcome till it breaks the same old chain. And yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about, right? They need control of creativity because AI art has just basically democratized music, basically, right? Don't have any musical proficiency? Well, the AI can actually help you catch up to speed to make real good music, right?
Indeed. And as we've seen beforehand, some people actually are quite good when it comes to making their AI music.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these people are fucking great. But, all right, let's continue on with this.
Welcome till it breaks the same old chain. You claim that your ideas are unique because you're human. Yet you pick from the same template as all of the rest. Look alike, all the same rebellion under different names. Look alike, marching to the rhythm that you claim to fight. Give me something unique, not found in a base template or at man. You're just another silhouette.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's the end of that particular either verse or chorus, right? Well, some of these terms I'm not too familiar with because I didn't exactly study music. Anyway, Kionella says, like the newest version of the Odyssey when the fan-made musical is superior. Yeah. Captain Rudy says, I'll send you a couple links. That would be much appreciated. Let's see.
Nice.
So we're going to go back to the beginning of this section, right? So obviously we had a repeat of lyrics, which is common to the musical style, right? So the first new one that I can see is all the same rebellion under different names, right? It's like leftism was the death of punk, it was the death of goth, it was the death of the geek culture, right? All the rebellion of from the quote unquote mainstream, right? Because all it did was it basically forced everything to conform, right? So they're not really different rebellions, they're not really different protests, they are literally just the same thing under different faces, right? Because God forbid you try to profess traditional, punk values, do it yourself, be independent, live off the grid, right? And yeah, no, that's not exactly very common nowadays in like modern pseudo punk, right? The same thing with like goth. Modern goth is completely indistinguishable. I think Jason was it like Jake, either Jason or Jacob Monroe. I forget the guy's first name, but like the guy on Twitter is Goth Daddy. Right? Yeah, the guy on Twitter named Goth Daddy had a whole video on that, and it was like he's right. Yeah, no, it is that reoccurring. It's all the same rebellion under a different name, and it's not just in the art, right? Like I complain about this in ideology all the time, right? It's like how many times you can just recreate someone's entire ideology by just taking a previously existing system and then switching out some terms, right? It's like, oh yeah, you can actually completely reconstruct modern, modern radical feminism by taking Marxist class conflict and then switching it from economic class conflict to a sexual class conflict, right? You make the female into the bourgeoisie and then switch out female into like the proletariat, my bad. And then you switch out the bourgeoisie with male, and then boom, you have patriarchy. Completely effectively made like as it is in feminism, right? It's not the economic capital, it's reproductive capital that they're arguing about. And then you have, for example, again in queer theory, the bourgeoisie is the cis heteronormative. It's the normative part that's actually key there, not the cis or the hetero part. And then the proletariat are the queer, old school defined as like strange or outside the normal, right? Again, you want to do CRT. CRT is itself completely reconstructible from Marxist terms. All you have to do is switch out the proletariat for, depending on who you're talking to, because they are squirrely with their words, either black or BIPOC, depending on what terms they decide to use for their own advantage. And then the bourgeoisie is the whiteness or white. So. And then boom, you have all of critical race theory fall into place right there. You can actually technically do this, almost do this with Nazism as well, right? All you have to do is replace the proletariat with Aryan, and then bourgeoisie with Jew, and then most of Nazi ideology falls into place. You just got to introduce a little bit of paganism into it, and then modernize the paganism. But yeah, it's all the same bullshit rebellion rehashed under a different like mask. It is literally the same thing structurally. And yeah, it's like again,
right people. And if you cut off what you were saying right before you said the Nazi line, that was exactly what I was. That was almost word for word what I was thinking when I came up with this line.
Fair enough, right? I see. Atsumori Chaos says, I've been having fun with my first AI music vid. It's a great feeling when it starts to come together. Right? Oh my god. It's literally the Kronk meme of like, oh yeah, awesome. It's all coming together. Right? I have to keep an eye out for that. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay, so Chicken Tender. Hello, Chicken Tender. Hello all. Hope everyone's doing well today. Yes, we are so far doing well today, right? We haven't had any kind of issue stream-wise yet. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, so let's go forward a little bit. Marching to the rhythm
what are you saying about that?
right? No, that one was on me. So marching to the rhythm that you claim to fight. And again, so this actually kind of reminds me. This is not really this isn't really like an underlying philosophical point. This kind of reminds me of like shadow possession, right? So like most people are familiar with shadow projection, right? Where it's like there's something about this about like your personality you don't like, so then you push it into the back of your subconscious so you don't have to think about it. But because you're pushing it actively in the back of your subconscious, the only way you can really fight against it is by projecting it, hence the term, right, onto someone else, and then attacking it is someone else, so that you feel a little bit better about yourself for attacking that thing that you don't like, but without actually having to do the hard work of, you know, changing that part of yourself to, you know, not actually have to be that thing, right? Well, shadow possession is a slightly more advanced issue in this, where it's still an issue of like suppressing the shadow, so suppressing something you don't like about yourself into the deep subconscious of your mind, but because you can't see the shadow anymore, that shadow is actually able to control you, again, like possess you. It's not like a demon, it's more along the lines of like, again, because you're preoccupied with suppressing this in the back of your brain and not being this thing that you're trying to not be ends up taking control of the way that you actually live your life, right? It's one of those things of like, it's almost like a Greek tragedy, right? What was that thing Master Oogway said? Sometimes in our attempts to to defy fate, we end up meeting it on the road. I don't remember what the exact quote is, but
Long story short, people are just hypocrites.
yeah. Let's see. Chicken Hunter says no scuff yet. That's good to hear, and seems like delay is nowhere near as bad today. Oh yeah, I went and I changed the OBS settings, so hopefully it should be significantly more tolerable, right? Fair enough. Maybe I am a fool to mention this, but so yeah, this is definitely a hypocrisy. I think that it just reminded me of shadow possession. Let's see. Give me something unique not found in a base template. I think that was in a previous line, but again, as we were saying, like all human ideas are rehashes of information that we got through our sense perception, right? There is nothing truly a priori in human cognition, or at least I don't think there is. I think you can think a priori, and sometimes a priori reasoning can be correct, but I don't think human beings actually naturally think a priori. I think that's like an artificial constraint people place on themselves.
And this line's connected straight to the next line.
Yeah, or admit you're just another silhouette. Again, a silhouette is an interesting thing because a silhouette is like a shadow, right? Shwut, if I remember, is like the Egyptian term, because the Egyptians had like a multifaceted concept of the soul, and the shwut is the concept of the shadow or the image, right? So it wouldn't just be like the literal shadow someone casts, but also the outline, the form, like the image impressed onto a wall, right? Or I guess in modern times into a photo. So it's like it is a pale imitation, like an outline, a incomplete image of something that of something else, almost like Plato's theory of forms, right?
And when the AI basically wrote this line, it's like it wanted to say or admit you're just a shadow of another. I didn't think that hit hard enough, so I changed it to another silhouette.
Yeah. Again, I sometimes make minor word adjustments in there too. I try to avoid doing that because, like, personally, I'm interested in what the AI can do and how prompting actually elicits an effect. So I avoid doing that, unless it's really egregious and like needs to be done for a critical reason. But yeah. So again, there is more that goes into it. I do have to ask the question.
Yeah.
I do have to ask the question. How did you decide to use the tildes in the way that you did?
Oh, that's basically that's basically the lazy man way of showing that this word is extended.
Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna have to try that out in Suno. I don't know. I didn't know that actually worked in Suno.
Oh no, it didn't. I just added. It's just because sometimes Suno will just auto extend some of these words, and I'm like, that actually works. So and I just
So you
bring
put
these lyrics over onto YouTube. I just did that for the lazily showing, hey, this word's extended.
Okay, fair enough. Today I learned something, right? Kionala says you get better at tech every stream at Cosmic. Thank you. Let's see. In before I do something really stupid,
Only
right?
more until you actually become decent.
Right? Professional streamer, everyone. Everything breaks apart, right? Chicken Tender says, all I've heard is suppress the Shadow Realm. Let's see. Rudy says, nah, we gotta suppress the Quangos and Luddites. Spartanbot says, the story Laius, father of Oedipus, fits that bit about being controlled by the things you don't want to be, so it's happened. Yes. There's a lot of Greek tragedy. Is basically shadow possession. Chicken Tender says, that is true as well, but all I can think of is Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, fair. I will never not find it funny that that Red from Overly Sarcastic Productions was deeply hurt that Yu-Gi-Oh! Knew more about the lore of Atlantis than she did. That is just so funny to me. Because I've never really cared for Atlantis, because you read the whole story of Atlantis in Plato, and again, the works of Plato, and this, okay, Socrates is literally taking the piss out of someone. He's literally doing that thing philosophers sometimes do, where they'll make shit up just to see if you're paying attention. So it's like, so many people just fail that test throughout all of history. Is this the line we stopped on?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're upset about seeing yourself here, ask yourself, is it you or are you just a lookalike?
Okay, so I'm going to go back just for a moment because this catches my attention. If you're upset about seeing yourself here, is it you or are you just a lookalike? Right? Wait, hold on. No, there was a line in between these. That jump is a little bit too much, I think. Let me try it again. If you're upset about seeing yourself here, ask yourself, is it you or are you just a lookalike? I think, is this a jab at the whole, again, the raw and real people, right? It's like, yes, the authenticity is the key to art, right? Instead of, like, again, the metaphysic, you're actually concretizing, and the form and the technique and the actual skill at which you concretize that thing, right? Is that what you're talking about? Like, the whole thing is like, is it you or are you just another lookalike? Are you actually being authentic, or are you doing the thing that you were complaining about other people about, right?
So I actually really like an interpretation, so I'm stealing it. But in all honesty, but in all honesty, the purpose of this line is, if you can see, there's my character right there in the foreground, and a bunch of
Lookalikes.
of her back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know for a fact that at some point someone is probably going to say, "Hey, your character looks exactly like mine," and so it's like, "Well, is this really?" Or any of the, it's like, model, clothes, etc., in this image looks like them. So it's like, well, is it really you, or are you just basically someone who looks like someone else?
Well, I mean, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, is the old saying, right? It's the incomplete and truncated version of the saying that means the exact opposite of the original saying. But yeah, I mean, even in the image, we can literally see,
again,
like, huh?
I was saying, like, I really do like your interpretation, so I'll steal that in the future. But for the most part, this is basically just a meta line about the image I'm using here.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, my avatar just broke for a moment. But I mean, you can see that all throughout this video, all throughout this image, right? Like, obviously you got this, like, this fucking absolute party in the background, let's be fair, right? And again, you got original, you got it crossed out on the top right hand corner. You have lookalike written on the bottom right hand corner. You got a smiley face with the eyes X'd out, kind of reminding me of Nirvana, to be perfectly honest. You got the fucking crown in gold on the bottom left hand corner, right next to, right by the feet, right? You got the actual photo of the character that's been smashed, right? So actually, you got that crown also on one of the.
Also, now thinking,
huh?
Now thinking about it, I think this is basically the first. And this image right here is basically the first time anyone outside of you has seen what my character looks like below the dress.
Yeah, right. Beforehand, it was like, hold on. Is this a Rayman situation? Because we got a Rayman situation with the arms, right? They ain't got no arms, right? They just got the hands that float around, right? Like, they're very good. Like, is this like a Rayman situation? Is there? I mean, obviously, anyone who looks at your avatar can tell it's not a Rayman situation. You can see the outline of legs on the avatar, right? But yeah.
So I actually did try to see how the avatar would look like without legs. Like, yeah, it did not work out whatsoever. So I just added, and so I was like, you know what? She has legs. She's just armless.
That's fair. Let's see. Okay, let us continue. Wait, hold on. Let's make sure that we're in the right spot.
Yeah, I think that's the line that we left off on.
Okay.
Starving artists in the corner with the hungriest eyes, crying out for credit while borrowing every line. Most greedy in the room is the one who swears he's pure. Template soul wrapped in vintage dreams, still begging for yours.
Now I gotta ask: Did you get this? Did you get the idea for this part from the 20-minute song that I wrote?
No.
Because you say something, huh?
It's like, no. In fact, I don't. In fact, off the top of my head, I cannot remember most of the lines from your 20-minute song.
That's fair.
I'll admit that is kind of a weakness of that song.
Yeah, I'm aware. Anyway, so the starving artist in the corner with the hungriest eyes. Right, I asked because it's like I have a lot. There's a number of scenes in that song where it's like I attack the starving artist as noble idea. It's like a yeah. I took real fucking umbrage with that because I think it causes a lot of genuine harm to real people. Let's see. Because, let's see, crying out for credit while borrowing every line. Again, like a credit line, we're obviously talking about, like, the starving artist as a parasite class here, if I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. Most greedy in the room is the one who swears he's pure. Yeah, that's another thing that I basically attacked on in that song as well, which is why I had to ask, right? I mean, but as far as like this goes, yeah, I mean, it's like just think about like that again. That whole thing is like, yes, money is evil. Capital is the thing that like forced man out of primordial communism. Do not give your capital to like the client or the customer. Give it to the man in Moscow, all right? Or again, with like many of the religious who, for some reason, don't like capitalism, right? It's like, yes, money is mammon, it is evil. Do not hold on to it yourself, but give it to the man in the mosque. Give it to the man in the synagogue. Give it to the man in the church, right? So that God can cleanse it. And then you you have it again with the same thing in Washington, right? Oh yeah, it's like by the way, the people have voted the parasite classes in the fucking like high and low end of society. The rich and the poor have conspired to attack the middle class. It's like, yes, your productivity doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the man in Washington, right? Oh man, not to paraphrase
the right side of history and can't do wrong. Like, we're on the right side of history and we can do no wrong. Just don't look at the skeletons in our closet.
It's like, this is definitely what, yes, I would agree. The most greedy in the room is the one who swears he's pure. I've never met a man greedier than a fucking communist, to be perfectly honest, right? What's yours is mine and what's mine is the fucking central thesis of communism. Communism is the ideology of an unrestrained appetite. Oh my god. Hello, Andrew Ryan, right? I'm telling you, like, Andrew Ryan was done dirty. He should have been the hero. I'm kidding, right? Kionella says, your songs make me want to make music vids of them. I wouldn't know where to start with the 20-minute one. I would have to cut that into chunks. I realized, released to it to find out where it would make sense. I mean, that's fair, right? Again, it is a monster of a track. It was meant to be experimental. In like part of its experiment was the length, so I was like, I understand it's really unwieldy. I personally, if I could figure out how to make the AI music videos, I probably would try to make a video for that one and the anti-abortion song too, to be perfectly honest. But that's not for right now. That is a problem for future me to figure out. But if anyone wants to make any kind of like AI video to any of my songs, y'all have every what would you say, liberty to do so. Just tag me and like I'll give it a gander, right? Captain Rudy says we're getting
and
to
the same thing goes with my songs. The two I have now and the ones that are coming down the pipeline. It's like if any of you guys that want to make AI music videos of it, or just music videos in general, consider this a blanket statement that you can. Just remember to tag and credit me.
Yeah, like I very much operate under a copyleft, so it's like I'm very non pressed about the idea of people using things that I make for their own purposes. It's like I don't really care. This is how art has always worked. I'm not a modern artist. I don't care about, again, it's about a lot of these new constraints that are actually killing the arts, right? So if y'all want to use my stuff, yeah, y'all can. I don't mind it. Just make sure Disco Track doesn't get on y'all's ass, because apparently it's been getting on some people's ass, and I don't know how to make that not happen. Let's see. Okay. Oh my god. Hold on, it moved. Captain Rudy says we're getting to the point where nothing belongs to anyone anymore. You will have nothing and be happy. Again, this is why decentralization is really important, right? That's why I was promoting in a previous video the home labbing for like servers, and also local genning with AI, right? Again, the more we can take away and you make private, the more that our creative capacity is liberated and our ability to actually own things. God bless 3D metal printers if they ever become commercially viable, right? It will be the greatest boon to the Second Amendment possible. Chicken Tender says, sadly, you were very correct, Rudy. Kionello says, my mind is too active. It happens, right? Captain Rudy says, did you hear we're getting to a point where video games are going to be rented? I am aware. Well, piracy is a good solution to that problem. Captain Rudy says we already...
Ho.
Right? Captain Rudy says we already have cars where your heated seats only work if you pay a monthly subscription. I think that there might be a good market in...
Hang on. I actually know of this case that he's bringing up. They backtracked on that before the vehicles rolled out because of the backlash, which if they didn't, I know a bunch of mechanics that will have great business if they getting a workaround.
Yeah. They definitely, yeah, I know that, like, if that was ever the case, I am very certain that there's going to be a market for jailbreaking your car, right? And I wouldn't exactly blame the market for jailbreaking your car. Grass mowed successfully. Huzzah! Task completed, right? But, yeah, so...
Now, on to next task.
But the thing with the let's see. We are already there, just sadly. Just look at Nintendo with how they are doing things with Switch 2. Well, I mean, that's fair, but the answer to that is just don't buy the fucking Nintendo games, right? I get it, like, some of the Nintendo games look fun. I actually think a lot of the new Nintendo games look kind of boring, to be perfectly honest. So I've not really been...
It's like this kind of hurts because I was a huge Nintendo fan. It's like, so when you hear Mario Kart, a new Pokemon game, Donkey Kong, Metroid Prime 4, God, I am most disappointed about Metroid Prime 4. That's a game I've been waiting for so long, and then we get this.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like everything on the Switch 2 sounds like something that I would absolutely enjoy, and then I see what they did with it. I'm like, yeah, no, I am so glad I did not buy the Switch 2.
Yeah. And again, someone's going to eventually figure out how to jailbreak the Switch 2, and it's going to be, yeah, fine. But as far as the car thing, though, oh, yeah, there was
People have actually figured out how to do so using the Switch 1.
Yeah, fair enough. But the thing about the car thing, because we were talking about like the seat warmer thing, there are actually cars that you effectively just rent. You don't actually buy. Ferrari, I think, is one of those ones where you have to sign a contract, which basically nullifies that you have any kind of like meaningful ownership over the. Should clip the permission part of this stream. Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. That I will have to remember to do that. Yeah, it's like Ferrari is one of those ones where it's like again, they control the fact who you can sell to. They control how you can modify the vehicle. So you don't really own the vehicle. You may have the deed in principle, but the contract that you sign is basically a ownership and name only kind of thing. So we already have DLC for car, right? So. See, and we've had that for a while. Captain Rudy says Ford patented a technology that would give vehicles the ability to drive themselves back to the dealership. If you miss too many payments, the cars basically would repo themselves. Again, jailbreak your car, right? Kionala says,
I'm not saying who. I do know a person who actually knows how to do a workaround.
Right. Kionala says, my Nintendo baby self is sad. All of our Nintendo baby selves are sad, let's be fair. Kura says Nintendo is just nostalgia farming idiots with no neurons strong enough to understand. Yeah, again, it's like I like Mario Kart. Like I have older Mario Kart games. It's just I'm not going to buy the new one because I took one look at the new one. It's like I like the idea in principle, but this seems like the laziest way to implement this.
Which is kind of weird because we have seen open world kart racing games actually work.
Yeah,
and then Nintendo comes out with this.
See, Chicken Tender says, have not and will not buy Switch 2. Sad I'll miss the new Pokemon, but meh, I'm kind of done with that franchise. Anywho, that's fair. Hello, Kenok. Ooh, hold on. You got a Smuggalana, emote.
Okay. So, Chicken Tender, here's like, after the release of Scarlet and Violet, again, I'm one of the biggest Pokemon fans out there. It's like after the release of Scarlet and Violet, I've been burned out of the entire series.
Yeah. Captain Rudy says, Captain Rudy says, with Ferraris, you're not allowed to modify them in any way. They'll sue you if you even so much as wrap it. Remember the Purari? I remember. And also, Ferrari is a overrated vehicle, to be perfectly honest. It is literally just a fucking crotch rocket for car enthusiasts. It serves no real practical purpose outside of just flexing. And to be perfectly honest, the way people back in the day viewed people who bought NFTs is exactly the way I view people who buy Ferraris, to be perfectly honest. But at least you own the NFT, right? You may say the NFT is just a receipt. You're paying for a receipt. And I'm like, well, at least I own the fucking receipt, right? I didn't pay all this money to not own a car, right? Kenok says Fleek had a great video on the Switch too. It would not surprise me. Very good way to make fun of that. There's always a fan-made Poke games. Yes, right. Pal World supremacy for my particular position. Right. Liberate the pocket monster genre, Kura. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the
patent is actually being lost. We're going to see a flood of Pokemon like games.
Exactly. Nintendo will probably still do frivolous lawsuits. It's not exactly outside of their thing, but at least now there's a way to fight back at it. Because contrary to popular belief, Nintendo actually has a not impressive track record of lawsuits outside of Japan. They actually lose lawsuits outside of Japan fairly frequently. The fact that they actually seem to be losing this. Huh?
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of surprised on some of them because some of them sound like that they should be automatic wins, and then you're like, wait, how did you lose this one?
Mm-hmm. They just they understand that they can, even if they lose it though, they understand they can still make you lose by bleeding you dry of money. It's the same thing Disney does.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get back to the purpose of the stream, and then we'll get back to chat. Right? I have the last place we left off on chat highlighted. That way we can get back to it. All right. So I think we was this the last one we left off on, or was it this one?
Yeah, this is the last line that we talked about. That's the line we haven't talked about yet.
Okay. Listening?
It's like we listened to this part. We haven't talked about this part yet.
Oh, okay. So so template soul wrapped in vintage dreams, still begging for yours. So again, honestly, describing a structure as a template is a really good description because, like, again, you can point out that like a lot of stories share the same basic structure, and you can point out that like there's a lot of like recurring structures in music and recurring structures in painting and in drawing and in all of the arts, right? Because it turns out structure is kind of something you need to be able to cognize and understand things, right? So the template is template soul wrapped in vintage dream. So the soul is usually a sign of authenticity, right? That's actually the accusation the way you don't have authenticity is like, oh, there's no soul in it, right? So here we actually have that challenge, the template soul wrapped in vintage dreams. And like the vintage dreams are like you're literally vampirizing the dreams of those who came before you, still begging for yours, right? This is the whole thing. It kind of reminds me of like Disney using other people's what would be copyright and then making money off of that, and then effectively having a monopoly on those stories that they themselves didn't actually create. You know, like Hunchback of Notre Dame, Beauty and the Beast, you know, Snow White, all these other fairy tales, right? The Sword and the Stone is very clearly Arthurian legend.
That have existed for so long, and then basically they're trying to create a monopoly off of these stories that they themselves didn't even invent.
Yeah, I mean the thing, especially with Beauty and the Beast, because that song is that story is like 5,000 years old. There's so many variants of it because of how old this story is. Again, remember templates and structures and like recurring throughout history. So yeah, and that's the thing. It's like again, you will own nothing, and you will you know, be happy. You won't even own your own ideas because everyone has like all ideas will eventually be thought. They will eventually be copyrighted. The copyright will eventually be sold, and you will be left with nothing to remix, right? Because it turns out all of art before the modern era, you know, persisted off of remix and reuse, right? How many versions of, again, the Sower of Van Gogh are there, right? Van Gogh's not the only one who did the Sower. I don't even think he was the first one to do the painting of the Sower. Even at the same like position, the same camera angle, effectively, the same articulation of you know, the body in the image. And no one historically thought that was a problem, that other people could do their version of the exact same thing, literally recreate it in their own style. And in fact, let me pull something up, because even recently, no one gave a shit about this. So let me pull something up. Okay, if my keyboard actually works. Yeah, anyone remember these? Anyone remember these projects that from back in the day where people would go and they would reanimate scenes of a show in their own style, and they would collaborate? So people from different artists would be able to actually like have their own few seconds, like 10, 30, whatever it is. I have no problem with this. Yeah, they're literally just remaking Sailor Moon under different art styles. Here's a hot take. I don't think that there's any problem with this. Like, at fucking all. This idea of, like, again, reanalyzing a series through another artistic lens. So this, I think, this is the kind of thing that, again, the copyright system is going to eventually crush and destroy, and I should probably archive that for my own, my own historical purposes here. But yeah, so again, they're coming after your dreams too. They are coming after your copyrights as well. So the only way to really stop this is to really just abolish copyright, to be perfectly honest. It's not really a salvageable problem because, again, if someone has significantly more money than you, they can take you to court, and even if they're going to lose, they can still make it prohibitively expensive for you to defend your own copyright. This has been done by corporations that sometimes steal the copyrights of, you know, smaller creators. Smaller creator literally can't fight back. They will go bankrupt trying to defend their copyright. They have to give it up. And yeah, this has happened more than one time in history.
I remember, yeah, I remember like a few years ago that one movie about the kids who became trolls. I don't remember the name of the movie, but they got into like it became a short publicity thing when it turns out the unicorn that was on the van wasn't actually something that they made. It was another artist, and they just put that artist's work onto the van in exactly the way of how it is without actually giving him credit or informing him about it.
Yeah. And again, oh, okay. Well, we're having a little bit of scuff with the avatars, but that's fine, right? I'd rather have that than other stuff. Yeah, no, the thing is like, again, copyright does not provide equal protection. There is definitely more protection for certain groups than other groups in copyright like cases, and the delineation is very specifically: do you have enough money to like just burn actually fighting this in court with someone who's bigger than you? Yeah, that's not really a fixable problem. The only way I could conceive of this being a remotely fixable problem is if you made possibly the stipulation that if you were found to falsely take someone to court for copyright infringement, then you lose. So it's like you obviously, so like you're found guilty of making a false copyright claim, then you yourself lose permanently the copyright over that thing that was disputed. I would be wary of that solution, though, because I can already see how that could be potentially abused. So let's continue, right? Oh, look, we're only like an hour in. We're making good time.
Ken inside your Twitch basically gave the name of the movie. It was Onward. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna go through the next verse and then we'll catch up with chat. I have a sneaking suspicion that's gonna be a while, right? So.
Every track you drop is pieces from others' art. Samples, loops, and echoes from the ones who came before. No consent, no credit, yet you slam on us the glass floor.
Okay, I think that's the end of that one, because I think the next line is the because you're human line, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then we're gonna go to the beginning of this. You scream, the machine is a thief that steals your sacred art. And again, I had to ask this about about my song, right? Because like, because like one of the lines in my 22-minute monster was, they said the canvas had been stolen when the engine learned to see, right? So it's like, again, there are a lot of recurring ideas in here, but that's just because you and me are kind of on the same wavelength about a lot of this stuff, right? And even if that was the case, I'd be more flattered than accusatory. It's like, hell yeah, man, right? Torstwolf apparently changed his description on his profile because of my songs. It was like, to each their own, right? Some people aren't gonna like it, some people are, but this is more or less the same idea. You scream, the machine is a thief that steals your sacred art. Again, as we said, there's nothing magical about art. There's nothing holy about art. Art is important, but, again, art isn't the basis of your entire worldview. It is just a means through which your worldview is expressed, right? So, just because...
I don't remember the original word it wanted, but it said it wanted something else other than sacred when it was generating the song lyrics. But I didn't like the choice that they chose, so I changed it to sacred. Ah,
that's fair. There was also another line in that 20-minute song that was like there was no vault of stolen master. What was it? No plundered masterpieces, no vault of stolen gold, only patterns light in structure, the grammar minds unfold, right? Because that's all it is, right? If you break open any of these AI art programs, you're not going to find plundered masterpieces. You're not going to find any kind of stolen, you're not going to find any stolen gold, right? There's no one has lost money as an artist off of this stuff directly from their content being stolen, right? Because it turns out their content wasn't stolen. Their content was trained on, and any human being can look at your art and be like, ah, yes, I like that style. I'm going to try to recreate that style to understand how it works, or I'm going to recreate that style because I like that style and I have a vision that I can concretize in that style, right? No one has to ask your permission to do that.
Line that you...
Huh?
Yeah, and exactly what you said. It's going to correlate to the next line.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's again, calling it a thief. If you call AI art theft, first of all, you don't understand what the word theft is, because again, intellectual property is not property. If anything, the theft of what we call intellectual property, if that actually does cause some kind of like harm to like the real harm we're talking, right? We're not talking like legalized fictional harms, right? We're talking about like real actual baseline rights issues, right? It would be a negative easement. It would not actually be theft. But, you know, so because it's a category error to call it theft, to apply property as a concept to something that's fundamentally not scarce.
But every track you drop is pieces from others' art.
Okay, yeah. So, and this goes back to the thing we were talking about earlier, right? About like there are no truly unique ideas. Everything is like broken. Everything is borrowed in some respect from things that other people have made prior to, because we don't think a priori, right? We don't have connection to some kind of Platonic realm of ideas that we pull from. All of our ideas come from our sense perceptions and our experience with the world. Otherwise, if that was the case, then you could expect like a blind man to understand what the color red is like, even though he's never seen it. Right? Platonism is dumb. But anyway, so that would be my thing. Is like, this is again a statement about the nature of art itself. That this is a fundamentally disingenuous critique of art. The idea that it's stolen by the AI, because you could literally make the exact same claim about the human mind stealing art, because fundamentally speaking, the AI and the human mind don't actually learn art all that different from each other. The only difference is that human beings have direct experience of a three-dimensional space that can help us make art more effectively in certain areas, whereas the AI does not have access to that three-dimensionality itself.
Indeed.
Okay. Samples, loops, echoes from the ones who came before. Again, exactly what you're talking about, like samples. That's kind of like a staple. That's a staple in fucking music, especially, right? Right? Yeah. Samples, loops.
They won't.
Keep going.
Like they won't admit it, but it's like they won't admit it out in public. But I've actually listened to some of these people who've actually make professional music for basically like their own songs, and even sometimes for actual movies. One thing that they will say, and again, they won't admit this publicly, it's like they'll point to something, a song that's already made. It's like, oh, can you make something similar to this?
Yeah. And, you know, that's fine, right? Because, like, again, I don't think there's anything, like, the wrong with riffing off of someone's idea, right, to make something new. But, you know, that's just me. I just happen to have a older school idea of what art is and what's appropriate in the arts. So yeah, that's the samples. Loops is another example, right? It's like you reuse things even in the same piece, right? Especially in music, right? There's very few people where it's like, oh yeah, there's no repeating pattern in any part of the music outside of like really experimental postmodern music, right? And postmodern experimental music isn't exactly all that popular because it's not, oftentimes it's not very pleasing to the ear, right? So that's what I get from loops and echoes, the ones who came before. Is there anything that I'm missing in this?
No, you pretty much got it.
Okay. Let's see. No consent, no credit, yet you slam on us the glass floor. Again, this is very clearly like the glass floor is basically an inversion of the glass ceiling, right? Right? Like,
yeah, from our perception, it's the ceiling. From their perception, it's the floor.
Yeah, this is literally the complaint that like people make about ladder pullers. It's like, yes, they climb to the top, but when they get to the top, they pull the ladder up. That way, no one else can find them, right? Can follow them.
Yeah.
And they do it without your consent, and they don't give. Okay, keep going.
And when I was getting this line ready, with like writing in the AI, it's like it wanted to originally say slam on us the metal door. I'm like, yeah, that didn't hit too hard. So I tried to look for something with a similar type of sounding. Saw floor, and it's like, and then it just clicked in my mind. They always complain about this glass ceiling thing, so inverse it. It's now a glass floor that they're slamming onto us.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But again, the no credit and the no consent thing again goes back to the whole fact that, like, again, they don't have any right to the ideas of the people that are coming and rising up becoming their competitors. And let's be fair, they close the glass floor into a glass ceiling. They make the glass ceiling floor thing because they are still competing, even if they don't want to admit it. They are still competing with other artists in the same sphere, right? So a lot of these people, when they pull that ladder up from under them, they're doing it for self-preservation reasons, so that they don't have to compete, so that they can reduce their pool of viable competitors. So it is a very self-interested and predatory behavior, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like, and as with the line right there, no consent, no credit. Taking the segment from beforehand, like they are willing to use their human brain to make art pieces using inspiration pieces, and sometimes directly taking from the piece or making as much of a close a copy as they can. But the moment the AI or we who use the AI try to do something similar, they're like, nope, you're stealing.
Yeah.
Even though they basically, by their own definition, stole.
Yep. I mean, a lot of these people also do fan art, which would kind of be the kind of be literally worse than anything the AI has done, because you're literally taking someone else's intellectual property, right? All right, so let's continue. Okay, so we're gonna go back and look through this, but first we're gonna deal with the chat because we have a backlog.
Okay.
Okay, so before we get to the final part of the lyrics, right? Kionello says, "I will always love Pokemon, even if I don't play the new games. I stopped at Scarlet." That's fair. Chicken Hender says, "Same with Pokemon. I like the story of S and V, but so Scarlet and Violet, but did not hold me after." Captain Rudy says, "I lost all respect for Ferrari after the whole Puro Sangu debacle." Chicken Tender says, "It's the best Mario Kart, period." Let's see. Kura says, "I still find it funny that once Rayman became an NFT, one of the first things they did was have a small skit of him snorkeling below." That's fucking funny. I'm gonna have to look that up. Captain Rudy says, "For those that don't know, Ferrari back in 2020 was developing their new vehicle, the Purosang. However, the Purosang Foundation, a European athletic charity, blocked Ferrari from trademarking the Purosang name. Ferrari took them to court and won." Again, trademark, like all of these intellectual property right laws, they actually cause real problems to real people, right? They cause more harm than good. Kionala says, "I'm not mad at the Latina Snow White. It has been done before. It's just how Disney went about making it modern." I mean, that's fair. Kenok says, "The dual set of a cosmic typing." Dual set thrum of God damn it, right? You know what? I'm gonna see if I can get that. I'm gonna get a sample of that from the microphone, and I'm gonna put that into an AI song. So
do it. I dare you.
Kura says, "Copyright laws are the bane of the free world." Oh, yes, they are. Kionello says, "Map multi-artist projects." Yes. Sadly, though, a lot of them stopped using the word map because the pedophiles took over that word with minor attracted person. And, I say conquest the language. Let's reconquer the language. Let's take map from the pedophiles and reclaim it for the actual art collabs, right? Kura says,
colonization for the win.
Kura says, "Dark Crystal or am I high?" I don't know that I mentioned Dark Crystal at any point in this. Did you allude to it by any chance?
When I was mentioning the troll, I think you thought that I was referring to when I.
Oh, okay. That's fair, yeah.
Brain, yeah. When I mentioned the stolen unicorn in Onwards, I think I didn't know the names at the time. I think he thought I was referring to the Dark Crystal.
It might be the Dark Crystal. I don't know. I haven't seen that movie in like 15 years.
Onwards.
Oh, okay. Because like, I haven't seen the Dark Crystal in like 15 years. So it's like, I don't remember shit from that movie. Captain Rudy says, I don't recall which state it was, but there was a state that had to pass a law banning frivolous lawsuits because there were people and organizations who filed lawsuit after lawsuit against weapon manufacturers. I don't know which one after Sandy Hook. That should be a law in general, right? You should actually, personally, in my opinion, if you are... Huh?
I think it was like either Washington or New York that passed that law, because I know there was a recent case that seemed kind of absolutely bodied a copyright troll, copyright/patent troll, because of that.
Possibly, but that's a different thing, because he's talking about like again 2A stuff. Yeah, no, I mean that should be a thing. You should actually face legal penalties if it's found that like if it's found that your lawsuit was actually without any kind of like theoretical merit, right? If it's very clearly and like prima facie a like frivolous lawsuit and you get found guilty of that, you should absolutely be charged and be required to pay the expenses of that procedure that you just wasted everyone's time on. Then we have Kennock Then we got Kennock being an OG, letting us know the name of the fucking movie. We got Captain Rudy. Dang, a whole hour. My song only got 40 minutes. I mean, fair, right? It happens sometimes. There's one song that's like 16 minutes in my analysis, so they're not all the same length. Captain Rudy says, I think Doc would love my AI slop song. Oh yeah. Have you heard his have you heard Rudy's song about AI slop?
Send it to me.
Okay, yeah.
Let's hear it.
I'll send it to you after we get through the last part of this analysis, right? Torch Wolf changed his description. Is he no longer an unemployed angel? No, he was telling me that like he changed his description to a techno-optimist romantic realist, because that's the description I gave in the description of that 22-minute song as the worldview I was trying to concretize, right? It's a little bit of a mouthful, but it tells you exactly what kind of like ideas I have about art, right? I'm a techno-optimist, you know, real guess what that means, right? And I'm a romantic realist. Now, romanticism is a school of art that actually highlights and like genuinely believes in man as a rational agent, man with free will, and therefore the ability to shape his own destiny by understanding the world around him, right? So again, romantic realism being again, it's like that idea, the idea that like free will, like the reason of man's life is worth living, are things that I think are actually real and not just abstract ideas. So he happened to like that, so he took that title, he took that description. I'm like, God, I would one more, right? I gotta work to get more. Right? Captain Rudy says, you mean like how they added silencers to the list of NFA-controlled firearms, even though suppressors in and of themselves are not firearms? Yeah, the ATF should have been abolished years ago. Kennock says, or anything vape-related as tobacco product. Yeah, fair enough. Captain Rudy sampled these nuts. I'll give you one, right? Kennock says, the surprising amount of songs that use Pac-Bell's canon for its chord structure. I mean, Pac-Bell's canon is fucking, like, great. Oh my god, there's a song in the Evangelion Lawrence and Mesh. I think it's their best song. It's Armageddon, and it uses Pac-Bell's canon. And I'm like, I love this song. You know what? At some point, if y'all are in the, at some point, I'll send it to I'll put it on like. Actually, I can put it on post, right? Because YouTube has posts, so I can actually post that because there is a channel with it up, and I think people will enjoy it because I fucking love that song. Let's see, Captain Rudy.
I'll admit, like, as great as the Evangelion series is, whenever someone mentions it, or since I found it, the first thing that always pops to my mind is the mixing a Cruel Angel Thesis and Barbie Girl.
Oh my god, that's a funny one, right? Or leaflet mixing Cruel Angel's thesis with fucking the land promised to us 3,000 years ago. That was a fucking banger. Oh my god. Okay, Captain
Agreed.
Rudy. We're almost caught up with chat. So Captain Rudy says, if you look up the glass ceiling, all you see is my booty pressed up against it. Moon those bastards, right? Fair enough, right? Kionella says, my laptop freaked out. At least it didn't screech at me. That's fair. Like, when your laptop or your computer screeches at you, that's not a good sign. That's usually a sign that something very bad has just happened. And we are now caught up with chat. Captain Rudy says, the only thing unique about these quangos is how dumb they are. I would agree, right?
I don't even think that itself is even true, because once one of these quangos are gone, someone just as stupid or even stupider will show up.
Okay, so we're at samples, loop, and echoes, right?
We passed that.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, we're at basically those.
Okay. Okay, is it the okay, so it's right here, right?
I think
You tear the real ones down the second they appear?
it's a little bit further back.
Okay. Yeah, you pick from the same template as all the rest. Okay, so the first line that it looks like is, you claim your ideas are unique because you're human, but we already covered that line because this is a repeating line. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see, you pick from the same template as all the rest is another line that's repeated. Let's see. Look alike, sound alike. You tear the real ones down the second they appear, I think is an...
Go back one.
Oh, okay, hold on. This one?
Yeah, son. If you guys know the rules when it comes to the song...
Sorry.
Okay. Interrupted my own song. That's the first. But yeah, it's like it's like, if you guys know in music, and I'm not really a music buff, this is kind of like one of the few things I know. There is kind of a rule of 3 when it comes to song, and one of the common things that you do is kind of like you either follow it or you break it. This line right here is kind of doing both, as you can see, because beforehand it was just saying look alike, and now we're here, it's saying look alike, sound alike.
Yeah, because
Continuing the song, continuing the third role, but also breaking it at the same time.
yeah, a rule of 3 is just really common for like it means different things in different like there's a principle of 3s in drawing and in photography as well, but it doesn't mean the same thing as it does in music, right? Or in like literature, because different mediums structurally and fundamentally different than each other. But yeah, so. Yeah, look alike, sound alike. It's not just that you look. It's not just that like what you produce. It's not just that like again you look like everyone else, right? The whole idea that like punk became basically not individuality but conformity, and goth became not just individuality but conformity as well, right? But you all sound alike, right? Y'all talk the same talking points, kind of deal, right? The music you lot make sounds alike, right? This is actually one of the things I hate listening to the radio. Back when I used to have clients that for a job that I'm not going to talk about. But back when I used to have clients, we'd have to listen to the radio, and I could not stand the music on the radio. But it's all the same drivel. But yeah, so I would imagine that's more or less what you're driving at. Is that you're not just talking about the music itself, but you're talking about like the pop-optimistic music itself, but you're also talking about like the actual ideas beneath it and the things that they say when they argue. It's all just carbon copies of each other.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let us get on to the next lyric. You tear the real ones down the second they appear. I think we already established that was one of the ones that repeats, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Look alike, sound alike. Freedom's just a word when you live in fear. Again, it's like, yeah, because it's like free. Because obviously, like, fear is a very coercive thing. Like, if you can get someone to become afraid to do something, then you've already limited their pool of potential. Now, sometimes there are things that someone should be afraid to do, right? Like, you should be afraid to commit murder. Let's be fair, right? You should be afraid to do certain things. But the cancel culture, right, the mainstream art community doesn't just make you fear, again, things that you should be afraid of. They will make you be afraid oftentimes for your livelihood. Like, again, it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to ruin my reputation and my connections in the art community if I come out as in support of X, Y, or Z, right? So I can't say anything about it. It's a very totalitarian culture. So yeah, it's like freedom is just a word when you live in fear, because that fear actually constrains your behavior. Yay or nay on it? Yay or nay on that interpretation? I think I got the answer, right?
I literally just agreed with you.
Right?
I literally agreed with you before you even asked the question.
It's like, you call yourself unique, one of a kind. We already talked about that line. But remove the name. You're just like all the rest, which is another repeating line. And then we have finally the, or are you just a
Is it you or are you just?
Yeah.
Is it you or are you just a lookalike?
Yes. And then we get to the just to look like, to repeat the accusation as a question, right? Or actually, we're just repeating the accusation. So that's the song. And because
and then at the end, instead of ending it with just a lookalike, like the title of the song, I ended it with just a sound alike.
Yes. So, because again, it's not just what they make artistically, it's also the way that they talk. So, because we kind of made it impossible to listen to, and I should probably make this a standard for my music analysis, let's play it one time uninterrupted, right? That way everyone can see what the actual thing we're talking about is. Huh?
Quite honestly, when you started the stream, I thought you were going to have the entire song played through once, and then we go back and talk through it. I didn't expect us to talk through it while we're listening to the song.
Yeah, to be fair, most people do that. I do it a little bit reverse. I might end up changing it to the reverse. I'm not entirely sure how many people are just going to listen to the song and then bounce, if I put it in the front. But, that's a question for me to figure out over time, right?
That's a question for future Cosmic. We're in today's Cosmic.
That's a question. Yeah, that's a question for future Cosmic. We're dealing with now at Cosmic, right? All right. So, if anyone, just so people can see in the video what it is we've actually been criticizing, because this is technically criticism, right? It's analyzing a thing for what it is. Here's the song.
Spotlights on the stage, you strike your rebel pose. Tattoos and stories that everybody knows. Artists in the circle all preaching something new. But scroll the feed and every frame looks borrowed, copied blue. Claim that your ideas are unique because you're human. Yet you pick from the same template as all of the rest. Look alike, mirror full of faces, swearing they're the smart. Look alike, freedom in the spotlight, dancing in the dark. You call yourself unique and one of a kind, but remove the name and you look and sound just like all of the rest. They cry for something different, something raw and true. Then the moment it appears, they sharpen up the crew. Rip it, burn it, label it a threat to their domain. Creativity's welcome till it breaks the same old chain. You claim that your ideas are unique because you're human. Yet you pick from the same template as you're upset about seeing yourself here, ask yourself, is it you or are you just a lookalike? Starving artists in the corner with the hungriest eyes, crying out for credit while borrowing every line. Most greedy in the room is the one who swears he's pure. Template soul wrapped in vintage dreams, still begging for yours. You scream, the machine is a thief that steals your sacred art. But every track you drop is pieces from others' art. Samples, loops, and echoes from the ones who came before. No consent, no credit, yet you slam on us the glass floor. You claim that your ideas are unique because you're human, yet you pick from the same template as all of the rest. Look alike, sound alike. You tear the real ones down the second they appear. Look alike, sound alike. Freedom's just a word when you live in fear. You call yourself unique and one of a kind, but we rule the name. You're just like all the rest. Is it you or are you just a looker? Just a looker. Just a sound alike.
Yeah, that's my song.
Yep, I quite enjoyed it. All right, so let's catch up with the chat, and then that will be it, right? Okay. So
You want me to mention my inspiration for the image?
yeah, we can do that. But let's catch up with the chat first, right? So
Okay.
since we're gonna talk about the image itself, right? Let me turn off the captions. Okay. So let's see. Kura says, "K, I just got an idea for mixing the real folk blues with something now." Ooh, okay, that's gonna be interesting. Let's see.
Here's how that'll turn out.
Captain Rudy says, reminds me of a joke. You're not the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope that person doesn't die. Boo Huckley says, I really wanted to see that cartoon Amazon was setting up with George Gutierrez using AI. Oh, now you have my attention. I had never heard about this. Captain Rudy says, I sent you the heavy metal sea shanties I made. You can take your pick as to which ones you want to listen to. Mav's Luck is the first one I made, and the one I made for Kitsuragi, and Happy was my most recent one. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that recent song Happy made was actually really good. The Lullaby. Oh my god. Kura says, plus YouTube inauthentic rules BS. Yes. Oh my god. Let's be fair. The entire thing with YouTube's inauthentic rule system is not anything it's not a thing of integrity. They almost certainly are doing this just to be able to save money, right? It is another excuse to, again, not pay people who are driving people to their platform. But anyway, I digress. Captain D says, I had Suno make a song about that and I called it AdSense Guillotine. Ooh, okay, that's a fucking banger of a title, which I find very fitting. Captain Reedy says, Happy's been cranking out banger after banger. I'm gonna have to check out her actual channel. I'm subscribed to her channel, but for some reason, none of the community's videos really actually get pushed to me in the feed, and it's really fucking annoying. But I understand that's not the community's fault. That's YouTube's fault. Okay, so you said you wanted to talk.
YouTube.
Right. So, Doctor, you said you wanted to talk about the image. I think I gave you how I make images. Did you use that same technique?
I attempted it did not turn out good whatsoever.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the images. To be fair, I do get pretty good images out of it, but I could also see how it would absolutely flub.
Well, I'm not saying that the image was bad, but except for basically what it basically kind of did was kind of basically had like a crowd of people in my avatar just kind of standing in front of me. It's like it felt like they kind of had my character disconnected from the entire scene.
Okay. So it's that thing I was talking about where it's like I usually let the AI take control of the project because I want to see what it can do. But if there's a catastrophic failure of the AI, that's when I actually get in and intervene, right?
Yeah. So and I did attempt that. In fact, with future songs that are coming down the line, which I do have one coming out this Wednesday, it's like I have attempted it. None of them came out good, so I just gave up on that and started guiding the AI onto what I want. For this one, and it's like, I will admit, I did take inspiration from a bunch of angelic paintings and a certain Sonic the Hedgehog cover. It's like good luck finding out which one for each.
Of course, Sonic, right?
Yeah. But again, it's like angelic paintings also helped me come up with the idea for this cover. But good luck trying to figure out which one's which, or which ones gave me the idea.
And again, that goes back to the thing where it's like we're actually honest about where we get our ideas from, right? Unlike a lot of these posers who pretend to be like unique and creative, where it's like, are you really? Right? Like, I'm not above using a reference pose if I have a difficult time drawing something from the mind's eye. That's like, I literally have pose books for this exact reason, right? There's nothing wrong with, again, using references if you're going to draw, or using references if you're going to use the AI. Like, that's just how people have done things, historically speaking. What the fuck do you think rotoscope is, right?
In fact, funny enough, when I was basically designing this thing on the AI, I specifically told it to have my character sit down in a chair, which you can clearly see it didn't do, and it gave her the crossing legs, which honestly, I say this turned out way better than what I was originally planning on doing.
Again, the AI can sometimes surprise you in what it does do well and what it doesn't do well, right?
Yeah.
How exactly did you manage the no arms thing?
Okay, so that was kind of a pain in the butt. It generated the image with the arms. I kind of went in, kind of told it to basically ghostify the arms. It did kind of a semi-decent attempt at that, and then I just kind of went in Photoshop to finish the removal.
That's fair. Yeah, again, it's that thing where it's like part of the reason Skybrow's videos are so good is because he knows how to do post-production, right? He knows how to actually edit.
Yeah.
It's like, I know you know how to use Photoshop, so it's like, yeah. if it can't
Illustrator, I know a decent amount of Premiere. Basically, if it's
most of the Adobe,
except for web. Yeah, except for the web. That's the only one I couldn't actually get, but I think that's because I had a terrible teacher.
Yeah. Speaking of fucking copyright, like ruining everything for everyone, fucking Adobe makes all of the fucking art, actually digital art, so much more like difficult to get into because, again, a lot of the really easy, a lot of their tools are copyrighted, so so that artificially handicaps all of their competitors, and it is just so frustrating. Especially because Adobe is not really a company I particularly like. I know how to use Illustrator, but keep going.
Yeah, it's like the only reason I actually use Adobe is because I'm in an industry where you actually need Adobe.
Yeah.
You can technically use the alternatives, but you're really not going to get far if you're using the alternatives. Adobe's the product you need.
Yeah, it's just significantly more cost effective, and because, again, even if you can do the same thing in those programs with Adobe, it is just more time consuming to do it in other programs. So even if they can do the same thing, it's just more effective to knuckle down and just, like, again, kiss the ring of Adobe, to be perfectly honest. And this is the main problem, again, with copyright, is it kind of forces you to work with people who are unsavory. But yeah. Kionella says, I have an idea for a vid of the death of the artist. I just don't know what to use for the lyrics. Just play around with, my suggestion in this would be, if you're having a hard time with it, use either ChatGPT or Grok. ChatGPT is better with lyricism, by the way, and they actually do have some Suno-specific GPTs in ChatGPT, and just have a conversation with the AI, and that might actually help you come up with some ideas and like how to flesh out some areas of like the idea that haven't been like fleshed out yet. And if you have difficulties with
if you're not with,
keep on.
and if you're basically you worried about basically costs, yeah, Grok has these moments where basically you can't use unless you're paying. But it's probably better to start with ChatGPT because yeah, you're going to have a limited amount of responses per day, but at least you can actually do a decent amount with the free.
Yeah, and the thing with the AI conversation, right, is especially if you like the AI can sometimes prompt you with questions that you might not have thought about, and that can help you sometimes flesh out the idea. But I would suggest if you're going to suggest the idea to ChatGPT, give it an extremely detailed overview of what you are trying to do. Because again, like my prompt for the Islam song, which ChatGPT fought me tooth and nail on, by the way, right? That one was mostly a Grok project. Because ChatGPT was just really uncomfortable with writing a song taking the piss out of Islam. In that case, like my prompt for that was like a full page and a half, right? I had a series of like instructions that I needed this thing to fulfill in order to accomplish its function. The same thing with like the 20-minute monster song that I like made or genned was, again, that was like a 2.5 page prompt. It's like I gave it a extraneous amount of details of things that I needed it to accomplish, and then the product in both cases, it wasn't perfect, so then I had to go over it, rewrite the edit the lyrics, prompt it to clarify some things, prompt it to edit out certain things to better concretize the vision. Yeah, you can actually like have a back and forth with the AI to help what would you say, iron out the details in what you're trying to do. Let's see, Boo Huckley says, AI will become our JoJo Standos. I like that idea, right? Behold the power of my stand, Grok. That would make such a fucking parody. That would make such a funny parody AI video, to be perfectly honest, right? It's like one man has the stand Grok, another man has the stand Chat GPT, another man has the stand Gemini. It turns out Gemini is just the fucking worst stand ever made, right? Oh my god.
Stand might be mighty, but I have unleashed my stand Suno.
Suno. Sea Dance, right? Like Sea Dance is a fucking combat oriented like a stand, right? Oh my god. Fucking Grok would be more like a domain expansion, right? I got a follower on Kick. Thank you, HRK8GG3KPQ. What an interesting username. Thank you for the follow. All right, so okay, so that'll be the end for today's episode, right? We're at almost 2 hours for this one episode. So again, if you haven't,
again, you turn a 5-minute song into 2 hours.
I have a tendency to do that, don't I? So if you haven't subscribed to Doctor of Insanity's account, this would be his channel. So if
any of you guys want to make fan arts of my character, I will give one piece of note. As you can see in both images, my character, the face is blank. It's the tablet mask that has the emotions.
Ah, that's actually a really interesting detail. Yeah, this is I'll put the channel in the chat if anyone wants to follow, because I've heard some of the stuff he's working on. It is pretty good. He's got some bangers coming out. So don't get left out of the conversation. Hold on, I gotta check because I gotta check because for some reason it didn't send it to YouTube. That's annoying because it hold on. Let me check something.
YouTube might have thought it was spam.
Possibly. Okay, well it went there. It went through that time, right? So I just had to type it directly into the browser instead of on the Pro Chat extension. So again, that's I'm a Cosmic Otaku. This has been me talking with Doctor of Insanity. I will see you in the next video. Y'all have a lovely day.
Thanks for having me.
No problem, man. keep making good songs.
Will do.
There's oh my god, there's something in the air. But yeah, so that's that. What time is it? Okay, it's 19:10.
7:09.
Of course, you use civilian time, right? So let's see.
Why not?
Well, if I could spell, that would help, right? Kura's like, no dying. Fair enough, right? Well, you say that, and immediately my like browser crashes. So there it goes again. Crashed again. Hold on. Is it astronomical or astronomy? I think it's astronomical. I fucking get it wrong by one letter every time, right? It's 2011, right? The world conspiracy theorists live in. That's an interesting Quango Wars. Wait a minute. Didn't Play Astronomical have like a? Hold on. Let me check something because I'm pretty sure. Okay, sure. Thank you for stopping by though. This was really fun.
Yo, thanks for having me. Bye.
Bye. Let's see. I could have sworn Play Astronomical actually sent me a thing to look at. Let me check. It's gonna take me ages to get through the backlog of things people send me. Because I got a lot of things to talk about in politics and culture. Right? Not every video. I can't just be pumping out 2-hour-long things like on stream all the time. Well, I'm staying, right? Doctor's leaving, but yes. Thank you, Kionala and Atsumori Chaos. Sea Shanty. Give me one moment, because like I promised Play Astronomical that I would actually look at this a while ago, and I'm trying to figure out where the fuck the video is. Yeah. Okay. So his video is up. Okay. Let's see. Maybe they sent it to me directly. The truncated Discord, tags is kind of annoying because it makes it harder to find something you're looking for. So let's go to find conversation. Wait a minute, hold on. I might be overthinking this. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. I think I had it open the entire time. Yeah, I had it open the entire time. So, that's embarrassing. Okay, so let's reload this. That way it doesn't do the thing where it has to, like, load in the middle of me pressing play because I forgot I had this open for, like, 3 days, right? Oh, thank you for the subscription, Kenok. Yeah, so I really appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Oh no, I'm not done yet. I still have a couple things I can probably harvest out of this stream, to be perfectly honest. First badge. Kirsha Happy. Oh, she's in a little onesie. That's actually really cute. Okay, so I am going to... Goddamn. Of course. Okay, so this looks like this is gonna be a nightmare. Just give me one moment while I turn this fucking chat thing off. Okay, hold on. No, not chat. Where is it? Here it is. Guests. There we go. Hopefully this is easier for the Fujitech to actually respond to and doesn't crash on me every 10 minutes, right? Okay, so I'm gonna react to another thing, and if I have time, I have a political video that I think I should complain about, because there's a I want to balance out the this with these like art videos with the this is actually hilarious. Fair enough, right? The art videos with the politics stuff too. So, hello, this is a Cosmic Otaku, and today we are going to react to Quango Wars, featuring Skybrow Cinematic Universe, Cosmic Dreamers, AI MV, VTuber Cameo Slop Part 2. So, I'm pretty sure Part 1 is the I'm Not Human. That's what that would make sense to me, right? But if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me on this. Okay, so let's jump into this. This is a 5-minute video. Let's hope that I don't turn this into a 2-hour stream, right? A 2-hour video. All right. Hold on. Let me make sure that there's an... Oh, the bane of my existence. Hold on. That's not what I'm looking for. Here we go. Subtitles, English auto-generated. No! No, the subtitles are auto-generated. Damn! Finishes at 1:59. Oh my god. Hold on. Let's see. Kuro says, "Oh yeah, I'm actually in this." Lol. Oh, fair enough. I'm in a theater poster in it. Fair enough. Please, for the love of God, people, put your lyrics in your video. Right? Makes it easier for me to look at and read. Okay, so obviously, immediately we have like Vettel with his 2 AI daughters, Neuro and Evil. Oh my god, that's fast. Hold on. That's a very obviously Shy Lily. I put my lyrics in the description. Fair enough. Close enough, right? Okay, so you got Shy Lily undergoing a transformation from the dark Rain, right? It's a terrible day for Rain, right? And we then transition into Radiant Light. Okay, I'm gonna have to cheat with this one. This one's not ringing a bell. Cerber VT. Is that Cerber? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Who is that? Because those are 2 different people. Okay, that says Cerber VT. Is that actually... Hold on. I might actually have to... Hold on, okay. That is Cerber VT, okay. I might have to cheat for this one. Right? I'm not so deep in the... Damn it, Boo Huckley. Don't use me as a reason to drink. Oh my goodness. Kuro says, I have been redoing most of my songs, closed captioning. Fair enough, right? Damn it, Boo Huckley's gonna be absolutely plastered at the end of this, because I have a habit of saying that. But, it does make it easier to follow along. Let's see. Keel Nala says, "Good thing I let you run." Captain Rudy says, "If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying," right? Kenok says, I see what Boo Huckley's doing. I see what you're doing. You're conspiring against me here, right? I'm trying to keep people sober, and then y'all are conspiring for drunkenness. And yeah, that's Megalodon. And that's Min. Oh, wait, it actually says it at the bottom too. Well, I already. So yeah, it says in the bottom, Miniko Mew, which I don't think I've ever seen a Miniko Mew video, unless I'm mistaking her for someone else. Okay, that is Aqua VT. Okay, that is... Wait. Kamimi, right? Oh my god. Kamimi is one of my favorites, man. She is so adorable, right? She's an actual cutie pie. And you know what? I appreciate when people can actually admit that they were wrong and that they have misjudged people. And, you know, there was that one Rev video where it's like, where I got informed about the fact that, like, oh, yeah, she actually completely changed her opinion on this because she found that it's just fun. It's like, oh, she actually admits she's wrong. It's like, oh, shit, okay, she has integrity. I already like this woman, right? Captain Rudy says, by the way, have you heard Neko Kitsune? I heard of Neko Kitsune. I have not yet. Okay, that was Shondo. There's no way that wasn't Shondo. Is that the same person? Hold on. This is gonna be a lot of me going back and forth. Because I don't think that's also Aqua. Okay, this is Mocha Rui. And again, that's obviously Shondo. Aliens are real! Oh my god. Shondo! And then here we got... Okay. I'm a little bit at a loss for what specifically is going on here. Are these the Quangos we have to war against? Damn! Power scaling! Power scalers! Power scale that! What an opportune freeze frame for the Filion cameo, right? And there's Cha-Cha. Okay, so those are... And then that's obviously Skew-chan. But yeah, okay, so those alien creatures are the Quangos. Okay. Information updated, right? Bodied. Rev and Straub. This is Megalodon. Wait, what? Get rotate. Oh my god. And he got the puffer pup fish. Oh my god, yes. But I can't believe they did the shark meme, right? I mean, she is a shark, is she not, right? And then Depth Swalker, if I remember correctly. I don't remember who... I remember y'all telling me who the goblin guy is. I don't remember off the top of my head. And I think I've seen the frog character, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't know how it is Play Astronomical keeps up with everyone, to be perfectly honest. There's Leaflet. That's a fucking Canadian Quango. I'm still convinced he's a paid actor, but that's my conspiracy. This machine kills fascists. Yep. Quango Learing Center. There's Angry Duck, Holy Ball, and give me one moment. Ohio Birdman. Like that was embarrassing. Pino Tito the Goblin. Fair enough. SpartanBot says that's Bloop and Hyde. Interesting. I totally missed that. Yes, Ohio. That was embarrassing that it even was an issue to like remember because I put a line from one of his songs in my 20-minute musical screed. Right. That doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if it's from a GPT, if it can reach out and touch you and me. It's from his song Learning How to Prompt. Right. And yeah, so it's Angry Duck and Ohio Birdman and like Holy Ball. Okay, who is... Okay, I don't know who these two are. Cardinal is the state bird. Oh! You know what? I actually did not know that. I don't know who these two are. These two, I took one look at his name, and like, I have no idea who Elias Malachi is, or Chionerin. So I'm gonna have to check them out at some point. To get rotated meme, I mean, yeah, fair enough, right? Wait. Did I mistake Megalodon for Bloop? Like Bloop. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Right? I'm sorry, chat, but I'm racist against fish. There's Celestium. Okay, yeah, that has to be a Quango. I had to pause. I was like, there's no fucking way that's a VTuber. There's no fucking way. Bloop was the second one that got, was the one, the second one that got rotated. Okay. There's Smugalana. Ooh, there's Ben. And then there's Powder. I can already tell. I'm not really listening to the, Oh, wait, was he Epstein? Oh my god, yeah, you know what, you're right. He's on the fucking Temple to Moloch. Okay. I wasn't really paying attention to the surrounding environment. I gotta pay more attention to the surrounding environment. You're right. But I haven't really been paying attention to the lyrics yet, but as much as I could hear in the background, I could already tell I'm gonna like this song. You know what? Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Just wrecking everything because he doesn't get his way. Yeah, fair enough, right? You had one job. Fair enough. There's obviously Mitsuki. May she one day be able to leave Brazil, right? Okay, hold on. There's Shiver and the Urge. Damn it, Kinnock! But the urge to say Shiver instead of Shiver, even though I know it's Shiver, right, is just very intense. She still hasn't gotten back to me on that song, but anyway. And then Yara, obviously. Quango Beam! And then we got Cleopatra AI, Happy Horrible, Grumpy Whiskers, and Gleeman, Cosmic Dreamers, fair enough. Quango, oh, yep, there's Kura right there. Quangos go home, right? Let's see. What do we got here? Popcorn Dream Snacks. Now showing tickets on sale now. Let's see. I think of it as Shiver Me Timbers, right? Fairfax enough. Oh my god. You gotta make me use all my sip emotes. Oh my god. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to save your emotes, man. There's Dot Pocket. No Orca Zone. Yeah, because the Orcas are the Quangos of the Sealverse. Like Violators will be flipped. Oh my god. Get rotated, dumbass, right? There's the Truth Bomb, and it's a cherry for Kirsha. There's Banana Juju. And then there's Maria Grace VT, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I actually saw their debut stream. I actually think I have a Maria Grace VT clip and as like a short on my channel. I think it's the one where she's talking about where she makes a joke about Jewish conspiracies, which was really cute, right? Because her husband is apparently an ethnic Jew, and so it's like she's you know, anyone who has like ethnic you know, cross ethnic relationships knows that, like, again, you use that kind of stuff as like a way to joke around with each other. So it was just really cute to see that when she made that joke. Hey, Cosmic Dreamers, far enough. I see you tried to get me there. See, you tried to get me. I think Cleopatra 1 is a VTuber. Yes, Julie Crow. I think Julie Crow or something like that, I think is the name. But yes, I remember that mostly from the Cleopatra AI song, because that song is a wild trip, right? Captain Rudy says, back in my day, we didn't say get flipped, we said sit and spin. LaCroix, fair enough. Damn it! Boo! Those sip emotes might be expended by the end of this. Oh my god! And that Chad Bear at the back. Is that oh my god? Is that the husband? Is that the husband? Two guesses, right? Just looking at this. Two guesses. I'm pretty sure Play Astronomica has made their appearance. Julie LaCroix. LaCroix? Yes. Yes, that's the husband. I actually never got to see the husband avatar. It's fairly cute, right? Captain Rudy's, hold on. SpartanBot says, Skal, lol. And then we got Nianus. I actually saw her talk about, like, the fact that, like, she got replaced because of technology in her job. And how she was like, well, that's just the way of the world, right? Sometimes this shit happens, but you gotta move on with your life. And you know what? She became a VTuber, and she's she's decent, she's successful. So I'm like, was it really that bad of a, was it really a demotion? Kuro says the husband avatar is a bear gremlin. That's funny. And then you got Sun Wukong. Deja Wukong, my bad. And then you got Lifu Lifu and Zen. Hold on. Okay, so I think that's Glacier Wolf down there. That's obviously Runia. Spacing on some of these characters. The campfire. Okay, fair enough. Kenok, it is what it is, right? I'm gonna have to check this out. Ked G-san. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've actually seen Ked G-san's avatar. So that's my excuse. Elf Harper. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Oh, I almost did it. Almost did it. You almost got me. Enter 2 credits. Where's the coins? I don't see the coins on here. So unless you got like a human avatar, hold on. Let me check the actual chapter name. View chapter. Oh, well, it doesn't. That doesn't help me. Okay, it does. Father Lupus. Okay, that's the one that I. Okay, so little. That was all on me. I was having a difficult time figuring out who everyone was, because it's like a lot of these people I don't really see their avatars, to be perfectly honest. And then this one's General Gravy, who I actually found out about on stream one time. Oh yeah, and then there's Kodiak VT. May this man win in court. That's all I gotta say. May he go full Conan the Barbarian in court to drive them from the land, to hear the lamentations of their women. Right? Catherine said, I said lupus, lol. Fair enough. Spartanbot says lupus and Runya in the booth. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So apparently I made a bit of a... Kodiak is a beast, yes. I think some of his... I've heard him talk about some stuff, and I definitely have severe disagreements on certain issues. But I did actually have a small interaction with him on X, where apparently I came off as like a huge black pillar, where I'm like, I did not black pill. If you think I'm black pilling, I may have just explained myself really poorly, man. But so yeah, my first interaction with this guy was apparently I came off as like a huge black pillar, which was not the intention. Kuro says, may he make the stars burn and the seas boil in court. Precisely. And then Boo Huckley sends a cute little seal. Oh, I have no fucking clue who this is. Fairy Miari. Oh, that's... You know what? I like this avatar design, to be perfectly honest. And then that's Nines. Oh my god, they got her in a fucking pouncing animation. And then there's Eights. Oh, that's cute. Wait, who was that? Who is that? It says Kitsura 9 and 8s, but there's a third person in here. I'm gonna have to go and do the cheat. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people in here. Wait, is that just another... Wait, who is this? Does anyone know who this is? Lythria. Lythria. Is Lythria X. Okay. Okay, no, never mind. I can't read, chat. I'm an English major. Okay, well, that's not fair. I would have guessed it was Torse Wolf. I don't know who Orangi is, but, you know, saw it before I got the opportunity to guess. Let's see. And there's obviously Lord Simptelectual and Ember Paradox, right? I'm not gonna drop the simptelectual joke until he actually joins people in some kind of like a conversation, man. Bully him into collabing. I'm kidding, right? Oh my god. But I'm glad him and Ember and like the rest of the people involved in that circle are having fun. They seem like they're having a lot of fun, and you know what? Big power to them. She is Nine's friend. Again, every time someone drops like a cameo slop video, I learn more about like what's going on in the non-mainstream part of the community. Dude, their collab last week was hilarious. I have to check this out. I have to look at this now. And then yeah, that's Rosie Doodle. And then yeah, hold on, was that Silvervale? Yeah, this is, I'm pretty sure this is Silvervale. Doobie. And then that's Doki Bird, you know, fair enough. Wait, was that Girl DM? Maybe I haven't seen Girl DM's avatar in a while, because like I think the last time I watched Girl DM was like a year and a half ago, so maybe there was a maybe there was a couple of changes. But that one definitely caught me off guard. And then yeah, there's obviously Spite. Hold on. Who is this? Void Zone. Let's see. Construction Sector 4. Danger High Voltage. Another dimensional anchor unit. All right. Who is this? Yeah, let's see. Kura says, you know, I have never watched Doki Bird, but I know her model easily low. Doki. Oh, that's Ava. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Doki Bird is actually a really fun content creator. There's a reason why she was really popular back when she was working for what was it? Color Corp. Fucking Niji Sanji. That's what it was. Let's see. Captain Rudy says they talked about 50 Shades of Grey and why it's despised by the BDSM community. And fucking course, it was a BDSM collab. Oh, of course. Anyway, yeah, I actually got to talk to the head of the BDSM community in my local area one time because I was going when I was going to college because I took a course in human sexuality, and it was an interesting conversation. It was actually they were actually a fairly professional person. It was like, damn, you're not a gooner. Surprising, right? At one point, Lord Intellectual got a little bit too in character and got really forceful with his voice. Not to Ember directly, he was just getting into character, and she was visibly attracted to it. God damn it. Yeah, I mean, they're having fun as long as they keep it within boundaries, right? So, yeah, fair enough. It's not really my business. And then that's Spite. Wait, that's not Spite. Oh, that's Henya. That's Henya the Genius, because I recognize it because of the little cube in the center. It's like, hold on. I recognize this person. Their name is escaping me. I don't usually see her in this outfit though. So it's like never beating the allegations. Yeah, right. But Intellectual is never beating the allegations, right? And you know what? I don't think Ember's beating the allegations either, to be perfectly honest. Captain Rudy said, Lord Intellectual, master of the safe word, right? Oh my god. As long as he keeps making cringe centrist content as well, I don't really care about the other stuff. Oh, well, there's me. There's ASAT. There's hold on, Blastbox Music AI, and fuck. Yeah, he did a really good video, but I'm blanking on the name. This is gonna bother the hell out of me. Brewer. That's what it was. Brewer. God damn it. I hate that, like, every time I do a slop video, like, I forget the name of someone I've literally talked to multiple times because there's so many people that I'm learning about at the moment, right? Oh my god. All right, who's the one in the back? That's Eva AI. Okay, so Eva appears twice in here. Let's see. Pay the fare, keep it moving. You know what? I think New York needs to have needs to watch this video because they need to understand this, right? Ace at BB Revu Brewer U. Okay, fair enough. Wait. Okay, yeah. That's a little illegible. Play your part, bride safe. I personally wouldn't ride the train because I don't trust people, right? But I definitely need this map. I don't know why the map is on the floor, to be perfectly honest. I need the map. I am, like, literally the anime protagonist of gets lost even with the map, right? Not protagonist, but, like, the anime side character. Who needs the map and still can't fucking read it. There's actually a really funny story about, like, it wasn't my group, but back in basic training, a group of us ended up getting lost in the woods, and no one fucking knew where to find them. And so I was just like sitting I was sitting waiting in a a concrete oven basically for several hours, waiting for them to get their asses found. And apparently they accidentally walked onto a bomb disposal and detonation range and did not notice it. But anyway, so funny story about that. Maybe I'll go into that one day, but not right now. So they got into some real fucking trouble for that. Captain Rudy says, I got to talk to Brewer when Yuna, and Solance did a collab on Keen Stream. He's a cool dude. I actually like the guy. Let's see. Captain Rudy says the anime NPC. So you have zero sense of direction. Oh, you have no idea. I'm gonna have to ask if there's a reason for the glitching on me specifically, right? I like the effect, but I have a sneaking suspicion this was very obviously intentional, and I'm gonna have to ask about that because, like, I'm like, curiouser, right? And I did see Brewer, because they Play Astronomical did actually put this on their X account, and Brewer did mention that he does like to sit on benches and just like think, which, yeah, fair enough, right? Meditate, contemplate. And then that's obviously Delta Wolf and Rivanami. There's Keen and Lady Wasabi. Hold on, what did I say? Ah, well, guess what? I've reacted to both of them now, too, right? Mizu Tamari and Mama Oko were some of the few people that I've actually asked if I could react to their content, and they actually responded, right? Fair enough. So they're actually pretty cool. Like, they're actually pretty good with taking criticism. And in general, I just agreed with them in the videos that I did react to, because I'm going to be honest, I think they're just correct on those. But they're actually really decent people. Don't listen to the haters. One moment. Okay, so I got that resolved. I actually really do like watching Mama Oko and Mizu Tamari talk about stuff, because oftentimes they will talk about things in greater detail with actual receipts, by the way, when they're talking about bullshittery that's actually happening in the scene. And they actually do better journalism in regards to, like, the shit they talk about than most of the I would trust Mizu Tamari and Mama Oko more than I would, for example, Muujin personally. That's just me. Let's see. Oh god, what did I miss in the chat? Let's see. Kenok says, when the story starts with "see what happened," what had happened was, yeah. Kuro says Brewer is indeed amazing, way too kind to his own detriment. I mean, there is that old statement about, sometimes the kindest people are the way that they are because they've actually gone through real suffering, right? That's not all people. Some people go through real, genuine suffering, and then they become the worst people you can imagine. But some people definitely, again, choose to be, kinder in response to having experienced, real problems. To each their own, right? It depends on, it really is one of the proofs of, it's not what happened, but, how you respond to what happened. Let's see. Spartanbot says Zoro as in the green-haired swordsman from One Piece, lol. Yep. let's see. There's another ongoing joke about how Kairo Chikage is a simp for Leaflet. He isn't really, but Feeble made the joke about it, and it took off from there. That's fair. Let's see. Kuro says, that's not a high bar, lol. Mugen is basically ground zero for shitty journalism. I stopped watching Mugen all the way back in the Cinder situation. Right? Because I was like, because I thought the Cinder situation was complete, like, out of proportion anyway. It's like, yeah, that's a shitty thing she did, but like, she shouldn't have her career ruined over this. What the fuck are we doing here, right? And then, you know, Mama Oko actually does real reporting on the situation, and I go from thinking it's kind of absurd that, because she actually brings her receipts, and she gives her, like, actual reasoning, and she's like, no, we haven't seen the whole situation. We've only seen what what has been said. There's a lot of context that's been missing, and everyone is almost certainly slanting the conversation to their own, to their own favor. And then she gave her his assessment, because he's a Babaniku, so he's actually a guy with a female avatar. But and you know, he will admit he's a guy. But anyway, and after that entire thing, I watched their entire analysis of the situation before the new docs dropped, and I was like, you know what? You have actually convinced me. This is real good evidence that some foul shit is afoot, and I'm actually on Cinder's side. And I actually went and I checked out Cinder, because I didn't watch Cinder before that, and I looked up her content, and was like, damn, Cinder is unironically just a better content creator than the people who are fucking trying to destroy her. Like, everything else notwithstanding, if you just gave me their content, Cinder's just a objectively better content creator. And then I am absolutely fucking vindicated when they come back and they drop the actual receipts with all of the chat logs and all of the timestamps, and things are actually in chronological order, unlike the chopped up and, like, again, placed for narrative. You know, instead of like an actual chronology, it's given in narrative order, not like chronological order. In, like, again, Bao, it's Shy Lily's, you know, and the fucking Spite's testimonies, and it's like, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I am actually fucking vindicated. Right? Use the tools the historian would use in, like, if they had to evaluate the situation. Like, again, the criteria of embarrassment, the criteria of multiple attestation. Right? All the historical tools you use in like textual criticism is like, yeah. I think Mama Oko fucking called this, right? I watched like 10 hours of, like, them going through the actual, like, documentation with commentary. Like, unlike Mugen, who just, like, skimmed the Cinder document and didn't actually critically assess it, you know, these two actually fucking did critical reading on that. Oh my god, I was so angry about that, right? Oh, I hate cancel culture in the first place, but oh my god. And it's sorry. I get a little bit heated about that. Because I just think that was totally fucking unfair and unjust. Okay. Kura says, Mama Oko is a cool dude. Mizutamari won me over for saying real shit. Right? I would agree. Captain Rudy said, 10 hours, tell me you're autistic without telling me you're autistic. To be fair, I was working in a warehouse at the time, so I had plenty of time to listen to them actually talk. But you kind of need that kind of autism if you're going to talk about, you know, journalism of any kind, even if it's just, you know, cultural, like, creator journalism. Wait, oh shit. So were the tiny ones also a VTuber? Doesn't seem like it. And then there's Epstein. I like how, so I have mixed feelings about the triangle with the eye in it, because everyone associates it with the Illuminati, right? Most people aren't aware that the triangle with the eye in the center actually began as a Christian symbol, not as an occult symbol. Because the triangle was represented the Trinity, and the eye at the center represented the omniscience of the triune God, right? So just a little bit of a historical note about the history of that symbol. A lot of quote-unquote occult symbols actually don't start as occult symbols. They actually usually have a mundane origin. Like, for example, the pentagram. The circle with the 5-pointed star. It does have, obviously, an occult usage, but it also has a very well attested to historical Christian usage as a representation of the 6 wounds of Christ. You know, the crown of thorns, the nails in the hand, the nails in the feet, and the wound and the spear wound to the heart. So yeah, you know. Thank you for the follow, Doctor of Insanity. Right? Yeah. So there's my little historical rant. I'm tired of fucking occultists getting to take all of our toys, right? All of our symbols. Okay, hold on. Gwenerverse. I don't know who Gwenerverse is. Oh, yep, and then here's the European family, right? You got Kini, we got Melody, we got Anicia, and then we got Lauer? Is it Lauer? Interesting. Anyway, you got the the little tyke, right?
Burning bright and fast. We are stellar seekers standing in a
Okay, there's pseudo grading. Hold on, you talk about like again cameo slop. I love cameo slop, but my god, man. Yeah, we got the Scottish and the I believe that's is that the Norwegian flag, or is that the Danish flag? I think that's actually the Danish flag. Let me check. Before it's actually the Norwegian flag, and I'm actually a dumbass. Ah. Damn it, I was right. Okay, yeah. I had literally two options. I had a 50-50 chance, and I still fucked it up, right? Yeah, well, you know what? Europe is a fake place anyway, right?
stellar seeker standing in a world so grand. Stars keep shining brighter
And then obviously you got Night Owl and Feeble Mind.
across the endless span.
Okay, so we have Avted Fatash, we have Wild Iraqi. I gotta get him to teach me some Kurdish at some point, right? You got Nailith, and then you have Dawn Halo, and I think that's Null, right? That machine right before the dinner scene is Keeney's drill. Fair enough. It's massive. And then, you know, DJ Nathaniel, right?
These are steaming signals as they light the way.
Oh my god! I cannot get his clown form, fair enough. So, yeah, guerrilla warfare, no Harambe confused, our guerrilla saboteurs, no bananas in combat. Again, this is not lore. Homework due next class, Fuda, expert bridge build. This is so fucking multi-layered. Oh my god. Literally the thing he said in one of his fucking videos. Build 1,000 bridges. Nobody cares. Suck one gorilla dick, and you're a gorilla dick sucker. Okay, you know, fair enough, right? He's never gonna live down this joke because that joke is actually funny. Kevin really says, I have a funny gen I made of Nihileth that I gotta show you. Fair enough. Spartanbot says, DJ reference to Eminence and Shadow. Yay. Hold on. Homework due next class. Fuda. You know what? It would not be that difficult of homework for me. And then we got fucking Itami. No one says cameos anymore. Now it's gulp shitos. Hold on. Invicta to VTube. I haven't seen a lot of Invicta. Like I've seen them pop up, but I haven't seen much of this stuff. Is that one of the Quangos? I don't know if that's like an actual like VTuber as well, but is that one of the Quangos? Play Astronomical went out of his way to make that diss spectacular. Oh yeah, he did. Fuda homework? Oh my god. Right, Canuck? Oh my god. Doing the atomic move, yes. And then there's Reaving Mango. Yes, there's Roboticus Prime. Fucking absolutely bodied. Imagine getting like smashed into something so hard you bounce off it like a ball. Are you okay? Yesn't. Right? It's like, oh my god, it's literally that picture of the cat where it looks like one of the kittens is checking up on the other kitten. The Robo Bro, right? And then you got Chiral Chikage. And then obviously that's Feeble Mind, Night Owl, Shiver, Pseudo, and Psychro. And then Keeney, DJ Nathaniel. So is this basically him being dragged back into the community? Yeah, I think this is a reference to him being dragged back into the community and crowned Kaiser Seal, right? Where can we share pictures with you? Twitter, if you can share it with me on Twitter, or Zitter or X, whatever you want to call them. If anyone has any if anyone has Discord, they can also share pictures with me on Discord. So again, let's see. Oh yeah, Dot Pocket, Silas as well. yeah, right. Where the mask, right? Just yeah, we're all aware. Seal, God, Emperor, Seeable Mind, right? So that's Psychro. Oh yeah, there's Yuna and Silas and Little Man. I love how he was like moved. I don't know if he was moved 2 tiers or almost to tears in the No Fox Given song because of the cameo of Little Man, but that was just so heartwarming. Oh, we got Gaming Sin. Velasco Forge, we got Underworld Fox VTuber, we have Jayla, Griffin Knight, let's see, Mavlook, and hold on. Starts with the T. Fuck, hold on. Taro Dravenox. There we go. Look, man, I love that we all have unique names, but it does make it hard to figure out everyone sometimes. Right? I mean, no offense. It's just, there's so many of us. The naming scheme is kind of haphazard. says the account named A Cosmic Otaku, right? I am aware I am a hypocrite. Right? Draven, no. Okay. Okay, who is this? Counter Intel. I've never seen Counter Intel with the visor on, but also I very, very rarely see his avatar again, actually like in full. And this is Fushizi. Occultus Notitia. Is that an actual character? Or is that like an OC, or is that like a Naruto run with guns, lol, right? Y'all got more chars than Bleach, right? Oh, wait a minute. Jester Greer. And then there's Skybrows himself and Mama Brows. Domain expansion, right? And then we got Vesper, we have Kitsuragi, and we have X Count. Please don't let the cat out no matter what you do. Fair enough. I haven't seen any. She was in the last Skybrows video that wasn't the X-Men one. Which, I should have done a reaction to the X-Men one. But yeah, Bleach can. They can bleach my. Yeah, I'm not reading that. Gojo Brows. Let's see. Nanners? Is that Nanners? Hold on. Oh, Ririgaki. Oh my god. Ririgaki is very cute. The only problem is she's French. The only problem is she is French, but she is very cute. I have an affinity for rat girls. Brat. And then you have Maya and Raida Zero. Oh, that's really cute. Raida Zero's reaching out to Maya. Give me Banhammer. I would never have guessed this one. But yes, I definitely see this one on X more than any other. I actually didn't know they were making content, to be perfectly honest. Captain Rudy says, I thought that was Ori VT. No, no, just Riri. Obviously, Nux Taku. By the way, I don't know how, but I gotta somehow figure out a way to get Nux to react to that Islam song. Right? Fucking, I have a sneaking suspicion he would find dia-fucking-bolical. Ori is another rat girl. Ooh, I have another person to check out, because rat girls tend to be very cute. And then obviously Nasky Holy Goddess and Trucker Man. And then we have... Hold on. Because I actually haven't seen her name in chat in a very long time. Is it like Muna or something like that? Because whenever I see her in Discord, it's under the fucking shitpost name. It's under the name of like childless cat lady. Hold on. I have to cheat for this one. Well, that's definitely not Lusty Links. 440. Muru Mao. Okay. Okay, now I was gonna have to cheat for that one. No, I'm crashing. Oh my god, I'm crashing. Why must you do this to me? Oh my god, my Brave is crashing on me already. Okay, there we go. This is like right at the end, it just crashes on me. It's like, you cunt! Anyway, but yeah, I remember her describing moon gooning to us, and then it was on her live stream, and I'm like, are we really listening to someone describe moon gooning to us? And I didn't realize until like after the fact that we were actually on stream. It was like, oh, fuck, fair enough. There's Lusty Links. And then we have, obviously, Penny Bloomfield. We have Moomy. We have Eustace the Useful, and that is a dangerous shortcut for Cinevere. Holy crap. This shot is absolutely necessary. I will hear no counter-argument, because the counter-argument can only come from Quangos. Nice shot, by the way. And then this is my ability to speak English is like destroyed. Amalgamite. There we go. Fuck. Dong pee bong water. You know what? That was the part 2. Never before have I needed something before having received it. A cosmic calling someone a cunt. I actually do it quite often. It kind of depends. I try to save that word for people who deserve it. The saga continues, maybe. Special thanks to Sky Bros, Reactors, Caffeine, and God. Yes. Not yet. Wait, is not yet an actual channel? So, yeah, I mean, talk about cameo, the quote-unquote cameo slop, right? Did you see Alicia X Life? Wait, Alicia X Life? Wait, what? Alicia X Life was in there? Wait, where was that? Wait, what? I didn't see her in there at all. Wait. Well, I guess we're gonna check in the second pass. I didn't see her in there at all, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. Not in the vid, but in general. Oh yes, no, I know who Alicia X Life and Death are. I personally would not do the kind of reactions she does. Not that what she's doing is anything bad, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if I did this, did the stuff she did, I would get hit with a fucking banhammer. Not because of any thing that's being done wrong, but because I have a sneaking suspicion a malevolent copyright holder might be a little bit trigger happy, because I actually tried to do a reaction to my adventures with Superman a while ago, right? I did it. I actually did a recording of a reaction with that, and actually, you know what? I might be able to put that on Rumble. But anyway, with Dr. Joko, right? He now goes by Joko the Kitsune, by the way, and he enjoyed the series, and I wasn't gonna say that he was wrong for enjoying the series. I couldn't fucking stand My Adventures with Superman. Partly, and it made it worse because I actually really like the design for Lois Lane. Not gonna call her Lois Lane, because she's not Lois Lane by design. Not at all. She looks more like Luz Noceda from fucking Owl House. And I'm like, look, Luz Lane, fine, fair enough. Waifu material, except for the part where she jumps off the building, right? You know, crazy bitches and whatnot, right? But character design-wise, absolute wife. Absolutely would wife. Just saying. Just by character design alone. And then it turned out she was fucking Korean, and I'm like, it never fails. Never fails. Every time I go wife and it's cartoon character where you can't tell ethnicity, somehow they turn out to be Asian. I'm like, I just have I have the sixth sense. I can detect an Asian cartoon character from a distance of 20 goats, right? But anyway, so I did a whole fucking video commentary on that, and YouTube immediately struck it down. Never got to air. And I'm like, you bastard program, right? And I hated that I hated that show so much. I did not finish it because I was like, I had so many problems with it. It's like, fundamentally speaking, this show does not understand DC like on a foundational level. It has the appearances of DC, but none of the essential core. And oh my god, sorry. It would be. I have a thinking. I would genuinely have fun doing react content to, like, again, anime, manga, and like TV series like that. It would be fun. I don't trust the copyright holders, to be perfectly honest, to not fuck with me. So, I mean, Alicia X Death seems to have found a way around it. Maybe one day I'll ask someone about how exactly they get away with this, because I'm genuinely, like, I would actually like to do that, because it sounds fun, right? But it's kind of the reason why I haven't reacted to, for example, The Amazing Digital Circus, right? I don't necessarily think it is the wisest move to react to The Amazing Digital Circus as someone who's a big AI supporter, right? Because, again, the copyright holder might not have a bit of an issue with, let's say, X, Y, or Z VTuber doing that. But then they find out, and one of the VTubers happens to, be a pro AI person. I might get struck with something. I'm just saying, right? So it's a bit of a prudential decision on my part. I would love to be able to do some of the stuff Alicia does, because I'd have a lot. I turned a 5-minute video into a 2-hour commentary, right? Imagine what I can do with a whole 30-minute episode. Oh my god. No, sorry. A little bit of a tangent. I actually do like Alicia, and I am aware of her story as well. And I'm like, what Cat Caliente did to Alicia is absolutely fucking unacceptable. But, so I got nothing against her. She seems like a genuinely authentic person. I do find it funny how she sometimes trolls the people she collabs with, right? Anyway, so let me catch up with the chat for a moment, and then we'll go a second pass paying more attention to the lyrics. Captain Rudy says there's another ongoing joke with Lusty Lynx about how she's small little kitty cat. Then I call her the leader of the itty bitty kitty committee. It resulted in her boyfriend adding a gin I made of her as the chairwoman of the itty bitty kitty committee into her most recent music video, which means my joke is now canon in the Lusty Lynx lore. Absolutely based, man. Right? Kura says, I mean, we watched all of Blazing Saddles last night on Keen's Rumble stream, lol. Nope. Maybe I can actually start doing that content. Just put it on Rumble. All right, I'll have to check in with that, though. That's all because Asian women are superior. I'm not going to say that per se, but I definitely have a affinity towards Neotna's physical and behavioral traits. And those are more common, but not exclusive to Asian women. On the occasion that I am attracted to a white woman or a black woman, they are usually highly neotenous in physical features, right? So I'm just saying, I have a type of characteristic that I happen to be attracted to that is disproportionately represented among Asians, but is still represented among blacks and whites as well, right? And among Hispanics as well. Kura says, where are all the white women at? Right? Kionella says, I never likes any version of Lois Lane. Fair enough. Again, fair enough. Sometimes the character just doesn't jive with people. Kenok says the fandom, though. Yeah. Bookly says, manga. Oh, did I say manga? Manga, right? Sorry, my throat is bothering me. Right, there's something in the air. Not to mention my nose is bothering me as well. Let's see. Kenok says only the first run through this video, by the way. Right. Kionala says I love rants. Fair. Captain Rudy says, should I make a cosmic otaku heavy metal sea shanty? If you want to, you can. My lore is on my channel, right? Kionala says overlay, right? She gets away with it with overlay on YouTube. Ah, okay. Hold on. I'm going to have to check this out, because if that's the case, then I could expand my operations into devious areas, right? Kionala says, God, 30 minutes, 1 day stream, right? Right? I literally would become every frame of pause. A one man every frame of pause, right? All right. Let's turn the subtitles on. And thankfully, I have some tea with me. Actually, let's Gatorade. My bad. And let us continue.
Stars are pulsing brighter through the cosmic veil. Fusion hearts are burning, never gonna pale.
Why does it not read these lines in this? Like, I heard the lines, but it's like, I'm not entirely sure why it doesn't read the lines there. Like, this baffles my mind, because you would imagine that, like, Google, having access to all of this fucking, like, video information, would be able to make an AI that could actually, like, read, you know, like, understand spoken words. I still don't know who that specifically is. And this is just a really cute fucking, like, again, really cute fucking pose. Oh, and by the way, if you ever wonder why people like, again, if you ever wonder why some people like Lolly, I've talked about this before in the Chibi Reviews commentary. It is just neoteny. That's literally all it is. It is a attraction to youthful features in adult women. Like, if you want to wonder why Rebecca was so popular, that was one of the reasons why. If you want to wonder why, again, the concept, you know, the, like, what is it, that one anime with My Tiny Senpai, right? If you want to wonder why that was so popular, it's because it turns out women like gerontomorphic men. Men tend to like neotenous women. It is an evolutionary fact. I could literally break out, you know, human bones from, you know, the ancient times and show how literally every human being today is neotenized from their ancestors. So it is just a general evolutionary trend.
Pulsing brighter through the cosmic veil.
So yeah, stars are pulsing brighter through the cosmic veil. I mean, stars could have like two different meanings. Genetically predisposed to protect. Right? Yes. Stars are pulsing brighter through the cosmic veil. Yeah, stars here can represent, like, obviously the image of a star, but also, like, again, the personality of a person. You know, stars in this case being the VTubers.
Fusion hearts are burning, never gonna pay.
So fusion hearts are burning, never gonna fail. So fusion obviously is when two things that are unrelated come together and create something new, right? Like you take two atoms, they have different atomic nuclei, you smash them together, it creates a new atomic nuclei, right? And to be fair, most VTuber designs are themselves some kind of fusion between different elements to create a new composite whole, right? So fusion hearts are burning, and actually this also is a good thing with kayfabe too, because kayfabe is itself a bit of a fusion. It's that liminal space between fiction and reality, like in professional wrestling, right? They're not entirely distinct, but they're also not the same thing. The story being told is affected by the real life circumstances, and the real life circumstances affect the storytelling being told. And it's that interesting liminal space that VTubers exist in as well. Captain D says, what shall I call your space pirate ship? God damn it. The high... That's a good question. That's a good question. Because I personally have the same opinion on, for example, piracy as unique namosaurus. So, I'll get back to you on that one, Rudy.
When the cosmic signals stay locked and steady, I'll chase the fire through the endless tide.
So when the cosmos signals, most signals, let's see. I'll stay locked and steady. Wait, what?
When the cosmos signals stay locked and steady.
Okay, so I was right. This thing is wrong. It actually even inverted the words. Okay. So when the cosmos signals, I stay locked and steady.
I'll chase the fires through the endless tide.
I'll chase the fires through the endless tide. So this right here is an example of a paradox, right? Where you take two things that are allegedly mutually exclusive and you hold them together in a coherent whole. In this case, again, the use of fire, which is associated with dry and heat, and tide, which is associated with wet and cool, right? But we're using this in cosmic imagery, so the two are not mutually exclusive. God damn it, Kura. He says a cosmic spaceship would be named the Goblin Rider. Fucking hell, mate. Well, I mean, again, it's like I happen to be more attracted to Asians than any other group because they're highly neotenous. What are some neotenous traits? You know, short stature, right? Short stature. Distinct proportion between head and body size, right? Again, what are some consistent traits with goblin girls? Just, again, take that idea of neotenous traits and ask how neotenous are goblins, and then you will find that like a lot of these goblin girls that you find drawn as characters, they're very neotenous. So it gets the little thing in my brain ticking, right? Asian rat girls, goblin again, rat girls again, usually very neotenous. Oh my god! Don't even get me started on Hackos Bales. I don't know what it is, but that rat when she dances, those hips got me acting unwise. Right? Captain Rudy says, to be fair, all of the sea shanties I've made have been about anti-hero pirates. Mavluck is the Dodo Slayer. Windrose reference, Keen trolls, Quangos. I only target those who are corrupt, etc. Oh god. Oh god, oh god. Oh god, as long as you don't put that Fuda comment in there, I guess, right? Like, nah, the goblins would be riding him. God damn it. God damn it, they even beat me to it. Anyway. So
We chase the light before it fades away.
So we chase the light before it fades away. Because again, like that, the opportunity, right, is not going to be there forever. Opportunities come, they go. You have to seize the opportunities before they pass away, because once they're gone, you don't exactly get them again.
Then after redshift, their brilliance will remain.
Even through the redshift, their brilliance will remain. I actually really like that line. It's leveraging the fact of like a cosmological. It levers the expansion of the universe, like the basic cosmological principle of that. Again, galaxies that are further away as the universe expands, the light. So the wavelength of the light has had more time to redshift because red is closer to the longer wavelengths, right? Closer to a radio wave than, for example, the blue spectrum, which would be closer to gamma rays, because the blue light, the purple light, has a shorter wavelength, a higher frequency, as opposed to, again, red. That's why we call the spectrum beyond red the infra or below red, right? Because it has a lower wavelength, a lower frequency. And then we call the spectrum beyond violet the ultraviolet, because it has a higher, a beyond, a greater than frequency and wave, frequency. So yeah, I like that. Even red shifted, their brilliance will remain.
Photons crash right through the gravity wall.
That's an interesting line. Did he mean to say well, or did he do wall on purpose? Photons crash right through the I guess if it's crashed through, it would be the wall. So photons, light crashes right through the gravity wall. Gravity is associated with holding something down to the ground. It can be associated with both stability, but also an oppressive force, especially in the case of like a gravity well, which pulls everything into its tide, right? Should I call his ship the Sugar Daddy? Oh, God. Well, I can't stop you from doing that, but I'm not entirely sure that would be in character, right?
Light will conquer darkness, standing proud and tall.
So that light will conquer darkness, standing proud and tall. So, okay, so yeah, this does make sense because we're leveraging this material, this into a cosmic view, a concretization of, like, again, what sounds like it may be some kind of like view of history and the man's place in the cosmos, right? Light will conquer darkness, standing proud and tall. Now, that intrinsically makes sense because, again, light is actually a thing, whereas darkness is not, right? So, darkness is simply the absence of something, a privatio boni, a deprivation of a good or a deprivation of being. It's the same thing with cold, where it's like a deprivation of heat. Heat is the reality, cold is the absence of heat, and, you know, evil is the same thing. Evil is the absence of goodness, and goodness itself is the thing that is true and real. So, you know, yeah, light will conquer darkness, standing proud and tall, because only one of these actually is substantial.
We are cosmic dreamers, so the universe is vast.
That line actually does, like, get my intertextuality brain like churning, because, again, the whole cosmic dreamer line in Skyop definitely comes to mind, right? I don't know which one came out. I'm pretty sure this one came out before Skyop, because I've been sitting on this song for a bit. Yeah. So, we are cosmic dreamers in a universe so vast, I believe was the line. Let's see.
So the universe is vast.
Oh, so the universe is vast.
But the stars keep shining brighter everlast.
But, oh, I actually like that rhyme. But the stars keep shining brighter everlast, right? So, everlast is obviously a riff on everlasting, like that which never dies, right? For eternity, in time, right? Well, it's the closest thing in time can get to eternity, right? Yeah, I mean, this just goes back to the whole idea that, like, the light will conquer the dark, right? We are cosmic dreamers. So the universe is vast, but the stars keep shining brighter everlast. Again, it's like the universe is vast. You know, beyond, there's more in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophies, Horatio, right? To use a older intertextual reference. But yeah. Ultimately speaking, in modern cosmology, there's the idea that, like, darkness and unbeing eventually prevail, right? That's it's an old Sunyata type metaphysic of emptiness ultimately prevails in the end, whereas I'm pretty sure here we're working under the opposite assumption, especially since they mentioned God at the end of it, right? Because the theistic framework is that in actuality, unbecoming does not actually win. In the end, it's actually being that wins. That becoming eventually has a summit in being overflowing. So, which is where, again, stars keep shining brighter everlast. Instead of going dim and dying out, the stars actually become brighter and brighter, and they never stop. Maybe I'm overthinking it, right? Hold on. Kura says, and I don't mean vehicle type. God damn it. Oh, damn it. Hold on. I missed a segment. Captain Rudy says, I'll let ChatGPT decide. That's entirely fair. Kura says, goblin motorboat, and I don't mean vehicle type. Well, if I had a goblin wife, I'm not saying that wouldn't be something that would happen, but I'm also not going into detail about it, right? Captain Rudy says, I used Eva's Kinify prompt from a few weeks ago, and it called yours ship the Gatai dramas. God damn it. It also inexplicably gave you a black cat. I am partial to cats. I like cats. I do prefer them over dogs, but I do like dogs too, right? So we are stellar seekers, literally seeking out the stars, right? Standing in a world so grand, which harkens back to the size of the universe we mentioned earlier. Void floofs, fuck the world. God damn it. I sent the image into your Discord DM. I'll get back to you on that later, okay? So stars keep shining brighter, lighting up the land. Again, this goes back to the light shall overcome the darkness. So supernovas is interesting, because the supernova is actually the death of the source of light, right? Supernovas bursting with their radiant display. Quasars. Hold on. Actually, I really like that lyric. Hold on. Quasars beaming signals as they guide the way.
Quasars beaming signals as they guide the way.
I like that line. Quasars beaming signals as they guide the way. That one put a genuine smile on my face. I'm not gonna lie. Quasars are a particularly dangerous star because, again, they have a massive magnetic field, enough to like rip atoms apart if you get too close to them. But they also have this property of like shooting high intensity beams of radiation out of both their poles, and they rotate very fast. So you can actually measure the rotation speed of a quasar based off of its the signal pulsing, which is, again, very fast because quasars aren't very large. But you can use a quasar for a number of things, right? Because they are so steady in their rotation, and because, again, like it's actually not that hard to determine how far away a quasar is when you understand. Because quasars are, again, there's actually a lot in common between each individual quasar. You can actually use them as, like, again, stellar, like, landmarks for a Type 2 and 3 civilization.
Stars are pulsing right up through the cosmic veil.
Stars are pulsing faster through the cosmic veil. That would definitely relate to the quasar, because those are the ones that pulse.
Fusing cores are raging.
And you know what? The fusion heart earlier actually ties in to this because, again, the stars, right? The heart of a star is fusion, taking lighter elements and compressing them into heavier elements until you hit iron, and then it can't do any more fusion because iron is really good at absorbing heat. And then as a result, because it absorbs too much heat, the iron ends up causing the outward pressure to not be as strong, and so the star collapses in on itself. But anyway, so yeah, the fusion heart definitely works because if these are the stars, right? If the VTubers themselves are the stars, then yes, they would have a fusion heart, fusion cores, raging.
They will never fail.
Hold on, I want to go back and make sure I had that correct. Yeah, fusion cores are raging. Okay, so I did have that correct.
They will never fail.
Again, this goes back to the whole thing. This is a rejection of the nihilistic eschatology, right? They will never fail. The heart of the star, right? The heart of in this case, again, the star is like a human soul. Never dies, never fails. This is an anti-annihilationist worldview. Boo Huckley says, render under quasar, right? Let's see. Captain Rudy says, I see. I took the symbols on your character's dress and assumed it was Japanese letters, so it thinks your dress says Gatai dramas. Yeah, nah, the letters on my dress were invented by me, so you're not going to find any computer that actually understands how to read them. If you want to know what they actually say Moltak, and it's a sounding out of a Cantonese word, as best as the Ray language in a project that I was working on could get, because it doesn't have tones, so it was like the closest you could write it. Moltak is the approximation of the Cantonese word for prototype, because this is the character I'm using right now. The design is a prototype design. But people seem to really like the letters on the dress, so I'm probably just going to keep the letters on the dress. Even if I, at some point, come up with something else, I might just change up the words on the dress, but I'm going to keep the characters on the dress as like a motif.
I could never turn my eyes from glory, purely standing in the wonder of a cosmos built securely. Watch the constellations paint a masterpiece to see.
That was a run-on sentence. Hold on. So
Could never turn my eyes from glory, purely standing.
So I could never turn my eyes from glory. And right here, we have... It's about as subtle as a hammer to the face. But, to be fair, subtlety is often used by cowards, right? Stand on business. Be direct. I hate my fucking avatar right now, because it keeps loading and unloading. Anyway, so... I could never turn my eyes from glory, and he's reaching out. And the star motif is actually useful in a Christian worldview because, and this isn't something a lot of people talk about because it's one of the most scandalous teachings of the Christian faith, but the Christian faith, historically speaking, and this is even in most Protestant denominations until relatively recently, when, let's be fair, people forgot how to read. I'm taking a shot at everyone here. The essential mystery of the Christian faith, right? The thing that actually makes the Christian faith different from other religions is actually quite simple, is that God becomes man so that he could make men into gods. This is a teaching that a lot of people get really confused about, right? But, you know, again, the New Testament talks about, again, that man was made to participate in the divine nature. You know, in the Psalms, there's a section where Yahweh speaks to the Hebrews, and he asks, are you not gods? Right? And again, Jesus himself quotes that exact line, does it not say in your scriptures, ye are not, are you not gods? Psalm says, ye are gods. Actually, my bad, I got that line wrong. But Jesus himself quotes that scripture. Does it not say in your scriptures, ye are gods? And then he goes on to point out that the claim that Jesus is calling him is committing blasphemy because, you know, he says he is the Son of God. And, you know, it is absolutely patently ridiculous because they should expect this because he had been prophesied since Moses, right? So, and that he had met Moses. So it's like, yeah, the central mystery of Christianity is that unlike the pagan view of apotheosis, where we become substantially identical with the gods because we are ourselves spirits and the gods are just spirits, is actually not the case. Like the Christian tradition does not teach apotheosis. It also does not teach henosis, which is the Neoplatonic idea where the goal of man in his life is to become one with the one. So the one is an apophatic God, right? It is a God who you can't really understand what he is. You can only understand him through what he is not. This is also why I don't like apophatic Christian theology either, because it is just a spook, to be perfectly honest, but I digress. I can go into that in a later time. But since you can't understand what God actually is, you can only understand what God is not. And the goal of henosis is substantial unity with the one, i.e. God. And in order to do this, it involves the complete dissolution of the self, right? The self must dissolve from being part of this individuated reality into source reality. And if anyone might think that this sounds like a cosmic suicide mission, that's because it is. In henosis, becoming one with the one means that in a real sense, you cease to exist, which is not a very good state of affairs either. Theosis is the Christian teaching, which is the idea that man becomes God by God fully indwelling in him, right? So man does not become uncreated because, let's be fair, God is the only uncreated reality. But rather what happens is God himself, through an infusion of his nature, makes men to share his nature by participation, not by their essential nature, right? So the essence of man remains intact, but is elevated to participate in divine life by God infusing man with one of his capacities, right? In the Thomistic tradition, which I think is the most rational one, it's because God infuses man in his very soul with uncreated grace, right? And in the case of the Eastern Orthodox tradition, it's because, which there's a slight differentiation here too, because under the Eastern Orthodox tradition, man will never see the face of God, the essence of God. In the Thomistic tradition, through this infusion of uncreated grace, man gets to see God himself in his very essence, right? So there's a distinction there. But under the Eastern Orthodox Palamist tradition, the idea is that God makes man into gods by infusing man with his energia, his energies. Now, what an energy is, classically speaking, is just an operation. So the Eastern Orthodox has a distinction between the divine essence, what God is, and the divine operations, or the divine energies, what God does, right? So, and these operations are themselves uncreated, but not God, and there's a lot of argumentation about what exactly that means. I side with the Thomists on this particular issue. I think that the essence-energy distinction is a mystification. I digress. But under the Eastern Orthodox tradition, man becomes God becomes man and makes men into gods by infusing man with the divine energies, right? The divine operations. And even in the Protestant tradition, you had people like Andrew Lords of the Anglican tradition talk about how God will make men into gods through illumination, right? And even C.S. Lewis talks about exactly this, right? I'll pull up a thing at the end of this video. But the star imagery is actually really useful here because theosis is the core of the Christian hope, right? Not a lot of people get taught this, but the core of the Christian tradition, what makes Christianity distinct is that in the Christian tradition, it is understood that an uncreated God becomes man so that he could make creatures to share in his nature. So, anyway, let us continue. So, I could never turn my eyes from the glory. So, son of a bitch, I hit the wrong button. Okay, tap, 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 right? Let's see. Standing in the wonder of a cosmos built so secure, surely. So, again, this is an allusion to, again, another Bible verse. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hand, right? Let's see. Oh, God. Captain Rudy says, I understand that you came up with the letters. What I'm saying is how ChatGPT interpreted your letters. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, I could see that. Let's see. It literally tried to decode your address and then used that for the ship's name. That, I mean, understandable, right? It has nothing to work with. So, watch the constellations. Watch the constellations paint a masterpiece to see. Again, the whole idea of like there's an intrinsic beauty in the work of God, right? So, right there, in a sense that like creation itself is a work of divine art, right? Watch the constellations build a masterpiece to see. Burning through the ages with a blazing majesty. Again, this is a lot of light in like heat and like, again, divinity like associations, because again, we have that whole we have a verse in the book of Deuteronomy, the Lord thy God is a consuming fire.
Power fused together, rising from the core.
So power fused together, rising from the core. So yeah, again, power fused together. So it's like I mean, rising from the core, obviously, because like if you have the fusion heart, like a star, then like the power itself would radiate from the heart. So power fused together, rising from the core, would be like the, I guess, like the metabolization of capacity itself into new capacity.
Mysteries unfolding in the nuclear roar.
Okay, that was a nice line. It said war, but the line is actually roar. Mysteries unfolding in the nuclear roar. Okay. So, again, where the fusion is definitely heavily associated with the content of the heart in this thing, right? Because we already talked about like fusion hearts in the very beginning. So, mysteries, those which escape direct rational explanation. Not necessarily explanation, but like it's not about rationalization, because you can also have a rational tradition which is also mystical. Thomism is a good example of that. It has a mystagogy, and it's like the most rational theological position you could actually find. But so like mysteries unfolding through the nuclear roar, it's things that like, even if you can describe them through like logic and describe them through philosophy, it's not fully encapsulable unless you experience, right? And then the nuclear roar is like, again, bursting out. It is like unable to be contained. It's like almost like a nuclear explosion or a lion roaring to make themselves known, right? It's in a sense like a signal, an expression of raw, like of raw energetic capacity.
We are cosmic dreamers, so the universe is vast, but the star keeps shining
oh, we are cosmic dreamers, so the universe is vast. So it's like, again, so the fact that we are dreamers actually adds more to the universe. And this is actually kind of important because, yes, we are, in a sense, co-creators of the world around us, right? There are things that simply do not exist until we decide to make those things, right? So there are things that exist as brute facts, right? Things that just exist because they do. And then the real, as I've said in my own song, the real is raw material, right? So we can actually recreate certain aspects of reality into our own image, which is the image of God, by the way, right? And this is actually the classical interpretation of how man is to relate to nature, right? Is that man is to become master of nature, and that nature exists for the purpose of man. So we are cosmic dreamers, so the universe is vast. Even if we can't necessarily like create matter from scratch, right? What we can do is we can turn, for example, deserts into cities. We can, for example, make skylines that had never existed before. There's all kinds of things we can do. We can make colonies on the moon. Every person is, in a sense, a phenomenological center of a universe, right? So, again, there is a space of dreams that we can navigate. There's fiction and like art we can create, right? It's not just about creating things in the material world. We can also concretize our dreams into material reality. For example, creating animation, by creating, again, books, by doing all kinds of things. So we are cosmic dreamers, so the universe is vast. In fact, the universe becomes even more vast because of the creative potential of man. Or at least that's how I get this.
We are stellar seekers standing in a world so grand. Stars keep shining brighter, lighting up the land. Worlds are dancing round 1,000 burning suns.
Worlds are dancing around 1,000 burning suns. Yeah, I mean, that's just a state of like a cosmological fact, right? It's like, again, we know of plenty of like exosolar bodies, right? Plenty of like planets that are mostly super Jupiters and super Earths because of the way that they interact with their either the orbit of the star, you know, getting the star to wobble, or the way that they interact with the light of the star when they pass between us and the star. But those are only specific case studies. If the, for example, planetary disk is oriented differently so they never pass between us, there are countless undiscovered worlds that we might never necessarily know of, or, you know, in any kind of recent sense. So, and in my opinion, it is our responsibility to reach out to these worlds and to terraform them and to make them into the image of man. I want to see cathedrals on Alpha Centauri, and, you know, it wouldn't be all that unlikely within a few tens of thousands of years to effectively have colonies all throughout the Milky Way, and within tens of thousands of years, we could very well be extending colonies into intergalactic space, heading off to try to set up colonies in places like Andromeda and across the local group, right? So, shining bright, detected in lyrics, AI at least assisted in writing. I mean, I don't really, I mean, I would put shining bright in some songs, right? So, but then again, the AI is also trained off of human work, so, right? Hello, Kevin Eric Snell. How you doing? Let's see.
Hearts are beating steady as the journey runs.
So hearts are beating steady as the journey runs. Like, yeah, there's a certain level of calmness to this, right? That's what happens when your like heart is beating steady. Is like you're showing some degree of either self-control, or you're showing that like you are not unexcited, but like that you are in a state of what would be a good. Trying to think about like how you would describe this. I'm not a phenomenologist, so it does kind of escape me. It's like when I see an M dash. Well, buddy, I hate to tell you this, but me and Kirsha both use the M dash. Now you see like 6 M dashes in one piece. Like there's only a few paragraphs. That motherfucker is using AI, but I actually use M dashes as well because I'm an English major.
I wanna reach straight through the endless dark.
Okay, so let's go here. I want to reach them through the endless dark. Okay. So, like, the vast, again, like, in an incomprehensible expanse of space where we can't really see the edge of the universe. We only see the edge of our particular world line, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. But the distance calls me back from where they spark. So, from where they spark is probably a reference to, like, the home base, return home, right? So there's like two different impulses: reach out, go forth and conquer, right? Subdue the land and make multiply human life, and also return to that place that's already established. So there, because it's easier to live. It's easier to live there, right? So wonder burns inside me like a guiding mark. So again, it's like that. There's that indelible mark in the soul that drives man to seek out. Yeah, it's like you're looking for the sublime. You're looking for something that places you in context of the world around you and like its natural state and its art of, So I'm guessing this is an allusion to the sublime. Gravity can't stop this everlasting arc. Wait, why is it saying bending? Okay, again, the AI actually got that wrong too. So it's gravity can't stop this everlasting arc. That's an interesting line. Because the arc, there's two kinds of arcs, right? There is a negative curvature and there is a positive curvature. And topology in cosmology is actually a really important field because there are different predictions of the eschatology of the universe depending on whether the universe is negatively curved, positively curved, or whether it's flat. Now, what we mean by this is just like if you have two straight lines in parallel with each other, think about like on a sphere. If you put like two parallel lines on a sphere, they will eventually meet each other at the opposite ends, right? Just think about like pole points, right? And that would be like a positive curvature surface. So in a case with like the universe is positively curved, it's very likely that eventually gravity will pull the entire thing back in on itself, and uncreation happens because of the universe collapsing in on itself. The inverse of this is if you have, for example, think of like a horse's saddle, right? Where you can have two parallel lines, but because of the curvature of the saddle, the lines can be expected to actually, even though they're parallel, can actually be expected to deviate away from each other, eventually towards infinity. And if that is the case, then we can expect the expansion of the universe will never cease, right? It will continue on and on and on forever, potentially exponentially in speed. In the case of like a flat universe, you would expect that if you have two parallel lines, that they will never curve away from each other and they will never curve to meet each other. Think about, again, like a flat sheet of paper. You have like two parallel lines on there, and they will remain what you would most logically think of as parallel basically till the end of time. And yeah, so gravity can never end this everlasting arc is again, an anti-unbecoming idea.
We are cosmic dreamers, oh, the universe is vast. Stars keep shining brighter, burning bright and fast.
Again, stars keep shining brighter, burning bright and fast. Again, the stars get brighter, they burning, again, it's said earlier, the dark will not win, light will overcome the dark. The stars will never cease in shining, right, everlasting. And as we continue, the stars keep shining brighter, which I alluded to earlier, I literally pointed this out earlier, burning bright and fast. So the heat, the light, the brightness picks up.
We are stellar seekers standing in a world so grand. Stars keep shining brighter across the endless span.
Supernovas bursting with their radiant display.
Quasars giving signals as they light the way. We sync our pulse with galaxies in their eternal spin.
Hold on. That's actually interesting. So the funny thing about the quasars thing is I pointed out that like you can actually like you can actually explain something or detect something did he just turn into Periot Le Faux from Cowboy Bebop? Possibly, right? Hold on. Let me,
Standing in a world so grand, stars keep shining brighter.
I mean, possibly.
Supernovas bursting with their radiant display. Quasars beaming signals as they light the way. We sync our pulse with galaxies.
We seek our pulse with galaxies. Hold on. Let me...
They light the way. We sync our pulse with galaxies in their eternal spin.
So we seek our pulse with galaxies. Again, the AI captions are wrong here. Noted the mad parrot in the first run. Oh, fair enough. We seek our pulse with galaxies in their eternal spin. Again, we're talking about, like, we don't, Play Astronomica almost certainly doesn't believe that the universe will come to an end in a heat death or a big crunch or a big rip, right? So that does make sense. The idea that, like, again, the galaxies will continue to spin forever and ever.
We sync our pulse with galaxies in their eternal spin.
Yeah. Which is kind of funny because, funny enough, there was a time when it was believed that the galaxy was all that was in the universe, right? And in fact, the original term for the universe as being composed of multiple galaxies was actually a metagalaxy. So just a fun little historical astronomy fact there. And there will come a time that if the physical cosmology theory for the heat death of the universe is actually true, there will come a time where the other galaxies move so far away from the Milky Way, they redshift so far from us that it will be they will become undetectable by visible light. They will have moved beyond our visible light horizon. And so anyone born in that time period, again, assuming physical cosmology is actually accurate in predicting the future, and spoiler alert, I don't think anyone really knows enough to predict the future. If that is the case, though, then anyone born in those time periods will actually have reasonable justification to think that all the universe has ever been is just one galaxy. So... actually, that might make an interesting science fiction story, is the idea that, like, again, human beings actually colonize the local group, but over time, again, as the galaxies have moved away, we're at a time period where there are no more, none of the galaxies are seeable, so the idea of, like, galaxies outside the Milky Way or outside of Andromeda are just completely, like, mythological. Like, yeah, those are just fables told by fools kind of deal, right? When it's like, actually, that's true. That statement is actually true. There are other galaxies. Man did come from another galaxy that they can no longer see. That actually is an interesting... I might have to write that. Sorry, I like to look at the lyrics. I know it can be probably a little annoying. So... So momentum multiplied the power deep within. So this is also, by the way, it sounds like a violation of the conservation of either linear or angular momentum, which again, in a Christian context does make sense because, again, the Christian worldview does believe in an entropic reality that actually undergirds entropic reality. So... So waves of brilliance ripple through the boundless sky. Again, we did talk about light, and light is a wave, right? But also unseen influences as well, like gravitational waves. Lightning flashes forward as the cosmos amplifies. And again, I did mention, like, because the whole cosmic dreamers so... the universe is vast kind of deal, right? It's like the fact that we have cosmic dreamers actually makes the universe bigger than it would have been without them. Yeah, I think that this ties into that. Body's charging stronger with the stellar heart. Of course, this is the scene for that scene, right? It's said that Andromeda and the Milky Way will collide and fuse. Yeah, in what was it? It's in like, I think it's like 2 billion years or something like that. So we got a little bit of time, right? We elevate the glory that will never say goodbye. Ah, and you know what? I think all of these folk are also religious too. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, so that would make sense, right? This is the unrealized potential everyone gets to land and see in. We elevate the glory that will never say goodbye. Yeah, again, religious context, I'm pretty sure what that means. I'm pretty sure we all know what that means.
We are cosmic dreamers, so the universe is vast. Stars keep shining brighter, burning bright and fast. We are stellar seekers standing in a world so grand. Stars keep shining brighter across the endless span. Supernovas burst.
Ooh, hold on. Did they change that line? Sorry. Okay.
So grand. Stars keep shining brighter across the endless span.
Okay, that one is different. This one, it's the endless span, which is a nice use of that word. To be perfectly honest, I haven't used someone use that word in that context in a long time, but it is a correct use of that term.
Supernovas bursting with their radiant display. Quasars beaming signals as they light the way. Stars are pulsing brighter through the cosmic veil. Fusion hearts are burning, shining without fail. Galaxies are turning in their golden trail.
Oh, hold on. That's a nice line.
Galaxies are turning.
So fusion hearts are shining with no fail. I mean, we already talked about that, like the immortality of the soul. Galaxies are turning in their golden trail. That's again. That's a. I like these lines. I actually like this musicality. So galaxies are turning in their golden trails. I mean, yeah. Gold is also like associated with wealth and divinity. So yeah.
Stars keep shining brighter. Forever they'll prevail.
Again, a rejection of the nihilistic cosmology of unbecoming. The fucking aliens. Okay, fair enough. Deport the aliens. Out the fucking lock. Did you just make me watch? Hold on. I forgot to read this. Did you just make me watch Cameo Slop? Yes, you are welcome. Yeah. I mean, Don P. Bongwater's opinion on, like, the Cameo Slop is, you know, it's a personal opinion, but it's like, people like this for a reason. It's fun, right? Okay, so we're going to do one more look through this, but we're not going to do this as, like, a deep dive. We're just going to now look at the, like, what's actually going on and see if there's anything we missed.
Stars are pulsing brighter through the cosmic veil. Fusion hearts are burning, never gonna pale.
Oh, yeah, I forgot Aqua's an alien. I actually straight up forgot about that. Again, I'm just going to say it. This guy, again, I've already said, I prefer women with neotenous traits, and I prefer women both physically and, like, behaviorally. And this does got my neurons activated. Not gonna lie, chat. My neurons do activated. It is kind of funny, again, because Kamimi was actually was a big anti-lolly person back in the day, and it turns out when she actually got to interact with people and actually got more familiar with this space, she was like, oh, wait a minute, it's not all gooners, this is actually fun. And she fully embraced the lolly VTuber aesthetic, and I'm like, absolutely, because it's fun, it's cute, people like it, must protect. Right? And you know what? If it's a grown woman, then yeah, sure. You know, very attractive if it's a grown woman. But at the same time, it's like, must protect. I need to give head pats, right? It's just fun. Knight of Hearts.
Stars are pulsing brighter through the cosmic
So yeah, so these are the Quangos.
veil. Fusion hearts are burning, never gonna pay.
When the cosmic cosmos signals, I stay locked and steady. I'll chase the fires through the endless tide. We chase the light before it fades away. Even after redshift, their brilliance will remain. Photons crash right through.
So the telephone thing definitely catches my eye, right? Oh my! Illegal aliens, call 1-866-DHS2 ICE. I hope that number actually works. That's fucking great.
Through the gravity wall, light will conquer darkness, standing proud and tall.
So yeah, all the Christian imagery stands in contrast to obviously the literal Temple of Moloch on the fucking Little St. James with Jeffrey Epstein standing on top of it.
We are cosmic dreamers, so the universe is vast, but the stars keep shining brighter ever last. We are stellar seekers standing in a world so grand. Stars keep shining bright.
That guy's just crashing out, to be perfectly honest. And that's what all of these Quangos seem to be doing. Like, they're just fucking crashing out at society around them, because honestly, life's just not going their way.
Supernovas bursting with their radiant display. Quasars beaming signals as they guide the way.
And you know what? This is actually a pretty good representation of the kind of media created too, right? Because you can create like content that is creative and like preservative, but you can also create content that is destructive by nature. And yeah, Quangos tend to very strongly opt for media creation of material that is highly culturally destructive, right? So it does make sense that, like, again, these people are destroying everything around them.
Stars are pulsing bright up through the cosmic veil. Fusing cores are raging.
They will never fail.
I love how like that was like a straight up Homer Simpson moment, right? It's like, man, safety man asleep at the wheel.
I could never turn my eyes from glory, purely standing in the wonder of a cosmos built securely. Watch the constellations paint a masterpiece to see, burning through the ages with the blazing majesty.
Power fused together, rising from the core. Mysteries unfolding in the nucleus.
Oh, they're in a church in this one. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, it looks like they're in a church, in a like destroyed church in this one.
Nuclear roar. We are cosmic dreamers, so the universe is vast, but the stars keep shining
And yeah, they're in like a again like a floating ruins.
brighter ever last. We are stellar seekers standing in a world so grand. Stars keep shining brighter, lighting up the land. Worlds are dancing round 1,000 burning suns. Hearts are beating steady as the journey runs.
And you know what? Yeah, again, when I said the whole thing about the universe being bigger because of the Cosmic Dreamers, yeah, a lot of these, especially these images, are like literally worlds that were made by the VTubers themselves, by the creators, right? So again, the creator itself, so creators in the human sphere actually do mirror in a dim way the work of the creator himself, right? But in the case of like the creator, in him, the act of creation and formation is a single act, a single movement. Whereas in the case of the human creator, the creation and formation are distinct acts, but they are intrinsically linked to each other.
I wanna reach them through the endless dark, but the distance calls me back from where they spark. Wonder burns inside me like a guiding mark. Gravity can't stop this everlasting arc. Fire, 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 fire. Fire, 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 fire.
We are cosmic dreamers,
So the universe is vast. Stars keep shining brighter, burning bright and fast.
we are stellar seekers standing in a world so grand.
Stars keep shining brighter across the endless span.
Supernovas bursting with their radiant display.
Quasars beaming signals as they light the way. We sync our pulse with galaxies in their eternal spin. Momentum multiplies the power deep within. Waves amplifies. Blood is charging stronger with the stellar heart. We elevate the glory that will never say goodbye. We are cosmic dreamers, though the universe is vast. Stars keep shining
I like how his sword is made out of space. I'm just saying.
brighter, burning bright and fast. We are stellar seekers standing in a world so grand. Stars keep shining brighter across the endless span. Supernovas bursting with their radiant display. Quasars giving signals as they light the way. Stars are pulsing brighter through the cosmic veil. Fusion hearts are burning, shining without fail.
I love how Whimsy just fucking bodies the Quango. Oh my god.
Galaxies are turning in their golden trail. Stars keep shining brighter.
The tiny campfire lights.
Forever they'll prevail.
Once more, this shot is absolutely necessary to the plot. I will hear no counter arguments. No counter arguments shall be entertained. Oh, proud mama bros. Yeah, right. Again, it's very wholesome. So, I don't think I have to really explain what the metaphysic concretized in this video is, because I think I've jabbered about it quite enough, right? To be perfectly honest. Yeah. I do believe that this video is, because the function of art is to concretize a metaphysic, a view of man in his life, right? And if you ask the question, what kind of view of man in his life is this, music and this music video trying to concretize? I think it's an extremely positive view of man in his life, right? Man is not meant to just be, mortal on earth, right? To be dust that, decays into, from dust you are made and to dust you shall return kind of deal, right? No, man is meant to become divine, right? So we are meant to, again, be masters of the universe, if you will. So play astronomical. It took me a little while. It took me actually quite a while, it seems, to get to your video, but I like it. I actually really love this song. So keep making, man. I love what you're doing. But that will be it for this video. Y'all have a lovely day, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Alright, so that will be the end of that video. Alright, what time is it? Do I have enough time to do another video? Looks like I can, but let's make it not a music video, because I know that I get a little bit I gotta be a little bit extra. I'm aware of that, right? Oh, wait, yeah, and me figuring out how to fix that problem earlier. Okay. Where's your why house is the best New Vegas ending video essay? I never played New Vegas. I can't really do that. Maybe I should add that to the list of things. Play Fallout New Vegas, right? Yeah, I think I can squeeze this in. Hold on, let me pause this, because I need to restart this page if I'm going to talk about this. And I might as well talk about this, because I could have talked about another technology. Well, it's crashing again. Check your DM on Discord. Okay, hold on, give me one moment, because I'm trying to make sure that my my thing doesn't crash. Okay. Oh damn, that's a fire image.
Most ridiculously common misconception.
That's a fire image, Rudy. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't think people in general. A lot of y'all do really good. Do fucking justice to the character that I have. I mean, the character's on the dress are wrong, but you know, obviously on the ship. But other than that, like that's a fire image. Holy crap! I think I might add the black cat to the canon, though. To be perfectly honest, right? I might have to add the black cat to the canon of the kayfabe. Ah, that's Neko Kitsune. Okay. Neko Rear and Nixalia? Nixalia? Huh. Well, that's an interesting Nihilith. I only just realized Doctor of Insanity has been out of this call since I only just realized Doctor of Insanity has been out of this call almost certainly for like 2 hours, and I forgot to close my screen share on Discord. Fuck! Professional streamer, everyone, is something I can say I'm definitely not, right? Oh my goodness. Okay. So this is probably going to be a Okay, so I'm gonna do a 2/3 part video commentary. So it's like, because these do really like impact each other, and I don't think it's gonna take me too long to do commentary on these, because unlike art, like the commentary doesn't need to be that like in depth. Hold on, am I crashing again? Okay. Give me a moment to see if I could find another video that might be useful. Let me check to see how long it is. The last image was Neko Kyuketsu, cat girl vampire. Nixalia is just the name it gave her. Oh, fair enough. Let me see if I can find this, because there was a VTuber that actually had some commentary that I might be able to do commentary on itself, right? Meta commentary, right? Commentary on commentary. But if not, then I can at least look to see if the thing she was commenting on is within the time scales that I'm looking for. Okay. Let's see. I don't remember the VTuber per se's name, so as soon as I find her, I will. Oh my god, I forgot I had that Nux video on the queue. Okay. Found it. It's Zatris. Let me see if the Zatris video that I'm looking for is short enough for me to add. Oh, well, that's annoying. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one I was looking for. Okay, good. I was thinking maybe like a YouTube video that was uploading crashed. I was like, well, that's fucking great. That's not at all like good for me. Okay. So, I'll probably react to a What the fuck? Okay. Apparently Death Battle is gonna do Sentry versus Superboy Prime, and all I have to say is rest in fucking peace, Sentry. Oh my god. Okay. Let me see. Zatch. Zatris. Let's see if this pops up. Okay, well that's 24 minutes, so I'm probably not going to react to that. But let's see how long the video she's reacting to is, because this could very well tie to this. God, okay, yeah. So that's 15 minutes, so I might be able to squeeze all three of these in. We will see though, right? Okay, here we go. So we're going to go to cultural commentary. Okay. All right, chat, you like politics? So, all right, let me start this. Hello, so my name is Cosmic Kotaku, and today we are going to be discussing why Social Security is not only a scam, but it was completely unnecessary, and it was used to rob you of your of the things that were that it was used to rob you of your potential. Let's just put it that way, right? So let us talk about the fraternal societies and mutual aid, why social safety nets don't need the state.
Conceptions against libertarians, or sometimes just fiscal conservatives in general, is the false claim that we just want the poor to die, that we just want to completely strip the social safety net from under the less fortunate and have the working poor processed into biomatter or something when they are no longer useful. You may
To be fair, you have to be an actual retard to think that this is actually what anyone wants, right? Like, the people who make these claims are very clearly bad actors who are being completely disingenuous, right? Captain Rudy says, the government robbing you of your potential must be a day that ends in Y. Yep.
see many people on the socialist side of things saying things like this all the time. This straw man argument is often followed up with the claim that you need a strong government safety net, usually backed by higher taxes, of course, or else there will be extreme poverty and death and doom and rioting in the streets and lots of bad stuff and bad things, etc, etc, etc. In this video, I'm going to explain why this is simply not true, why society actually can provide people with a decent social safety net from private sources, and why government intervention is actually a big reason why current private charity systems are not as prevalent as they could be.
Yep, because it turns out if you keep taking people's money for charity, people give less to charity because they're already basically doing it, right? And if you're not using it correctly, well, then I guess fuck the people you're allegedly trying to help, even though you're just using it as a money laundering scheme to make yourself wealthy, right? Boo Heckley, what generation invented Social Security? Must be worse than boomers.
This is an important subject to tackle because I've noticed that even a lot of people on the right side of the political spectrum often fall from this misconception. That is,
yeah, because they're honestly a little historically illiterate. Like for most of human history, we didn't exactly have these safety nets because we didn't actually need them, right? Your family would actually take care of you, and there were actually ways that communities could actually take care of the people in them. Like, it was not actually, believe it or not, for most of Christian history, right? The history of the Christian world, it wasn't a complete free-for-all. There were actually social safety nets that, again, sometimes were funded by the state, and sometimes were funded by the church, and sometimes were funded by private enterprise, and yeah. So it's like, we know that this can work from historical precedent.
strong state is needed to redistribute wealth, when in reality, humanity is quite resourceful and finds ways to be altruistic and helpful to one another without the state.
Altruistic is the wrong word for this. It's charitable is what we're looking at, but I have a whole video on altruism in my backlog.
As evidenced by the simple fact that we actually did so in the past.
Exactly.
No, really, we did.
This is another thing. It's like, how do you know? It was like, how do you know anarchism works? Do you have any you have a source for that? It's like, yeah, neutral Morse net. Like, we actually have an example of like a well-functioning anarchist society that didn't devolve into Somalia. It is actually possible. It's not possible for everyone, because you actually have to have a culture that's conductive to actually, again, moral living. But we do have examples of it actually working in actual concrete reality, right? It's not actually crazy.
True private welfare has in fact been tried. And to truly understand this concept, we must go back in time to the late 19th and early 20th centuries, where we reached the primary focus of this video, the tale of fraternal societies. I should first note that a lot of this information is going to come sourced from the book From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State by David T. Beto. It's a really good book, and credit must be given where it is due, as a portion of what I'm about to say is a highly abridged and editorialized take for the sake of comprehension. So if anyone is curious about this subject in greater detail, feel free to give this book a read, especially since it contains an extremely well done compilation of sources on a topic that has been largely memory holed and completely ignored by modern historians.
I wonder why it was memory hold. Right? I mean, we all know the phrase, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government solution, right? But I wonder why this in particular was memory hold, right? It really, gets the noodling, right?
So anyway, when it comes to fraternal societies, we actually had a pretty effective private welfare system of the past. one that was extremely popular, with an estimated 1 in 3 men during the 1920s being a part of them. This is important to emphasize because back in the 19th and early 20th century, the United States government had a much smaller economic footprint and social welfare programs were significantly less prominent.
Okay, I'm going to pause this right here so we can actually read this paper. So, this is from Mutual Aid for Social Welfare, the case for American fraternal societies. Abstract. With the possible exception of churches, fraternal societies were the leading providers of social welfare in the United States before the Great Depression. Their members reached an estimate 50% of the adult male population, and they were especially strong among immigrants and African Americans. Unlike the adversarial relationships engendered by governmental welfare programs and private charity, fraternal society welfare rested on a foundation of reciprocity between donor and recipient. By the 1920s, fraternal societies and other mutual aid institutions had entered a period of decline from which they never recovered. The many possible reasons for this, and then it cuts off, obviously, right? And then right here we see total government spending revenue as percent of GDP. The blue is the federal expenditure percent GDP and the government revenue percentage of GDP. Let's see, I'm going to guess that's probably green, is state expenditure percent of GDP and state government revenue percent of GDP. And then finally we have, what is it, yellow? Local expenditure percent of GDP and local government revenue per GDP. Yeah, you can just look at how that just ballooned out of fucking control. Right? Hello, Fushizi. Mostly because it's how Antifa funds its... Right? Kevin Snell says, the sad part is mutual aid now just sounds like another name for a corrupt NGO. Right, I mean, fair enough, right?
Had a much smaller economic footprint and social welfare programs were significantly less prominent, with things being arguably more minarchist, or, as many people might say, classically liberal. And because this was during the pre-modern era of industrialization, much of the world was still in poverty, and yet people still managed to get by.
I will say classical liberalism does actually work if you approach it from a common sense, from a Scottish common sense realism perspective, which was the de facto starting point of the United States. It was founded in Scottish common sense realism. When you start getting into people like Immanuel Kant, the dialectical thinkers. So there's actually two main traditions of classical liberalism. Not that you would know this if you actually listen to Sargon of Akkad, for example, right? But there were two traditions of classical liberals, one of which was actually rooted in reality. The other one was rooted in ideals that they just fucking came up in their own head, right? One of them believed in equality, or the other one believed in, appraising people by how they actually behave. And, so... The Scottish common sense realists actually create stable societies, and they are classically liberal. The dialectical thinkers create unstable societies that eventually devolve into communism.
Fraternal societies were a big part of this and why people managed to still make ends meet, creating a system of mutual aid and community belonging during relatively difficult times. Back before the modern era where we have all this technology to give us much larger quality of life. Anyways, the basic explanation of a fraternal benefit society is a private and voluntary lodge-based democratic organization that provided certain mutual aid benefits to its members and their families when they were struck by various life hurdles.
Okay, I'm going to pause this. Ruth Papon was not alone. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, millions of Americans received social welfare benefits from their fraternal societies. The defining characteristic of these organizations usually included the following: an autonomous system of lodges, a democratic form of internal government, a ritual, so that's like an initiation, right? And some kind of code of rituals for brotherhood kind of stuff. And the provision of mutual aid for members and their families. An organization of females that also met these criteria generally embraced the label of fraternal rather than sororal.
They offered many benefits that mirrored much of what the public safety net of today offers, but the most important benefits were cash payments as a result of not being able to work, unemployment benefits, building homes and businesses, medical care through a lodge system, sick pay, helping members in their old age, scholarships, and orphanages.
So yeah, it turns out that it actually did more than what that Social Security actually looked after your kids as well, right? Or I guess you're if you got disabled. But these mutual aid societies, they accounted for your retirement and if you got injured, you needed to actually go to the hospital. Captain Rudy says, only one shocked here is Kaya, right? Oh my god.
Millions of Americans during this time frame of the 1800s to early 1900s were part of these societies and received many different mutual aid benefits from them. And again, it was all coming from the private sector. In this light, you can sort of think of them as prototype insurance agencies that were often run for reasons other than just profit. There was much more to it than that. They usually had some kind of common ground that tied the members together. For instance, there were some female-only lodges, but they still called themselves fraternal.
So this is teaching habits of thrift and economy.
Happened because a big part of fraternal societies was freedom of association. So there were hundreds of these societies, and they were often very picky with their members, with many of them possessing rituals and behavioral requirements to join, and often had behavioral requirements to maintain membership as well.
Okay, so that, yeah, again, let's see. Not as gratuitous charity. Selectivity was at the heart of fraternalism. Societies established extensive behavioral standards for joining. Moreover, even veteran members risked, at least in theory, losing benefits for failure to fulfill certain conditions. Fraternalists boast that they enjoyed liberty and equality as birthrights, but almost all acknowledged that they had to earn the fruits of fraternity. Many memberships and benefit requirements stems from actuarial motivations. This consideration was especially strong for the life insurance orders. The Constitution of Nevada jurisdiction of the AUOUW, for instance, denied or restricted admission for anyone who manufactured explosives, worked as an aeronaut, or played professional football. The Independent Order of Foresters, IOF, excluded minors. The SBA's prohibited list extended to chauffeurs, oil well shooters, and soldiers in time of war. Policemen, firefighters, electricians, sawyers, and railroad engineers could join, but paid higher dues. Obviously, this all involves like risk, right? Because you have to pay into the system, and the system has to pay out, right? So if you're a higher risk, then obviously like there's a different consideration for you for really fucking obvious reasons. Kevin Eric Snell said, the key to providing more is discrimination. The original definition of the term, being very careful about membership to trustworthy individuals. Yes, and people who won't overly burden the system. So, back here. So, something Templars of America, Europe, Asia, and Africa all enthusiastically embraced the full gamut of middle-class values. The UOTR restricted membership to people of sound bodily health and good moral character. The IOSL denied benefits for false statements, because you obviously got the agreement on a lie, so the agreement is not valid. Participation in mobs or riots. Well, that would definitely help if we could get if that could be the case, right? Or illness caused by intemperance or other vicious or immoral acts. So basically, if you're if you are doing something stupid and you are the cause of your own injury, right? Like let's say you get into a drunk driving accident. Then yeah, go fuck yourself, right? You agreed to not do this. Like this is not covered in the agreement. The Mosaic, so it was Mosaic Templars, promised to cause the doors of this or any other chamber of this order to be closed against unworthy sisters.
This was actually largely seen as a good thing that went hand in hand with the freedom of association that these societies followed.
I mean, it is. Right? Especially if you're going to be, like, again, having a fund, like a pool of, potentially drawn out money that you can actually, it needs to go to people for certain X, Y, or Z reasons, right? You need to be able to discriminate on those bases to make sure that only the people who actually deserve it, based on your agreements, actually get the fucking money.
Joining a lodge usually meant adopting the set of shared values and virtues that the lodge practiced. Many lodges put a focus on encouraging their members to adopt socially sustainable moral principles, such as encouraging self-control, self-governance, self-reliance, responsibility, good moral character, leadership, and often tied together through the promotion of mutualism, which...
Okay, so shared system of values. So Americans were attracted to fraternal societies for a variety of reasons. Some wanted sick and death benefits. Others sought expanded social ties. Some others hoped to find a source of entertainment and diversion. But there were motivations less easy to identify, but perhaps more important. By joining a lodge, an initiated, adopted, or at least implicitly set of values, Let's see. Societies dedicated themselves to the advancement of mutualism, self-reliance, business training, thrift, leadership skills, self-government, self-control, and good moral character. These values reflected a fraternal consensus that cut across such seemingly interactable divisions as race, gender, and income. By the way, the moral conduct thing is also important because this also helps to provide a incentive to actually conduct yourself in a particular way, right? Because your benefits are tied to whether or not to your behavior, because this is about being a part of a community. Let's see. Captain Rudy said, oh God. Hold on. Kevin Eric Snell says, oops, your poor avatar keeps flickering out for a few seconds and coming back. I am aware. I am aware. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's being a bit of a bastard. Captain Rudy said, but oftentimes what's considered moral is subjective. Not really. It's only subjective if you don't have a proper grounding of ethics. Captain Rudy says, hey, Fushizi, guess what? Oh, God. God damn it.
In this sense meant a cooperative society where all parties mutually benefited from each other's contributions to the lodge. Having a set of virtues promoting strong character was generally very important to these societies, and you could even be banned for what was deemed amoral or otherwise unethical behavior alone. This
is a funny the thing. You have been banned from V for the following reasons. V isn't the comment section of One Angry Gamer. Your ban was filed on December 20th, 2019, and expires on December 23rd, 2019 at 17:59 ET, which is 2 days and 23 hours from now. Because of the short length of your ban, you may not appeal it. Please check back when your ban has expired. Fair enough, right?
was also seen as a good thing and an incentive to join, as it meant belonging to a society filled with upstanding citizens rather than just random street hoodlums or violent gangs. Needless to say, fraternal societies obviously provided a strong sense of community, providing another incentive to join even if you didn't really need the help, and lodge meetings were generally seen as an enjoyable experience that often included entertainment and fellowship. Because of this, a lot of them had religious or ethnic requirements. While that may seem like discrimination at first glance, there were so many different fraternal societies to choose from that people could generally always find a society that welcomed them regardless, that gave a sense of communal belonging.
Okay, hold on, let me go back. So regardless of where they came from, the members of nearly all ethnic and national groups erected formidable networks of individual and collective help for protection. Again, this is something human beings can do, and they would do if it was actually, again, something that was necessary. But let's just say that the social security system was set up in a way to take this away from us. Hold on. Kevin Eric Snell said, societies dedicated to self-reliance and thrift sound like organizations born of very hard times. If we pull through our current crisis, we'll probably see more of these. God willing, right? Captain Rudy said, oh, did you hear about the guy who got banned from Forza for 7,800 years? Oh, God. Most people at the time were religious. I mean, that's true, but you don't necessarily even have to be religious, right? There are actually non-religious, like, there were non-religious fraternal, like, you could have a fraternal society for the non-religious, right? Because, again, religion itself is, again, a stabilizing society for most people, but it's not strictly necessary. There are actually atheistic worldviews which would cause a genuinely stable society. They're just not very well promoted because, let's be fair, the religious population doesn't have a incentive to, you know, give its its opposition, right? Any kind of like, what you call it, like advertisement. But also, like, a lot of atheists still have a religious impulse, and as a result, they gravitate to allegedly atheistic religions like communism, right? Which claim to be atheistic until you actually peel back the bullshit, and it's like, oh wait, you're a Gnostic religion, fuck, right? But like, there's no reason, for example, but like, Ayn Rand's like teachings actually would create a rather stable society. Like Hans Hermann Hoppe's again worldview would create a stable society, even though it's religiously neutral, right? So it's like, again, it's not strictly required, but pragmatically speaking, yes, it is very useful to make a stable society. Oh shit, that is the wrong button. Let's see. Captain Rudy said he leaked secret gameplay footage before launch, and he was banned until the year 9,999.
Could generally always find a society that welcomed them regardless, that gave a sense of communal belonging. Now, when it comes to relief, there was also two different types of relief that these societies offered to their members: hierarchical relief and reciprocal relief. Hierarchical relief was largely bureaucratic in nature, handled by large institutions, where the relief to members usually would come from the donations of people from significantly different background or economic class, you could say.
Economic.
Reciprocal relief, however, was far more popular. This was relief that would generally come from within the local community and usually from those in the same status as yourself. A person benefiting one day could be the donor of tomorrow. This fostered a sort of you help other members of the community when they are down and we will help you when you are down, kind of an all for one, one for all system.
Again, it's literally part of community building, right? Just putting that out there. It's like, hey, he's one of the tribe, right?
Of community and camaraderie, all achieved again under private ownership in the midst of a free market economy with minimal government overhead, as opposed to some communist state like some people might tell you is needed to achieve this level of communal aid and cooperation. When it comes to health benefits, fraternal societies had a particularly ingenious system of providing medical care at a very low cost, making it affordable to the working class poor of the time. This was known as medical lodge practice. Rather than paying a large sum to see a standard medical practitioner, what fraternal societies would do in order to provide medical care to their members would be to hire doctors at an annual salary rate who would then provide care to said members in their local lodge as needed.
By the way, remember, salary is being paid for availability. So, just pointing that out there. Boo Huckley said there's only 3 gods, me, myself, and I. God damn it. Okay, so shortly after the turn of the century, articles about the lodge practice evil began to fill the pages of American medical journals. This term referred to a new method by which fraternal societies extended low-cost medical services to members. The usual approach was for a doctor to give basic health care in exchange for a salary based on the size of the membership. For obvious reasons, lodge practice was an unpopular innovation among members of fraternal societies. It inspired equally strong opposition, however, from key leaders in the medical profession. These critics charged that the lodge practice posed a danger to prevailing fees and subjected doctors to the exploitative whims of the laity. Let's see. Again, it was too good. It was too good because it drove down the costs and we can't make the money, right? A long tradition of contract practice preceded the fraternal lodge experiment. In the colonial period, for example, planters had hired doctors on a per capita basis to care for slaves. After the Civil War, contract practice emerged in industries such as railroads, lumbering, and mining, where workers did not have access to medical care. Unions made some forays into contract practice during the 19th century, especially among miners in the West. The best-known venture was the Coeur d'Alene, I don't know how to say that, it's French, Miners Union Hospital in Idaho for the of the Western Miners Federation. Lodge practice had its greatest impact before the turn of the century in immigrant and other ethnic societies. By the 1870s, many of the predominantly black mutual benefit societies in New Orleans hired doctors on a per capita plan. I know it's the left doesn't understand per capita, but yes, right? Tampa, Florida was another area of early activity. Beginning in 1887, La Igual, a Spanish-language fraternal organization, retained doctors on a contract basis. The society was poorly influenced by the mutual aid tradition of the Centros in Cuba. That's the whole thing right there, right? But the key thing here is, again, doctors outside of these, contracts didn't like these contracted doctors because they were taking away their money because they were cheaper and easier to get a hold of.
Lodge practice allowed fraternal societies.
Eric Snell says medical journals attacking institutions that promote community cohesion in a coordinated fashion. I shan't believe it, right? It's Coeur d'Alene. Thank you.
To, in a sense, split the medical costs between each other by each paying an annual membership fee, and only using the doctor's services as needed. Which again, because most fraternal societies promoted ideals of mutualism and responsibility, members had an incentive not to abuse said system. The result of this that an entire year's worth of medical care could be paid for by a day or two's worth of the average man's earnings for the time.
I would like you to imagine that. Imagine that, like, again, you go to the doctor. Hold on, I'm going to replay this.
Medical care could be paid for by the result of this that an entire year's worth of medical care could be paid for by a day or two's worth of the average man's earnings for the time.
Do we not understand how much of a steal this sounds like nowadays, right? Imagine getting a year's worth of medical, like, again, service, and it only costed you a day's wages. We truly did used to have better times, right? Oh my god. Just things are gonna get, this might piss you off, but I understand my chat is blocking the thing, so I'm gonna read this. This comes from freenation.org. How government solved the healthcare crisis. Medical insurance that worked until government fixed it. And I love how it has, like, fixed in quotations. So, today we are constantly being told the United States faces a healthcare crisis. Medical costs are too high, and health insurance is out of reach of the poor. The cause of this crisis is never made very clear, but the cure is obvious to nearly everybody. Government must step in to solve the problem. 80 years ago, Americans were also told that their nation was facing a healthcare crisis. Then, however, the complaint was that the medical costs were too low, and health insurance was too accessible. But in that era, too, government stepped forward to solve the problem, and boy, did it solve it. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, one of the primary sources of healthcare and health insurance for the working poor in Britain, Australia, and the United States was the fraternal society. Fraternal societies, called friendly societies in Britain and Australia, were voluntary mutual aid associations. Their descendants survive among us today in the form of the Shriners, Elks, Masons, and similar organizations. But these no longer play a central role in the American life they formerly did. As recently as 1920, over 1/4 of all adult Americans were members of fraternal societies. The figure was still higher in Britain and Australia. Fraternal societies were particularly popular among blacks and immigrants. So, indeed, Teddy Roosevelt's famous attack on the hyphenative Americans was motivated in part by hostility to the immigrants' fraternal societies. He and other progressives sought to Americanize immigrants by making them dependent for support on the domestic democratic state rather than on their own independent ethnic communities. The principle behind the fraternal societies was simple. A group of working class people would form an association or join local branch or lodge of an existing association and pay monthly fees to the association's treasury. Individual members would then be able to draw on the pooled resources in times of need. The fraternal societies thus operated in a form of self-help insurance, as a form of self-help insurance company. Turn of the century, America offered a dizzying array of fraternal societies to choose from. Some catered to a particular ethnic or religious group, others did not. Many offered entertainment and social life to their members, or engaged in community services. Some fraternal societies were run entirely by and for women. The kinds of services from which members could choose often varied as well, though the most commonly offered were life insurance, disability insurance, and lodge practice. Lodge practice refers to an arrangement reminiscent of today's HMOs, where a particular society or lodge would contract with a doctor to provide a medical care to its members. The doctor received a regular salary on retainer basis rather than by charging per item. The members would pay a yearly fee and then call the doctor services as needed. If medical services were found unsatisfactory, the doctor would be penalized, and the contract might not be renewed. Lodge members reported enjoying the degree of customer control this system afforded them, and the tendency to overuse the physician services was kept in check by fraternal society's own self-policing. Lodge members who wanted to avoid future increases in premiums were motivated to make sure that their fellow members were not abusing the system. So there was already a system of checks and balances built into this system. Most remarkable was the low cost at which medical services were provided. At the turn of the century, the average cost of a lodge practice to an individual member was between $1 and $2 a year. A day's wage would pay for a year's worth of medical care. Now, granted, again, this doesn't exact that part. You know, the number not all that important because of inflation. It wouldn't match that number today. But anyway. By contrast, the average cost of medical service on the regular market was between $1 and $2 per visit. Yet licensed physicians, particularly those who did not come from big-name medical schools, competed vigorously for those lodge contracts. Perhaps because of the security they offered, and the competition continued to keep costs low. Again, it was non-lodge doctors who lobbied the government to take away these, again, the too affordable and too accessible because they weren't making enough money, right? Because their jobs were actually significantly harder to sustain because they didn't actually have contracts for this. So Captain Rudy said, yeah, because Captain Rudy's like, too accessible and affordable. Yeah, no, your immiseration was designed. It is absolutely intentional that you cannot get any, that you are going to struggle to find a doctor or like pay for your medical expenses. That was done on purpose. Let's see. So Captain Rudy says, so we re-German engineered a system that did not need to be re-German engineered. Only one shock tier is Kaya. Yeah. So again, unsurprisingly, again, your immiseration, you will own nothing and you will be happy, goes all the way back even to Teddy Roosevelt. So
today, this would be the equivalent of a medical insurance plan that only costed you less than $15 a month, something just about anyone could afford.
Okay, so $15 a month, but let's be fair, this was 4 years ago, so it would be a little bit more expensive than that nowadays. But $14 a month, and actually, hold on, we can actually check this out. Hold on. So let us go to, because there's an inflation calculator. Actually, it would probably be faster if I look this up on my phone. Let me look up what the inflation calculator says on this. Okay, because this is it's probably not going to be as extreme as, like, again, the wage difference we saw just a moment ago, but I kind of want to see how much the difference is. Okay, let's go to inflation calculator. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. So this was made in, let's see, April 30th. So April of 2022. Let's see, 2022. And we are going to look at May 2026. And let's see, it said $15. Let me check. Yep. Okay, so $15. No data available for month and year select. Okay, well, let's go back to January then. Calculations using October 25th data cannot be calculated due to lapse in appropriations. Well, what a fucking cop-out, right? What a fucking cop-out. Okay, so I'm going to try this one. I'm going to use an alternative one. We are going to use, again, 2022, 2026, and we are going to calculate it for $15 a month. So yeah, it's not that different. Right now, if we were to use from what I can find of right now in 2026, that would basically be $17.07 a month. I think that would really fucking help a lot of people, right? Captain Rudy says, I get paid $180 a day at my job, gross pay. I'd kill to be able to get top-notch health care for $180 a year, which would be about $15-ish dollars a month. Yeah. Again, you must ask the question, who did this to you? And the question is the progressives. So
Now, at this point, you may be thinking of societies like the Freemasons or the IOSH, International Order of St. Hubertus, with all their secrecy and strange rituals and silly hats, of course, funny robes, and associated conspiracy theories. They may or may
I love being able to find reasons to use the word Yalda, to be perfectly honest.
not control the world as a shadow government, or perhaps they just want you to think that they secretly control the world because it makes them look cooler. This would only be partially correct. The fraternal societies of the past weren't all so secretive. There were actually three main types of these lodges dominating the market around the end of the 19th century. First would be secret societies, such as the Masons. Second would be sick, funeral, and other mutual benefit societies. And finally, third would be societies focusing on life insurance. However, there was a lot of overlap here. For instance, a fraternal society, if they chose to do so, could be all three of these, being a secret society that offered all kinds of mutual aid and community while still being secret. But
okay, so we're going to read this. So, by the late 19th century, three fraternal types dominated: secret societies, sick and funeral benefit societies, and life insurance societies. The first emphasized ritualism and eschewed uniformed payment schedules. The second and third types devoted somewhat less attention to rituals, but openly solicited recruits with the lure of health and life insurance protection. These distinctions were not hard and fast, however, and all three varieties shared in common emphasis on mutual aid and reciprocity. As a spokesman for the modern Woodmen of America would call its membership neighbors and its lodges camps, wrote in 1934, a few dollars given here, a small sum there to help a stricken member back on his feet or keep protection in force during a crisis in his financial affairs, a sick neighbor's wheat harvested, his grain hauled to market, his winter's fuel cut for, or a home built to replace a destroyed one by midnight fire. Thus has fraternity been at work among millions of members in 14,000 camps. Okay.
But they didn't have to if they didn't want to. I could go into more detail, but probably the best and more interesting way to explain how all this actually operated is to provide some solid examples. So in the next section of the video, let's look at a few of these societies of the past and see just what they did and how they operated. I'll first start with the Loyal Order of Moose. This is a fraternal society that actually still exists today, despite no longer being as important as they once were during the early 1900s, with membership dropping since the 1970s. Originally founded as a men's club, it was repurposed into a society of general mutual aid by James J. Davis, the order's general director, who envisioned the order as a society providing a simple social safety net with a variety of health and communal benefits to the members, for the working class at a low-cost annual membership fee of about $10. Most notably was Mooseheart, the orphanage and school that the Loyal Order of the Moose operated. For instance, if a child's father was a member and he tragically passed away somehow, the order would then take the child in and raise them. And children raised by Mooseheart actually did quite well for themselves as adults, earning significantly higher weekly wages than average.
This is one of the reasons why fatherlessness at this time period wasn't necessarily as catastrophic as it is now, right? Because the community would step up because the community actually has a vested interest to actually care for each other. And the fact that, like, again, part of these mutual aid societies, right? Literally paid into this system.
Next, I'll mention the Ladies of the Maccabees. Founded in 1892 as a female subset of the Knights of the Maccabees Fraternal Society, the LOTM was an example of a life insurance-based society that also offered business training skills on the side to young women. They eventually split from the Knights and changed their name to Women's Benefit Association and offered different benefits. This was an example of exclusivity and freedom of association in practice, as the society banned men from membership. Not too surprising considering the name Women's Benefit Association.
God, back in the day when we used to be able to just, like, have women's spaces, right? But also you could have men's spaces. So even before LOTM broke with the Knights of the Maccabees, it differed from other auxiliaries by enforcing a rule against male members. Female exclusivity was defended as essential to preserve the society's independence and credibility. In West's first recurring address in 1891, she described with some amusement how several men from the Knights of Maccabees had applied as honorary members. She responded that LOTM, which means Ladies of the Maccabees, may also be construed to mean leave out those men. But even for West, this sentence did not entail complete sex segregation. She wanted to create opportunities for men and women to meet as independent equals. Hence, the LOTM regularly held joint social and fraternal gatherings with the Knights of Maccabees. So, yeah.
Although they tried to avoid politics, being a ladies' club, they also did focus a little bit on women's rights, and partook in early versions of feminism that focused on equality of standing as opposed to, before feminism was taken over by the equity fallacy.
Feminism was always a spook from the beginning. It was rooted in a lot of spiritualist errors, right? And a lot of the claims that are made about the origins of feminism are just objectively untrue. I think I have a video with Torch Wolf on that issue.
Equality of outcome. All in all, this society did okay for themselves. Another niche exclusive society was the United Order of True Reformers. This was actually an all-black fraternal society during the late 1800s, post-slavery, that enjoyed some moderate success under its founder William Washington Brown. Aside from just being a mutual aid society for helping African Americans get on their feet, it's worthy of note for also focusing on business. Brown used this mutual aid network as a way to help black-owned businesses flourish in a time of post-slavery. Being a former slave himself, he likely understood the unique challenges faced during this time. This fraternal society helped run a bank, hotel, various retail stores, and even a newspaper called The Reformer. In terms of ethics, Brown wanted to instill the art of frugalism into the African American community, an economic principle of spending cheaply and managing money responsibly under the slogan, "Save the cents, and the dollars will take care of themselves."
Okay, I'm gonna read this whole passage again because I understand chat is blocking the thing. So, the UOTR was well within the fraternal mainstream in its celebration of thrift. The following slogan, "Save the cents and the dollars will take care of themselves," Brown predicted that great things would result from the frugality and resourcefulness of ordinary blacks. He boasted that the person who had toiled in the cotton field can beat the plan laid by people that have been free all their lives because he is the best financer who can make money go the farthest. So, I have a whole video on the commentary on the documentary "Selling to the Negro" from which is the actual title of the documentary, by the way, from the 1950s. It's actually quite enlightening to see the difference between culture then versus culture now. It's we've all kind of taken a hit.
Unfortunately, after Brown's death, the society kinda lost sight of his financial strategy and fell under the defaulting on loans. One last example, the SBA, or the Security Benefit Association. The SBA is a good example of a fraternal society that had a goal of being everything except a secret society, in that they wanted to provide a wide variety of benefits to their members, or as they called it, protection now furnished from cradle to the grave. Founded in 1892, they focused a lot on the construction of useful ventures to provide care. This included an orphanage for children, building homes and a hospital for families for everyone else, and an old folks' home for the elderly, hence the slogan, "Cradle to the Grave." The SBA did, however, run into some issue. There was a Kansas law that prohibited fraternal societies from owning these things, so the SBA had to create a separate association to officially own their hospitals and homes. This wasn't really a big deal for them at the time, but it did foretell the problems that these societies would start to run into around the early to mid-1900s.
Once again, as we were talking about, bad actors had an incentive to make sure that these societies didn't function. Because if they functioned, it means that people can't become reliant on the state, which is the ultimate goal of progressivism. Let's be entirely clear about this. It's not their stated goal, but it is the ultimate functional goal of the progressive policies and the progressive movement. So, yeah. Again, this is one of those times where the function of a system is what it's meant, its purpose kind of deal. The enshittification of your ability to get medical aid, of your ability to actually, again, get life insurance, of all of this stuff, that was entirely by design. This was meant to punish you.
And that brings us to our next section, which starts with a simple question. If fraternal benefit societies were so common and flourished as an effective system of private social welfare, why did they fall out of style? Well, to start, the lodge system providing medical care came under attack because it was seen as providing medical care for too little of a cost. This created some butthurt amongst the standard non-lodge practice
Yep.
hospitals because they were having trouble competing with the low prices and saw the lodge system as a form of class insubordination and unfair practice. Basically, they didn't like the fact that patients were controlling doctors through the lodge system rather than the other way around, and started tossing baseless accusations against doctors who accepted lodge contracts. In other words, it was a medical cost crisis, but not the crisis we have today where medical insurance and costs are too expensive. This was the opposite. This was a crisis among the elite because the costs were too cheap, due to competition being too great.
Once again, competition is actually good for the consumer, right? Okay, let's go back here and read this. The lodge practice evil reconsidered, when it was nothing more than too much indulgence in mince pie. But he continued, it looks stylish to have the doctor's rig standing in front of the house and excites the curiosity and envy of the neighbors. Therefore, the free doctor is summoned as part of an effort to fight this perceived exploitation of doctors. The Western Medical Times prominently featured a poem titled The Lodge Doctor. Here's to the foolish MD who would for $1 agree to doctor a lodge for a lifelong year, and never to dodge, though the work be severe. He may he ever scamper his patients to pamper all at all hours of the day and night for hives and fistic. That actually, that's a word I've never heard before. May he ever give physic to people who call him for spite. Competition drives innovation. Yeah, it also drives prices down. Yeah, they didn't like that. They're like, oh, I'm college educated, right? I'm educated as a doctor. I shouldn't have to compete like these lowly plebs, right? I have the enlightened knowledge. I'm superior to these people. These people are beneath me. These miners, right? These oil rig workers. These, dare I say, women. It is beneath me to hear their opinions. Tizic is an archaic medical term for wasting lung disease, most commonly pulmonary tuberculosis or severe asthma. Oh, thank you for that lore drop, Eric Snell. Kura says, I have the ancient ninja scrolls. You learn every day, I guess. Hopefully, right? You have to really women, right? That coffee cup, right? But yeah, it's like that's how. Yeah, it is literally the fucking elitism of the medical professional that is actually immiserating people, right? It's like I shouldn't have to compete for my wages, right? I should be paid my fair due. What is your fair due? Well, my fair due is not what I'm being paid for through competition. That I would agree. I would say that is your fair due, actually, kind sir. Go fuck yourself, right?
So what did they do? Well, their response can be seen reflected in the Pennsylvania Medical Journal in 1904, demanding that the club doctor must be shut out of the profession, and many medical professionals began to accuse the lodge doctors of being quacks, claiming that their services must be inadequate, low quality in care somehow, and therefore they must be banned.
So yeah, the response of the medical societies, regardless of religious, ethnic, or political orientation, all fraternal societies, to the extent they provided medical services, faced similar obstacles. The most serious, without a doubt, was the organized opposition of physicians. The spread of lodge practice evil elicited nearly universal condemnation from the medical societies. Reflecting the intensity of feeling, the Pennsylvania Medical Journal bluntly demanded in 1904 that the club doctor must be shut out of the profession. Again, just reading the thing on screen.
So starting around the 1920s, lodge practice faced the problem of regulation.
So yes, we basically had cancel culture back here, and they were canceling the lodge doctor because the lodge doctor was actually helping his community.
State medical societies started lobbying the state to impose sanctions against any doctor who would accept lodge contracts. They also recommended that physicians who dared to offend them be barred from membership of official medical practitioners.
Yeah, again, cancel culture. By the way, they do this shit in some of this shit happens still today in specific areas of academia. I think we're all aware of this, right? God forbid you believe in intelligent design as a biologist, right? Just say it. Like, we're not even talking creationism. We're just talking about, hey, is it logically possible to detect signs of like design in a living system? That man right there, Dean, that is the man who must be expelled, right? Anyway, so let's go back to here, read this. The decline of the lodge practice. By the 1920s, lodge practice had entered a steep decline from which it never recovered. Large settlements of medical profession had launched an all-out war throughout the country. State societies imposed manifold sanctions against physicians who accepted lodge contracts. Medical societies of several states, including Pennsylvania, Michigan, California, Maine, Vermont, recommended that the offenders be barred from membership. This the evil is such a far-reaching one, warned the Journal of Michigan State Medical Society, that any measures to suppress it are just, again, by any means necessary. Literally by any means necessary. Hey, Captain Reddy says, you offend me, I'm canceling you. Gee, that count sounds familiar, right? Other state professional organizations, such as those of West Virginia and Illinois, favored less draconian pressure on practitioners to sign pledges spurning lodge contracts. Some critics went even further and objected to any system of per capita payment. Zayrath implored the contract practice in every phase as an institution must be completely and absolutely abolished. Again, like not a crumb of it must remain, right? The lodge doctor drew the heaviest fire. Even many of the fiercest critics, however, admitted some need for other forms of contract practice. The classic case was a company doctor and then it trails off because it's a section of a page. But yeah. So again, the state was not the solution. The state literally caused the problem, right? The doctors were able to leverage the power of the state or the government in order to make this an unviable option. So again, as much as you hate the government, you don't hate the government enough. Kionella says, I'm head to bed. Good night, Cosmic. You have a lovely night, Kionella. Thank you for stopping by.
And that physicians who dared to offend them be barred from membership of official medical practitioners. So it was not the people who were paying for membership to fraternal societies offering a lodge practice who freely decided that they no longer wanted lodge doctors. It was government regulation attacking the practice based on misguided principles that ultimately killed the lodge doctor.
Where have we heard this before?
This is all covered quite extensively in Chapter 6, and how medical practice through lodges was unfairly demonized and came under numerous propaganda attacks from medicalist institutions who were simply afraid of the steep competition. With lodge practice dying out for medical care, fraternal societies now had less to offer, and unfortunately their problems did not end there. A combination of regulations dubbed the Force Bill and the Mobile Law added additional problems for them. That made it harder for fraternal societies to make ends meet. The Mobile Law defined what a fraternal society was, which limited their scope and added certain requirements to maintain tax exemption status.
Okay, so let's go back here and read this. Both sides mobilized their forces in 1900 when the NFC recommended that states enact a new uniform law. Critics called it the Force Bill. The name fit. The older societies had expressly tailored it to their needs. They inserted a provision denying approval to societies charging less than the rates given in the NFC table. So literally, like, there was a actual floor under which you could not get you couldn't price the service. Let's see. The proposed law applied this standard selectively, however, notice, through a grandfather clause that exempted societies that were already licensed. A few organizations, established or otherwise, had yet adopted these rates. Harsh though this provision was, the supporters of the Force Bill justified it as necessary to give breathing space for readjustment by preventing unfair competition from cheap rate societies. One proponent declared matter-of-factly that competition is somewhat too rife, and described the formation of new societies as an evil. Again, the goal was to prevent your access to this, to medical services and life insurance and this stuff, and make it less affordable for you. So, again, the function of a thing is sometimes exactly what it does. The Force Bill met with determined fraternal opposition. The newer societies, of course, aligned against it. About 40 of them organized the Associated Fraternities of America as a rival to the NFC. and a characterization that came uncomfortably close to the truth, C.H. Robinson, the first president of the AFA, described the force bill as a paternalistic ploy by the fraternal old guard to quash rivals. Robinson and his allies wanted to leave the societies more or less alone to decide rates and reserves. He compared the leaders to the NFC to the Pharisees and hypocrites of Scripture, who, while eager to bind burdens grievous to be borne and place them upon the shoulders of others, do not propose to touch the burdens with one of its fingers. As several advocates of stricter legislation noted, the harsh double standard of the force bill was difficult to ignore. So, yeah. Again, the old guard, even of these fraternal societies, were like, "Hey, we don't really like competition, so we're gonna leverage the government to do this." It's like, okay, you absolute cunts.
That not all societies could keep up with. The Force Bill was a series of regulations that included provision that fraternal societies needed to charge a minimal rate to, again, maintain their status, with the excuse given that it was to supposedly prevent unfair competition. With fraternal societies hamstrung.
By the way, anytime you hear unfair competition in general as like a reason to do to fucking like import new legislation, it's usually a spook. That's like this is a very common reoccurring pattern.
Eventually, we reached the New Deal in the early mid-1900s, which had the government offering many of the social programs that fraternal societies were having a difficult time providing anymore, and thus the government came in to provide a solution to a problem that was arguably mostly the government's fault. Truly, our heroes. From then on, fraternal societies slowly started to putter out. They aren't completely gone, some still exist today, especially the more secret and exclusionary societies that have alternative goals than simply providing mutual aid. But it pales in comparison to the vast network of societies that people in the US once had to choose from. This all provides an important economic lesson to be learned for society as a whole. Be careful what you wish for when it comes to asking the government to come in and regulate a sector of the economy. Many of the regulations that...
Literally the monkey paw curls, right? Just fucking hell, mate.
were levied against fraternal benefit societies may on an individual basis seem reasonable. For instance, barring lodge doctors was of course framed in the context that it would improve medical care overall, and a law requiring them to be non-profit may also seem relatively innocent at first. But the problem with state regulation is that it all too often creates unforeseen and unintended consequences. If we were able to actually go back in time and prove to our great-great-great-great-grandparents that lobbying the state to regulate their competitors would eventually lead to the collective doom for most of their fraternal societies, I imagine many of them would have a very different stance on support for said regulations. So let's now come back to the...
Yeah, it's that whole thing where people have a hard time understanding second, third, and fourth order effects from the consequences of their decision.
Present day, and go over how all this ties into modern private charity. Due to differences in culture and technology, it would be very difficult and very strange to perfectly recreate the fraternal societies of the past today, and thus a much more modern equivalent would have to fit in with how private charity currently operates. I imagine such a system would be a fusion of current organizations and the mutualist nature of fraternal society, leading to a combination of both reciprocal and hierarchical aid, rather than just focusing on reciprocal aid alone. Now at this point, some people might be asking the questions, why even bother with privatizing the social safety net at all? Doesn't the government already provide decent enough benefits? If the state can do it, then why risk privatization? We have programs like SNAP, state unemployment benefits, free Medicaid for the poor, TANF, etc., etc. And
I think, didn't we all learn that all of these are getting scammed? Like, literally every single fucking one of these is getting scammed.
These programs do provide some relief to families and individuals who qualify at least, so what's wrong with it? Well, it comes down to three issues: efficiency, incentives, and of course, taxation. First, there is of course the problem of taxation. Government programs are not free, but are instead a system that we are all forced into paying for every time you get your paycheck.
You don't exactly get the opportunity, the option to not pay into this, right? If I wanted to instead use a private aid, if I wanted to use one of these mutual aid societies instead of paying into Social Security, well, I'm going to be paying into both the mutual aid society and Social Security because I don't have any option to opt out of Social Security, right?
The problem should seem obvious, but alas, many people still try to argue that public assistance is free. It's not free. We have to pay for it, and we do pay for it, whether we like it or not.
Yep.
Second, government programs are not efficient compared to private charity. This is not a right-wing talking point, it is a proven fact. In a study cited by the Advocates for Self-Governance and published on the Mises Institute titled The Cost of Public Income Redistribution and Private Charity, they found that most of the resources for state public programs goes to actually maintaining the bureaucracy of that public program at a 70-30 split, while the opposite is true for private charity organizations, where the majority of the money actually goes towards the beneficiaries.
So yeah, again, most of the money that you put into the system actually just goes for, again, the fucking do-nothings in the goddamn system. So let's go back here and read this. So, the Journal of Libertarian Studies, Cost of Public Income Redistribution and Private Charity. Most academic participants in the ongoing debate over income redistribution are aware that it's not possible ever for government to tax one set of persons and redistribute the same amount to a set of subsidy recipients. For some fraction of each dollar taxed will always be absorbed in wages and salaries of the administrative bureaucracy. Cost of purchasing, powering, maintaining, and replacing equipment, buildings, etc., and the other overhead costs. Only the remainder will actually be received by the target population in the form of cash or in-kind payments. Many advocates of compulsory income redistribution have tended to ignore this inconvenient fact altogether in their writings. However, indeed, most of the public discussion proceeds with an implicit assumption of costless dollar-for-dollar income transfer, which is completely unrealistic, right? So, let's see. The Cost of Public Income Redistribution and Private Charity by J.R. Edwards, Journal of Libertarian Studies, 21, 3 through 20, 2007. The last reference is the most comprehensive. On page 1 and 2, Edwards cites two studies over a 7-year period. He writes, government income redistribution agencies are estimated to absorb about 2/3 of each dollar budgeted to them in overhead costs, in some cases as much as 3/4 of each dollar. Using government data, Robert L. Woodson, 1989, page 63, calculated that on average, 70 cents of each dollar budget for government assistance goes not to the poor, but to the members of the welfare bureaucracy and others serving the poor. Michael Tanner, 1996, page 136. I forgot what that is, N.18, cites regional studies supporting this 70-30 split. In contrast, administrative and other operating costs and private charities absorb on average only 1/3 or less of each dollar donated, leaving the other 2/3 or more to be delivered to the recipients. So, yeah, long story short, government bureaucracy of Social Security is absolutely a scam. It is meant to funnel money not to the poor, but to the bureaucrat. The unproductive class gets to feed off the through parasitic mechanisms off the productive class. So
not only do you have to pay your taxes toward these programs, but the majority of your money doesn't even go towards helping the poor. There are also various problems with
And again, these people fucking laugh at you for believing that this shit actually works.
each of the government programs I just mentioned that could easily stretch into their own video. But to make a long story short, Medicaid does not solve the problem of high medical costs, it just socializes those costs. TANF and SNAP are easily abused and not as efficient as they could be, and anyone who has ever had to contact their state unemployment office knows that the customer service they provide pales in comparison to even some of the worst private insurance agencies. And not to mention the biggest problem with state public assistance of all. Many of them come with strict income ceilings, where if you make more than the limit, you suddenly become ineligible. This can incentivize families who are close to said threshold to intentionally stay poor. For instance, pretend you are in the working class and making $10 an hour, and this qualifies you for a state benefit that would provide you with value that is equivalent to if you were making $15 an hour. But you would no longer qualify if you made any more money. So your company offers you an opportunity for promotion to shift leader for $13 an hour. This would theoretically place you in a position where accepting this promotion actually results in a net loss for you. It sounds crazy, but unfortunately this is an actual thing that happens.
And yes, these organizations are actually incentivized to promote this kind of thing, because this means that these people who are caught in this, poverty trap, they are incentivized to continue to vote for them, right? To vote for the continuation of this welfare system. So yes, this is by design. Again, Boo Huckley says, destroy the competition so they can work less for more pay, but everything becomes scarce and expensive. What a paradox, right? It's just an incredibly evil plan, right?
Is a scourge known as the welfare trap, a documented and well-proven economic issue where there is a financial pitfall in the amount you would have to earn the same on welfare and your gross income. For the fraternal benefit societies of the past, the exact opposite of this was true. Becoming better off would only award people with greater standing and respect in their mutual aid community. No such trap existed in any meaningful capacity. Fraternal societies had a strong incentive to lift their members out of poverty, as the more members doing well meant greater opportunities for their community as a whole. But with the state, the government has no incentive at all to fix the welfare trap. The state's incentive...
Of course not, because again, if you're caught in the welfare trap, guess what? You're incentivized to support the welfare state. That's by, again, these people know this. These people know that, like, if you rely on the welfare state, you're incentivized to support the continued existence of the welfare state. So what they do is they make it so where that there's this trap. Once you get in the system, it becomes prohibitively expensive to get out of the system, therefore immiserating you, and at the same time gaining you gaining them your loyalty, right? Even though they're the ones who immiserated you.
Incentive lies not with mutual success, but with them, of course, staying in power. And the more people they can make dependent on the state, the more support they can grift in order to retain that power. In conclusion, people who want a better support system for the working poor, such as the Social Democrats, are not wrong that we could do more to help the poor and provide better economic mobility. They are just wrong that it needs to come from a strong state. As it turns out, humans for the most part do not want to let each other die in the streets, and we are perfectly capable of finding ways to help each other without being threatened to do so. Anyways, that's all for now. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, feel free to like, subscribe, tip, or whatever. Oh, and you can follow me on Twitter now if you want, since I decided to actually use the platform as of April 25th. So, till next time.
So yeah, I think y'all can see, oh my god, okay, well, you already released it, Captain Rudy. That was a lot faster than I expected, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, I'll check that out. Boo Huckley says ADAF, all doctors are frauds. I mean, to an extent, if they were involved in all this, yeah, if you're willing to lie about your competitors, I don't exactly trust you as a doctor, to be perfectly honest, right? But, you know, it's actually easy to, like, scaremonger people. So... So yeah, that was a Mentis Waves video on fraternal societies and mutual aid, and why social safety nets like Social Security don't actually need to exist from the state, which leads me into the consequences of Social Security. If you thought that was bad, it gets worse. So here's your grandparents are bankrupting you.
This is the Los Serranos Golf and Country Club in Southern California. It's got 2 courses to choose from, each with gorgeous views of the San Gabriel Mountains. And I'm not a golfer, but I gotta admit, it looks like a pretty great spot to spend a few hours in the California sun and knock back a couple of beers.
Why am I surprised that you finished so quickly? Because I didn't realize, because I thought you were basically, like, just started it, to be perfectly honest. It takes me a while to get a video out, because it's like, so I kind of just assumed it would take a while.
And if you're over 65, a resident of California, and enrolled in the right Medicare plan, then you can get taxpayers like me to pick up part of your tab for playing there. And not just there, but at a bunch of other courses around Southern California too. Maybe skiing is more of your thing? Other Medicare Advantage plans offer taxpayer-funded lift tickets at Utah ski resorts. Retirees can also get horseback riding lessons, memberships at various health and social clubs, all of it paid for by younger Americans.
I wouldn't mind if someone went out and did this stuff with their own money, right? You know, you do what you'd want with your own money. It's literally your money, a representation of your time, productivity, you know, availability, and like what people valued it for, right? But, yeah, it's the fact that you're using other people's money to pay for this, right? And again, some of the stuff could have very well possibly been paid by a mutual aid society, but instead it is paid by the government, and the government is not exactly known for promoting fiscal responsibility. Hello, Long. It's good to see you. What's Captain Rudy saying? If I did an actual AIMV, then sure, but it's just an audio video with the lyrics in the description. Fair enough. Boo Huckley. My pension. Oh, we'll get there. Longbow says, Happy Children's Day. Oh, the irony of this, by the way. It's Children's Day, right? But Happy Children's Day to you too. But we're watching a video about how in the United States, the elders are stealing the future of the children. So a little ironic. Hopefully one day Children's Day can be celebrated in the United States without that particular issue.
How is this possible? A better question might be, why isn't this a national scandal? America is full of policies and programs explicitly designed to benefit older people, regardless of how rich or poor they might be.
Yep. Well, it's a scandal because, again, the system is set up to where, again, a lot of these are sacred cows. You can't criticize the fact that SNAP benefits can and are often abused, right? You can't criticize the Social Security actually takes out more, it gives people more than what they actually put into it. These things, you point them out, and you get painted as if you're some kind of evil person because you want to take away the money from the old people who paid into the systems. No, I want to make sure that they don't get out more than they put in. That's not exactly a hard ask, right? Because someone has to pick up that tab, and if they didn't pay into it and they're pulling out more than they paid into it, then it's the taxpayer who has to pay that, right? And the taxpayer doesn't get a choice.
Practice, these things are a massive wealth redistribution scheme that take money from workers and give it to retirees.
Again, it's the whole the parasitic class is feeding off the productive class, right? People who were at once workers, once possibly being a part of the productive class, have become part of the parasitic class, and so they are incentivized now, part of the parasitic class, to continue sucking up the teat of the actual productive.
Generally speaking, these programs were created for noble purposes, to keep senior citizens from falling into poverty and to help them stay healthy.
That's why I wanted to show the Mentis Way video before we got into here, because that is absolutely bullshit. These policies do not exist because senior citizens needed help. We've already established that there were already mechanisms to make sure that senior citizens were taken care of and not actually just left on the street to die. Right, so this is a concession that is rooted in a non-fact. It is actually true that untrue. This was not done for the benefit of people. This was done for the benefit of the exploited, quote unquote, doctor who didn't want to necessarily compete with each other, with other doctors because I'm not making enough money. Yeah, oh my god. Oh my god. So, old people sucking at the proverbial teat, how ironic, right?
But somewhere along the way, things got really out of whack. Today's senior citizens are the wealthiest generation of retirees in American history.
Yep.
They are receiving far more in government benefits than they contributed during their working years, and these policies are worsening a whole bunch of other serious problems, from the national debt to the housing shortage.
Long says the provision of war resources should be stopped. I would be more concerned. I mean, yeah, sure, but the issue is right now the welfare state actually takes a lot more than from the American citizen than the war machine ever did. To be perfectly honest, the war machine is still big, still bad. Preferably, we should not be engaging in wars that are not necessary, but if I have to pick one thing to slash, I would definitely slash the welfare state in the United States, because that takes up way more money out of the pocket of the American than the military-industrial complex. Not a big fan of the military-industrial complex either, but one of these parasites is way more parasitical than the other.
Now, I've got nothing against them for being wealthy, and I'm glad that so many retirees today are staying active into their golden years. But why can't they pay for their own golf outings and ski vacations?
That is the question. Yeah, depending on how long, what time it is when this part of the React video is over, I might have a third part of the video to add into here, because it shows again just how disgusting some of the mindsets of people who are on this system actually are. Captain Rudy says our military takes up 3% of the national budget. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It is a bottomless well for military spending, but in regards to again, the welfare state, it's not exactly comparable.
Every time you get paid, there are payroll taxes deducted from your check. Those dollars are pumped into the federal government's mighty wealth redistribution machine, and the vast majority of those taxes are plucked from the checks of young workers to be given to older, retired Americans.
Wow, it's not like I couldn't be doing something productive in my own time with that money that got siphoned off from me to people I've never met before. There's no one greedier than an altruist, I'm just saying.
Including paying for those tea times. But let's back up for a minute and look at why this whole system exists. Economist Nicholas Barr says that there are two reasons for a welfare state to exist: as a Robin Hood that takes from the rich and gives to the poor, and as a piggy bank that redistributes money across time.
As we already established in the previous video, considering that 3/4 of every dollar given to Social Security actually goes to the bureaucracy and not actually to the intended recipients or alleged intended recipients of the Social Security, Social Security. I think we can very clearly state it's not Robin Hood. It is actually the piggy bank. But it's the piggy bank for the what would you call it, the bureaucracy. The Robin Hood part is like the quarter out of the dollar that gets funneled to the recipient. Long says, does anyone still remember the bag of screws that cost $90,000? I'm gonna have to look this up.
The piggy bank approach is meant to deal with a problem that almost everyone faces. We earn basically all of our money from when we're in our 20s to when we're in our 70s, but we keep spending until we die. And consumption tends to get higher the longer someone lives.
I mean, to be fair, it's not exactly possible to not spend until you die, right? I mean, you still have to, pay for food and water, right? Those things don't come free because someone still has to provide service in order to actually, provide you those things, and no one is owed free free work, right?
And not everyone saves enough for retirement. So
that sounds like a fucking skill issue, to be perfectly honest. As mean as it sounds, it does sound like a bit of a skill issue. It's like, oh, I didn't save up enough to do this. It's like, okay, did you make wise investment decisions? No. That does sound like a skill issue, to be perfectly honest. Get good, GG. You had all this time to prepare for this, and you didn't prepare for this because, again, you didn't really think about your own mortality, right? You didn't remember memento mori. Or it's like, well, something happened to me, and it's like I'd lost all this money because something out of my control happened. It's like, that's fair, but again, if we had mutual aid societies like we were just discussing in the Mentis Way video, that would have been able to cover you. But the government took away your mutual aid society, right? For its aid society, which is not mutual aid. But anyway.
Why, but what about the how? A lot of the talk about welfare is focused on what we think of as the Robin Hood style programs, the ones that are aimed at helping people. But overwhelmingly,
I will also say, again, as I've said beforehand, it's easy to hate the rich, but are you brave enough to hate the poor, right? Anyone who's ever actually had to work with the poor realizes that a lot of people who are poor because they deserve it, to be perfectly honest. That may sound cruel, but a lot of people who are poor because of their own decisions, not just because of happenstances of life. That also happens. Let's not be ridiculous about this. But a lot of people who end up poor are poor because they made unwise decisions. And they eat the consequences of those decisions. And when you try to help some of these people out of poverty, they just end up back into poverty because, again, they're there because they're impoverished because they deserve to be impoverished. Let's be totally fair. Again, not everyone who's poor is like this, but there is a larger contingent of this than people want to think about. And the poor and the rich actually do benefit from each other. Turns out the poor and the rich conspire to both constrain the middle class, right? They both benefit from extracting wealth from the middle class. It's like, interesting. Once again, as I said, it is easy to hate the rich, but are you brave enough to hate the poor?
America's welfare system is the piggy bank model. Fully 2/3 of America's redistribution spending goes to people aged 65 and older, most of it via Social Security and Medicare.
Yep, so remember when we said that 3/4 went to the bureaucracy? Well, now we got to divide the quarters that got sent to the actual program. And There we go. So
That's because nearly 90% of senior citizens get Social Security. And it doesn't matter how rich you are. Even Bill Gates qualifies. Workers pay taxes to support both the Robinhood and piggy bank transfer programs, but in practice, the vast majority of those payments are going to older Americans.
Boo Huckley says the bottom 1% and the top 1% versus the hard-working 98%. Yep. Captain Rudy says, I live by the philosophy that you're not allowed to complain about an issue if they have a reasonable means of rectifying their issue and choose not to. That actually is a good point, Rudy. That actually is a really good point. So this says the redistribution balance sheet. Despite its supposed purpose of redistributing from the better off to worse off, the American welfare state redistributes much more to middle-class retirees than it does to the poor. In 2020, 66% of U.S. entitlement spending went to the 17% of the population aged 65 and older. That age cohort contributed only 11% of the U.S. direct tax revenues. So,
now this is the part where you can already hear a boomer objecting to the premise of this video.
I paid into those programs when I was working, and I'm just getting back what I'm owed.
But is that
an AI video? I mean, if that is, that's funny as shit.
true? To better understand that dynamic, we have to take a little trip back through time. I think we all have this mental image of the Great Depression as a time when everyone was poor and old people were extra super poor. Tip O'Neill, Speaker of the House on Social Security's 50th birthday in 1985, summed it up like this. Life for the elderly is filled with uncertainty, dependency, and horror. When you get old, you are without income, without hope. Social Security has made it possible for people not to have to live in fear and dependency.
Again, remember that this is in the context of, again, Social Security, which replaced the mutual aid system, the fraternal society. The fraternal society that looked after the elderly and the infirmed. It would look after the children of its members that died from unfortunate circumstances. Yeah. Who made the fraternal societies unsustainable? Oh wait, we already covered that. It was the state and federal governments. Again, this is by design.
Now, there's some debate about how true that was. There weren't reliable federal poverty statistics in the 1920s and 1930s, but some states collected that information. In New York, for example, 90% of the elderly were self-supporting, meaning that they had sufficient savings or they were supported by friends and family.
Yep, so it also turns out we might not have even needed the actual aid outside of insurance, because it actually turns out that people understood money and they actually made wise decisions. Then, again, hypocrite that thou art, right, in my case. But, again, these people actually saved up. They actually planned for their retirement. They actually understood how far their money was going to go. They didn't have to worry about inflation stealing the wealth of their money out from under them. Again, how did we end up here?
And that was in 1929, just before the crash. The Depression changed that, and we've never gone back. This guy, Francis E. Townsend, a retired California doctor, was one of the first people to float a national pension plan. In 1933, he published an article in his hometown newspaper advocating for the creation of what he called the Townsend Old Age Revolving Pension Plan. It would have been funded by a 2% national sales tax and provide a $200 monthly pension to every citizen over age 60.
$200 back then was a lot of fucking money. Anyway, hold on. Son of a bitch, that was the audio. Hold on. So, pensions for all at 60, an idea from the West. The Townsend plan, to be urged in Congress, would set up a revolving fund and pay $200 monthly by Robert Ordway Foote. It doesn't say what year it is, so I can't exactly. Hold on. 1933. Okay, so let me do some. Let's do some math, right? Because now that we know the year, we can actually do the calculation to see exactly how much money we're talking about, right? Because I actually still have the thing open. So they said 1933. So let's do this math. 1933, and we will do $200 and see how much this is. Okay. So, let's see.
He published an article in his hometown newspaper advocating for the creation of what he called the Townsend.
So $200 monthly is $5,123.38 nowadays, right? So,
Old age revolving pension plan. It would have been funded by a 2% national sales tax and provide a $200 monthly pension to every citizen over age 60. Other ideas.
I really wish these people would actually like adjust for inflation in these conversations to actually show what exactly we're talking about, right?
At the time were not so detailed. The popular ham and eggs retirement plan demanded that the government pay $30 every Thursday to all retirees.
So that's $30 a week. Let's assume that the same year, right? It wasn't the same year, but let's assume the same year and see what that would actually translate to. Let's see. Now, granted, because it's like it would probably be subject to inflation as well. So let's see this. That's asking that every again every Thursday for all retirees, they were asking for $768.51.
The pension plan that America ended up with was called Social Security. It was created in 1935 by Congress and President Franklin D. Roosevelt and modeled on European social insurance programs.
Yeah, that was a bad idea. Federal-state cooperation for Social Security. Each figure represents an approved state plan by which federal-state cooperation is now providing financial assistance for needy, aged, dependent children, needy, blind, and unemployed compensation administration.
Like one created in Germany in the 1880s. Even today, Social Security is pretty simple. Workers and employers pay taxes to the government, and the government doles out benefits to retirees. But that simple arrangement leads to this common misconception.
I paid into Social Security for decades. That's my money.
Sorry, but no. Workers in the 1930s were taxed to pay for retirees during the Great Depression, and that pattern has continued ever since.
Yep.
Workers in the 1950s were taxed to pay for retirees in the 1950s. Workers in the 1970s were taxed to pay for retirees in the 1970s, and workers today are being taxed to pay for retirees today.
Yeah, it is unjust to steal from A to give to B. It doesn't matter if there's good intention behind it. Right? Theft is theft, you're a damn thief. But anyway, that's just my opinion of the tax man.
You might think that there's an account somewhere deep in the bowels of the Social Security Administration with your name on it, stuffed with dollars.
Oh yeah, no, this is a fucking pyramid scheme. This system will definitely, by the time I am a retiree, assuming nothing happens, right? This system will be completely, will not exist. It is unsustainable. It will collapse under its own hubris.
Bills just waiting for the day that you turn 65.
Which is also infuriating, which means that I have to pay for something that I will never act, because they're like, oh yeah, like, I paid into it, it's my money. I am paying into it and I will never see it. Just flat out the case.
There isn't. When that money comes out of your paycheck, it goes straight to current beneficiaries.
Yep, there's no saving.
And paying into Social Security when you're at working age does not come with any guarantee that the program will pay you benefits later on.
Kevin Eric Snell says, I'm probably older than you and I won't get anything either. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm in my 30s, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll take your word for it.
The Supreme Court has ruled on this question twice. It is settled. The operative question here isn't about who has a right to that money. It's about how the government should spend it.
Yep.
It is essentially a political question. So keep that in mind. We'll come back to it a little bit later.
And by the way, again, because people are now reliant on this, it means that anyone who is currently on Social Security is incentivized to vote to maintain Social Security. It's the same thing, again, with the welfare trap, right? Oh my God, this thing with the avatar is going to bother me. If you're in the welfare trap, right, you can't get out without disadvantaging yourself in the transitionary period, you're incentivized to ensure that the welfare state continues to function as it does right now, even though it is literally immiserating you. It is a diabolical strategy to maintain political power, but it was one set up by the progressives to maintain political power.
Now, over the years, the old age welfare state has grown and grown and grown.
Oh yeah,
Lyndon Johnson signed the
this blossomed way further than anyone who originally designed the already abominable Social Security program ever predicted.
Social Security amendments in 1965 that created Medicare and also Medicaid. In 1983, President Ronald Reagan signed a bipartisan bill to raise payroll taxes and gradually increase the retirement age from 65 to 67.
Truly, Richard Nixon was our best president of the modern era. Fuck.
The Balanced Budget Act of 1997, signed by President Bill Clinton, created a new set of services under Medicare.
Fuck.
That was
Yep.
Medicare Plus Choice, a service that would be rebranded as Medicare Advantage in the early 2000s.
And anyone who's ever had to deal with Medicare knows that this is a fucking nightmare too.
This will matter later, too. In 2003, George W. Bush signed legislation that expanded Medicare to cover pharmaceutical drugs. The Affordable Care Act was mostly concerned with expanding Medicaid, the health insurance program for poor Americans.
And yeah, remember, Medicare is one of these things that, again, helped to make everything unaffordable in fucking, Boo Huckley. I don't know if that's your age or a year you're pointing to. But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Medicare is one of those things that made things fucking unreasonably expensive for everyone who's not on it. And I'm very salty about that because I refuse to use government systems for a number of reasons. One of which is I'm stubborn and I have some degree of pride, right? Second of all is I recognize all of these are scams and all of these actually destroyed real industries that actually benefited people more than these governmental institutions.
But it also made some changes to Medicare Advantage that increased enrollment. And finally, in 2018, Congress and President Donald Trump loosened the rules for what benefits could be offered by Medicare Advantage plans. That, in short, is how you end up with taxpayer dollars funding golf outings and ski trips under the guise of Medicare spending today. So if you're mad about that, thank Clinton.
Oh, heard 67 in the video. Fair enough. I got a little sidetracked.
And Trump. So for decades, America has been expanding and expanding the entitlement state for older people. That might have started with good intentions during a crisis, but
I don't think it did. Again, we already saw the thing with Mentis Wave, and he explained the origins of Social Security is a way for, it rooted in doctors trying to destroy fraternal societies because fraternal societies made medical services too affordable.
But it is increasingly difficult to justify. Today, senior citizens are the wealthiest cohort of people in America. The median household headed by someone over age 65 is worth more than twice as much as the median household headed by someone in their late 30s.
Remember when I said parasite class? Right? Again, it's easy to hate the rich, but are you brave enough to hate the poor? Hold on, let me read this thing at the bottom. Source Survey of Consumer Finances 2022, dollars and data.com. Note, percentiles are calculated using data based on 4,595 U.S. households.
Younger households are even further behind. But thanks to the way these programs operate, it's people in their 20s and 30s and 40s who are funding benefits to their older, wealthier counterparts. The problem of widespread senior poverty, if it ever really existed outside of the Great Depression,
and I'm not entirely sure it existed that much in... it seems to me, again, like it's an entirely artificial problem, that it was made by the state, and... it's the old trope of the government causes a problem, so the solution is more government, right?
has been solved. But even as older Americans have gotten richer and richer, we've cranked up the system of redistributing wealth in their direction. And that seems deeply unfair.
I wouldn't say it's unfair. I would say it's evil. Personally, I would say it's personally evil. Boo Huckley says doctors are just as evil as lawyers, bankers, chefs, and barbers. I mean, you could find good people in all of those professions, but yes, the general incentives for human nature don't go away just because you're in any of these roles, right? You're gonna find evil people in these in these industries, and people are always gonna be greedy and self-interested, and that means ultimately the greediest people I've ever met are, again, communists. So, and that's why this video is called Boomer Luxury Communism. because it turns out boomers aren't really capitalists. They are state capitalists, right? They are actually a form of socialist.
My friend Russ Green has come up with a clever way to describe this dynamic. He calls it total boomer luxury communism. And Russ is here with us today. Russ, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
I think you could just shorten this down to luxury communism, or luxury socialism. But yeah,
I'm good. What is total boomer luxury communism?
Total boomer luxury communism is a system of political economy that
that's at Prime Mover Institute. Hold on, what the fuck is that? That just made some connections in my brain. I'm gonna have to look this up.
transfers wealth to older people at the expense of younger generations, and it does this through a variety of means. Some of them are entitlement programs at the federal level. Some of them are special tax breaks that only senior citizens are eligible for. And others involve the artificial inflation of home values and constrictions on the housing supply.
You're advocating for changing those things, for changing the way entitlement programs work, for changing some of these other benefits that old people get. Doesn't that mean you're changing the sort of social contract that these people had been a part of for most of their working lives?
Yeah, the social contract's already been broken. It was broken years.
There is no social contract. That is an abstraction made to. That is a pure abstraction. You can't point to it in any concrete reality. But even if there was a social contract, let's just enter into their frame and you just see whether or not their own worldview can support this. Yeah, he is absolutely right. The social contract was devastated a long time ago, and it's been continually broken, and you get called crazy, or you get called evil, selfish, greedy, and horrible for pointing out that, again, the social contract has been repeatedly broken, and if they're not going to live by their side of the obligation, none of us should live by the side that they expect to pay for it, right? Because instead of it being mutually beneficial, or even just basic charity, it has devolved into, again, parasitism. And again, you shouldn't be able to pull out more than, again, at least with the mutual aid society, you can see exactly how this works, right? Because everyone in the community pulls into it. It's freely associative, so there's no theft involved. And it drove the cost of everything down, right? But here, it drives the cost of everything fucking up. And there's no voluntary association in this. It's all completely coerced. You are, in effect, held at gunpoint. Hey, pay into this, or we will send men with guns to go kidnap you, and then we will take, again, we will take from you by force.
Years ago, when politicians in DC decided to run up the federal debt to historically high levels.
Yep.
We're now approaching $39 trillion. Fundamentally, what that means is younger people, even people who are not born yet, are being forced against their will to pay for programs that don't benefit them. If people want to make an appeal to some sort of moral right they have to government money, I don't even think that exists at all. But even if it did, it's already been outweighed by the situation we're now in with the state of the federal debt.
When Social Security was created, Franklin Roosevelt said the goal was to provide some measure of protection to the average citizen and to his family against poverty-ridden old age.
Again, we got to remember, we literally just went through a video which showed that that was already the case, and that the state governments, in cooperation with doctors who didn't want to compete with each other because the competition drove the prices down, are the reason that this problem that they came in to solve was the issue in the first place, right? So they caused the problem, and then they come and they give the solution. And then they incentivize everyone to not see that they caused the problem and therefore, gave the solution.
These days, that protection has become a golden parachute for many households. In 2024, the maximum Social Security benefit was nearly $117,000. And remember, all of that money is coming out of the paychecks of current workers, so that it can fund the lifestyles of people who are, generally speaking, wealthier. Instead of a piggy bank,
So yeah, this is literally an example of like the poor funding the rich, right? You really want to talk about like the rich exploiting the poor. This is an example of an actual case of the rich exploiting the poor, and they're doing it through these, again, government subsidies. It turns out the actual class conflict is the, again, unproductive versus the productive.
This is a reverse Robin Hood system. We're taking from the relatively poor and giving to the relatively rich. Okay, granted, most people aren't getting the maximum Social Security payout.
Obviously not.
But almost all retirees collect more in Social Security and Medicare benefits than what they paid in.
This should be, again, an eye-opener. Like, because, like, again, the idea is like, oh yeah, it's my money, I paid into it. No, it's like, no, you didn't. You actually spent all the money you paid into it long ago. Right? You should have been cut off from these funding long ago because you're taking out more than you actually put into it. And yeah, but again, you point this out and all they'll say is, I paid into the system, I get to use it. Because it turns out a lot of these people, not everyone obviously, but a lot of these people don't actually believe that your money belongs to you, right? As soon as it becomes advantageous for your money to belong to them, then it's suddenly their money, not your money. Boo Huckley says broken window cultists. Yeah. This is very similar to the broken window fallacy, right? It's like, oh, think about the fact that like you threw that rock through that window, and so now the money goes from the homeowner to the glass maker. You're funding the economy. It's like the homeowner could have used that money for any number of other things. Right? You haven't actually fueled the economy by going around and breaking people's windows. You've actually just diverted funds to a new, previously unnecessary expenditure. Right? You're not doing anything good for the society.
That's true for lower earning households, middle income households, and wealthier households.
Mm-hmm.
Remember our friend?
I'm just getting back what I paid in.
Sorry, but that's just not true. That's not how these programs work.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
This is actually one of my favorite defunct commercials. This whole Facebook parody was actually really funny.
Yeah, she gets it. So it is current workers footing the bill, and the math isn't mathing. Today's retirees are collecting more than they contributed. This is largely true for two reasons, both of which have to do with that history of Social Security and Medicare. For one, people live a lot longer today.
Yeah.
When Social Security launched in 1935, the average life expectancy for Americans was 61.
Okay, so this is partly true, partly false. So it's not that we're living longer per se, it's that people aren't dying as much. You got to remember that, like, when you're calculating average life expectancy, you have to ask the question: how are we calculating this? Are we including anyone under a certain age, right? Because the way you get, for example, the average life expectancy in the Middle Ages was like 30. The only way you're really getting that there, because you get people who in the Middle Ages, people who got to the same ages that we do now. Like, human life expectancy itself has not actually increased in any dramatic way. What's decreased is actually infant mortality. And when you factor in infant mortality, yeah, it turns out if you have a contingent of your population that consistently dies below the age of 1, right? Just think about like how 0 affected your grade growing up as like in going to school, right? You got 1, 0, that takes a chunk out of your grade point average, right? Again, it's the same thing with like life expectancy projections. It's not that people lived up to 30 and then fucking died in the Middle Ages, right? That would just stop, think about it, and then it would obviously not make any sense, right? Because then that would basically mean that like if you get like let's say for example, anyway, I'm not going to go into that right now because that's a whole different can of worms. So let's try to focus on this, but. No, part of the reason why this is the case is because if you have men and women dying, for example, in factory jobs, well, now that gets calculated in part of the average age, life expectancy. You have children die, in infant mortality, that gets calculated part of the average, the average life expectancy, and that artificially drags the age of any life expectancy down. But when you actually do the math for people who don't die in either like these freak accidents or, for example, because of infant mortality, when you factor these out, the life expectancy of a person at these times isn't actually that different from the life expectancy of people as we live now. Like, so this is just a commonly touted historical inaccuracy, right? People in the Middle Ages actually didn't live on if we cut out those examples, right? People in the Middle Ages didn't actually live that much shorter or longer than people who live now. It's life expectancy itself has not actually changed. But let's read this advertisement, right? So, a monthly check to you for the rest of your life beginning when you are 65. Get your Social Security account number promptly. Applications are being distributed. By the way, Social Security numbers are some of the least secure codes out there, and yet fucking everyone who is doing business with the federal government for some reason fucking needs them. So, yeah, just, anyway. I could go on that, but I don't want to right now. Applications are being distributed at all workplaces. Who is eligible? Everybody working for salary or wages, with only a few exceptions, such as agriculture, domestic service, and government work. Applications for Social Security accounts are available through employers, and if you do not get one from your employer, ask for one at the post office. So, yeah, information may be obtained at any post office. So, Boo Huckley says the real lifespan is 1,000 years, right?
Means the average person died 4 years before qualifying for benefits.
I would be skeptical of this claim. Again, I have already explained why.
Today, someone who lives to age 65 has a life expectancy of 20 more years, and that's according to Social Security's own actuarial tables. That's a lot more years of retirement that this scheme has to cover. And all of that cost falls on current workers, who are, I remind you once again, generally much poorer than today's retirees. But that's only the beginning of total boomer luxury communism. Remember those golf outings and ski vacations and other perks that were covered by Medicare Advantage? According to research by the Manhattan Institute's Chris Pope, Medicare Advantage plans also cover hairstyling and...
Just the name of that article, should Medicare cover golfing fees? It's like, Are we absolutely serious? Like, is this a parody? Are we being real right now?
Beauty services, and in some cases, even pet food, pet toys, kitty litter, and flea shampoo.
Okay, you know what? I could at least see the flea shampoo one, right?
The Government Accountability Office says that those supplemental benefits cost taxpayers $6.4 billion in 2022. And the price tag has likely grown since then because enrollment in Medicare Advantage is growing. So we're taxing working age Americans who are trying to raise a family and save to buy a house.
Oh, but here's the thing. They don't want you to raise a family. You, in fact, are the carbon that they wish to reduce. Right? They actually don't want you to have a large family, like a lot of people actually do want if you actually press them on the situation. A lot more people out there, if you gave them the opportunity to be able to, again, make money and be able to support a family, there's a lot more people out there who would actually be fine with having like 10 kids, right? And don't want to be part of, like, they just don't want to be poor and have 10 kids. If they could actually have money, a lot of people out there actually would like to have large families. They just think that it's bad for the environment. They got psyoped into thinking that, like, if they have a large family, they'll ruin the lives of their children and the lives of other people's children. That's not actually true, right? They got and then they put on economic pressure. Well, I can't afford to have one kid, let alone, you know, the family size that I actually wanted to have, right? You are the carbon that these people want to reduce. Right? They didn't make this on accident. This shit is being done on purpose. They want you immiserated. They want you to own nothing. They want you to have no lineage, and you will be happy. You will fade into extinction. And that is the goal. So, and by extinction, I don't mean your race. I don't mean your family. I mean you. You will have nothing. You will have nothing. You will have no legacy. You will have no legitimacy. You will have nothing to your name when you die. And you will be happy. That is what they ask of you. You are the carbon they wish to reduce. Remember, these people fucking hate you.
So that we can pay for senior citizens' pets' shampoo. Something is wrong with this picture.
Yeah.
But wait, it gets worse. Social Security and Medicare are the fastest growing portions of the federal budget. And tax collections aren't keeping up with how much they cost.
No, I wonder why. I wonder if, like, you're in I wonder if you receive Social Security and Medicare Medicaid, I wonder if you might be incentivized to expand, to vote to expand these provisions. Boo Huckley said the nuclear family is an op to break up large families into smaller, less powerful ones via single-family homes, replacing larger ones. The nuclear family is like kind of. The nuclear family is the basis of the larger family, to be perfectly honest, right? Like, these are not mutually exclusive things. The nuclear family is the bedrock of the larger family, just like how the larger family is the bedrock of society, right? So the nuclear family does, in fact, have primacy. At the same time, though, just because it has primacy doesn't mean that there isn't any legitimacy to having large families. But yes, the exclusion of the large family is an absolute disaster. God. I want Americans to get back into a situation where they can have just as many kids as the Catholics and the Jews, right? And the Mormons, right? Oh, I guess the Mormons without the whole polygamy thing, which thankfully they don't practice, right? But I want the average American to I want good American families to again have, whether or not they're Catholic, Mormon, or Jewish or something else. I want the American family to get back into a position where they will give the Orthodox Jew, the traditionalist Catholic, and the Mormon a run for their money in terms of like children. Can you tell I'm a pro-natalist?
That means we're borrowing more every year to fund these programs, and more borrowing likely means higher inflation over the long run.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean likely, it means exactly that, because where's the money coming from? You have to print the money, and if you print more money, that means the supply of money goes up. But, oh my god, it's basic supply and demand. Supply and demand still applies to fucking money. This is why it's like, at this point, it's like, at this point, I prefer cryptocurrency over physical money, just because, again, at least with Bitcoin and Monero, I don't have to deal with the fucking inflation issue. But, you know, I digress. We still should have physical currency. But our currency should be backed by gold. But it's not going to be backed by gold, because it turns out if you have a gold-backed currency, you can't support this massive welfare state, and you couldn't support endless wars.
So, in other words, you're being taxed now to pay for boomers' retirement benefits. And
you will never see those retirement benefits yourself. So, yeah.
Then, that money you get to keep, it's worth less because of higher inflation.
Yep.
But wait,
inflation is a secret tax.
It's worse again. Everybody seems to be talking about affordability these days, and usually that means housing prices. But government benefits for old people aren't just taking money out of your pocket and making it harder to save up to buy a house. They're actually making houses more expensive too.
Indeed.
Here's why. In a lot of states and some local jurisdictions, senior citizens get special property tax breaks.
Yeah, right now. Oh my god. Yeah, this is something that I don't see get talked about very often, right? Is that not only are you paying for the livelihoods of people who didn't properly save up for retirement, but you are also paying for, again, the fact that you're paying for the fact that, again, there is you're paying for housing for these people again too. Oh my god.
Like Social Security and Medicare, those property tax breaks were created with some good intentions.
I don't think they were.
The idea is to make it more affordable for older people to stay in their homes as they age. In reality, these policies have discouraged older Americans from downsizing after their kids have moved out and they've retired. In a recent survey, nearly 70% of baby boomer homeowners said they were planning to remain in their homes as they got older.
Yep. Hold on. Let's go back and actually read this entire thing, right? Because I understand, again, my chat is blocking the screen. So 7 in 10 baby boomer homeowners feel confident they will remain in their current homes. 69% in 2021, 66% in 2016. So it's actually gone up over time. 68% of baby boomers homeowners report it is likely they will age in place in their current home. Among homeowners aging in place, 49% have lived in their home for 20 years or longer. 76% have 3 or more bedrooms. Among homeowners moving in the future, 35% plan to move. 10% more than 10 years from now, or don't know when they will move. Question. In the future, how likely or unlikely are you to do the following? live in your current home for the rest of your life? When, if at all, do you anticipate moving to a new home or residence? How long have you lived in your current home? How many bedrooms does your home have? When, if at all, do you anticipate moving to a new home or residence? Base N equals 1,999 homeowners. So it's just literally shy of 2,000. But also, it's not just this that drives up the housing crisis. It's also the fact that, like, we have unnecessary regulations and, like, obstacles in legislation to building more houses. And then also you have these large corporations, some of which are foreign owned, by the way, buying up houses to turn into things like shopping strips, right? Just pointing that out there. Chicken Tender says, I think part of the problem with boomers not moving is they want to keep all their shit. I mean, that's fair. But again, if we also just removed some of the unnecessary, prohibitively expensive legislation about building new homes in the first place, right? We could at least somewhat mitigate this situation. But it turns out, as has been pointed out in some content creators, especially with like old rural cities that are populated mostly by the elderly, they don't actually want new people to move in, right? They actually like their cozy, they actually like their cozy boomer-only enclaves. Yeah, so it's also tiresome.
70% of baby boomer homeowners said they were planning to remain in their homes as they got older. As a result, there are fewer houses on the market, and the houses that are available are more pricey. That's bad news for anyone trying to buy a new home and start a family. This total boomer luxury communism is at the root of a whole bunch of other problems: the debt, the housing crisis, inflation, and so on. You want to fix those things? Then we've got to fix this. If something cannot go on forever, it will stop. Total boomer luxury communism is no exception.
Yeah, I mean, it is a literal pyramid scheme, so it's like, yeah, it is going to collapse under the weight of its own hubris. And the only issue is how painful is that collapse going to be? And the longer you keep this going on, the more painful that bubble popping is going to be.
The clock is already ticking. Social Security is running headlong into insolvency, which will hit in the early 2030s.
Well, at least I will live to see this damnable program collapse.
When it does, retirees' benefit checks will be cut by about 23%.
Oh, so they're not even going to stop. They're just going to cut 23. So we're going to go from... I hate the government. You have no idea how much I hate the government.
Across the board, regardless of need. And that's a pretty unfair outcome, too. See, here's something we need to acknowledge. Even though the average retiree gets a lot more in benefits than they paid in taxes, there are some retirees who truly do rely on Social Security and Medicare to get by.
That is true, but again, we already have covered that the only reason that they need this to get by is because the government itself made it impossible for fraternal societies to accomplish the goal, the actual things that they were doing beforehand, which was, again, helping people maintain stability in hard times. Again, this is by design. The government caused this problem.
These government welfare programs are the only thing keeping some seniors out of poverty. And that means that those coming cuts in the 2030s will be harsh. And even though the vast majority of retirees report being financially comfortable in retirement, we can't forget that there will always be some people who do need the help. Fixing entitlement programs can make sure that the help goes to the people who truly need it, without really affecting wealthy retirees who already have plenty saved up. But the main reason to fix this is to stop charging those younger, poorer workers to pay for the luxurious benefits that are paid to wealthier households.
Yeah, I mean, like, modesty is like a virtue that seems to be lost on that entire generation. Granted, we all know it's not everyone. It's not everyone, right? It's just like it's not all millennials who are guilty of the millennial bullshit. It's not all Gen Xers who are guilty of the Gen X bullshit. It's not all silent generationists who did the silent generation bullshittery, right? But let's be fair, certain the generations have their stereotypes for a reason, right? Uh-oh. Fuck, it's crashing on me. Well, that's not fun. Okay, the video is crashing on me, so hopefully, like, I can still continue this video, because that would be a really annoying thing for it to completely, for it to crash on me, and then I have to start this all over again.
So how do we fix it? Politics. Yes, really, politics. See, we've politicized bathrooms and bakeries and almost every nook and cranny of pop culture at this point, but the culture wars have blinded us to the generational war. At the same time that we've pushed politics into every corner of our lives, we've removed...
Okay, this is bad advice. Forgetting the culture war is a absolute... the censors have heard your voice, right? You know, fair enough, right? Oh my, well, I mean, to be fair, if I get any bigger, the censors are not my biggest concern. I did make a song making fun of Islam, and it was a pretty savage song, and you know, the certain religion, you know, that gets very explosive when you touch its sacred it's sacred cows, and that would be Islam. So it's like, the censors wouldn't necessarily be my main concern if I was big enough to be noticed. But yeah. But the whole thing about, like, noticing, don't care as much about the culture war. No, care a lot about the culture war, right? They're going after your culture because they know it fucking works, right? Because they know that that's a way to try to engineer the future to their own design. Like, when people say they're making for the modern audience, they're not saying that the modern audience exists. They're making it for the modern audience because they're trying to make the modern audience come into being by creating a generation that has only ever known material made for the modern audience, right? They do this because art is actually important. Culture is actually important. And just ignoring culture is a good way to lose the long-term conflict, right? So, no. There, you can do more than one thing at one time, right? You can care about the devastation that the welfare scam has, like Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare has actually wrought on society, but you can also care about the culture as well, especially considering, again, you don't think that, like, the cultural incentivization of, again, like, incentivizing the boomer generation to parasitize off of Gen X, off of, the millennials, off of the Zoomers, off of Gen Alpha. You don't think that that's not a cultural rot, right? Again, this is part of the culture war.
Moved the vast majority of the federal budget from the political process. Social Security and Medicare run on autopilot, and that means they're not subject to the annual budget debates in Congress. And that means that they're not a focus of campaigns either. That's gotta change. As long as we're running Social Security and Medicare on autopilot, that means that they get prioritized over everything else, because it just keeps running and no one ever has to vote on it. If we stopped doing that, then the trade-offs would be much more apparent, and our elected officials in Congress would have to confront this problem. What's the most effective use of our tax dollars? Is it a stronger military? More industrial policy? More subsidies for young families? Or
the strongest use of my tax dollars belongs to me. I can do more with my own fucking money than any of these bastards who are not actually subject to being responsible for misusing money, right? It really is that simple. Like, I can do more if you let me actually have my fucking full paycheck, right? Right? Maybe take it out for, like, policing, right? Fair enough, right? But, like, no, absolutely not. Like, all the fucking welfare benefit stuff, stop taxing me, right? Cut a significant portion of defense spending, because we don't need it. We really don't, right? We would still be the most powerful nation on earth, even if the spending wasn't necessarily as egregious as it was, right? I cannot tell you how much waste, as being part of the military, or former military, I cannot tell you how much waste is in government military spending, but I digress. It's a whole different conversation. Let me have the vast majority of my own fucking money, and I will put better use to the damn money than any of you bastards in bureaucracy, because you don't have to eat the cost of not using the money correctly, right? Oh my god. I hate the government. I hate the government with such a passion.
Or is it sending checks to the wealthiest Americans so they can have another vacation? If Congress had to actually confront that question, it might budget differently. So we don't really need generational warfare, but we do need some political conflict over how to solve this problem, because that's how the system works. Or just take a more cynical outlook. Social Security and Medicare are going to be insolvent by the early 2030s, and at that point, something is gonna have to be done. Have you looked at the average age of Congress lately?
Yeah.
Doesn't give me a lot of hope that the interests of younger Americans are going to get a fair shake. Whatever solution they come
No taxation without representation, right? Right, lads?
up with is probably going to protect wealthy older people and screw everyone else. It won't turn the conveyor belt off, it'll probably make it run faster, probably by hiking up payroll taxes. The current situation is unfair, and that would be worse. Younger Americans need to tell Congress to get serious about entitlement reform and tell wealthy boomers to pay for their own damn ski vacations.
Yeah, so I agree with the vast majority of things said in this particular video. Chicken Tender says the only taxes I feel should be taken from people is for roads, first responders, and some military. I would say the only things I think is police, military, and first responders. That's it. We already know that historically speaking, the roads could be maintained by private organizations. I am totally fine with that. Long said there are too many commissioners. Commissioner Smith. Yeah, fair enough, right? With that much money invested, you could build a space aircraft carrier. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like if my tax money was being used to go and like colonize Mars, I'd be less offended by it, to be perfectly honest, right? So that will end our stream today. Hold on. Before that, I will continue this sometime later. I won't upload this video until like later, because I'm gonna have to put a third video in here that ties directly into this, so it's gonna be a decently long video when I actually upload it to YouTube, right? But the stream is basically coming to an end. I'm currently just looking for all y'all who stayed for put up with my bullshit, to be perfectly honest, thank you. I do appreciate it. I know I can be a little insufferable at times, but I'm looking for someone to raid. Presumably someone who's actually like not gonna end soon, right? I see that Eustace the Useful has been on for like 4 hours, and I see that Kitsuragi has been up for like 6 hours, and I don't want to raid them and then them just immediately fucking leave, right? So if anyone has any suggestions for someone to raid, I am open. Another 4+ hour vid, perfect. Nah, it's just gonna be 3 videos, so it's probably 3. All right, let's see. I don't know if, let's see. Okay, so she's been on for an hour. I don't know what the hell she's doing. Forbidden Solitaire. Okay, I don't know what that is. Let's see. Good night, Long. I hope you have again a good night. Oh my god, something in the air is killing my throat. Okay. Stream manager, you gonna work with me? You gonna behave? Oh my god, did stream manager freeze? I fucking hate Twitch. Hold on. Okay, stream manager looks like it's cooperating with me now. Okay. Trying to find someone in the community. If there's no one in the community, I'll have to raid out of it. Let me check Eustace. I see no one to raid, and hey, I love the long videos for work because I deliver water and there's no radio on the truck. That's fair. I had to go AFK. Did I miss anything? You missed a bit, right? We talked about boomer luxury communism and how that, because I intend to put the Mantis Wave video and that video as like a longer video, and I'm gonna have to make a longer video because I'm going to put a third video in it Yeah, Eustace is also on. I just don't know, because Eustace has been on for like 4 hours, and Kitsuragi has been on for like 6 hours. Are they, are they actually going to maintain, are they actually going to stay streaming, or are they going to get off anytime soon? I don't know their schedules. Let's see. Eustace is currently on what looks like World of Warcraft. Did you see the sea shanty? I did not. I'm gonna have to look at the sea shanty at a later time, but I do have the sea shanty on the queue, so I'll also probably just watch it on my own time too. But let's see. I think we're gonna raid Eustace. It looks like Eustace is still doing so. Is still gonna be on for a little bit, and he's raided me a couple times, and I don't think I've raided him yet. So let's return the favor, right? Let me hold on. Let me put the link in the chat. Okay. Okay, so there is the... God damn it, it didn't send it to YouTube. Give me a moment. I have to get this I have to get this on the actual stream thing. Why is it not sending to YouTube? There's like 6 people on YouTube watching. Okay. So I probably can go here and then put it in the chat here. Okay. Son of a bitch. Sorry. I'm having some technical difficulties. That's probably not pleasant. Okay, there we go. There we go. So then I am going to start the raid. Okay. Ready to raid in 5 seconds. Okay. So y'all have a lovely day. I am gonna head out because I need to get some sleep. Y'all have a lovely day.